Doomsday Girls Dormitory, Unlimited Entry and Exit. Chapter 1, Apocalypse Kill the Virgin First. R. Push. Harder. It's almost, you need to push harder, harder. In a parallel world. At a medical university. Inside a girls' dormitory. Liang was drenched in sweat, his body firmly pressed against the door of room 601. Outside, a monstrous zombie with a hideous face was desperately trying to break in. Oh. Push harder. It's almost in. Dad, I miss you. Push harder, are you even trying, you weakling? Wait a minute. Isn't that Lee Ahhh? Has she gone mad? It looks like zombie syndrome, maybe we should let her in, she looks so pitiful. Behind him, four college girls were frantically screaming, mixed with some self-righteous, Mother Teresa words. Liang was getting increasingly annoyed. Damn it. These are zombies. And these are supposed to be college girls. Did they feed their brains to the dog? Let her in and they'll all get infected in no time. Damn it. Liang cursed inwardly, pressing even harder against the door, his forehead bulging with veins. He shouted. Come on, you guys, help me out. Why just stand there staring? What? We have to help with this. Are you even a man? Yeah, what a man. Can't even push harder than us women. Pathetic. Can't even match a woman's strength. Well, actually, I think Lee Ahhh could still be saved. Should we let her in? The four girls immediately began bickering, three of them sounding disdainful, with their Mother Teresa of the group staying as self-righteous as ever. FCK your mother. At this moment, Liang was furious. If it weren't for his own life, he really wanted to just leave. Let the zombies kill these for idiots. But, no choice, he was in this room too. Who would VE thought that while fixing a water pipe in the girls' dorm, they'd encounter zombies? What to do? When human strength is limited, zombies outside certainly have no limits. Liang managed to keep the door pushed for over 3 minutes, but he was slowly starting to give in. If the zombies broke in, the dorm had no proper weapons, they could only wait to die. As for the four girls behind him, forget it, they were useless. Aside from being bait, they served no purpose. But at this moment, with the situation unclear outside, even if he used the four girls as bait to escape, there was a very high chance he'd run into more zombies on the way. From his years of watching zombie movies, he knew that when one zombie appeared, the places you couldn't see were probably already infested. Oh. It's coming in. Suddenly, a scream pierced through Liang's concentration, causing the door to crack open slightly and allowing a zombie hand to reach inside. Shit. Such an incompetent idiot. Liang fumed with anger, his rage reaching its peak. What's the point of screaming? Shut the FCK up. At that moment, a ding sound echoed. Detected that the host's anger is at maximum. The goddess recording system is being activated and bound. 100%. System binding complete. Host is currently in a crisis. Newbie package available, would you like to use it immediately? Hearing the cold mechanical voice in his mind, Liang was filled with joy. Yes. It finally came. No time to think, he immediately shouted. Use it. Ding. Congratulations, the host has received 5 strength attribute points, self-defense blade 1. As soon as the words finished, a sharp long knife appeared in Liang's hand. At the same time, his strength almost doubled. There was no time to fully appreciate the changes in his body. With the weapon in hand, Liang wasted no time, aiming for the zombie's outstretched arm and slicing it down. Swoosh! The blade, provided by the system, cut through effortlessly, and with the enhanced strength, blood splattered as the zombie's arm fell to the floor. Boom! In the next moment, Liang forcefully pushed the dorm door closed, swiftly locking it in place. Safe. But before he could even relax, the piercing screams resumed. R. He killed someone. He still has a knife. Blood. So much blood. Hurry. Call the police. Damn it. I've given you so much face. With the crisis temporarily averted, Liang, seeing the four useless girls still screaming, snapped. He immediately marched over to the loudest one and slapped her across the face. Slap. A resounding smack, leaving 5 red finger marks. Shut up. In an instant, the world went silent. But only for a moment. Soon, the girl who had been slapped regained her senses, staring at Liang in disbelief, yelling. You, the plumber, dared to hit me. Do you know who I am? Do you know how many people chase after me at school? Yeah. How dare you hit a woman? You're a worthless man. Hitting women. You even dare to glare at us. What the hell? Looking at the four girls still shouting, Liang's eyes darkened. He stepped forward, delivering a powerful kick to the most insistent one. Boom! After the system-enhanced kick, which had the strength of two grown men, it was terrifyingly powerful. She was instantly sent flying, crashing into the bed frame, then collapsing on the ground, clutching her stomach, her face turning pale. At this, the remaining three girls immediately went quiet, shrinking back in fear. The dormitory fell silent. But outside the dorm, the noise continued to come through clearly. Various screams, cries for help, and wailing echoed from outside. Well, should we go save the others? After a while, the Mother Teresa of the group couldn't hold back and spoke up, looking at Liang with a pained expression. There are so many people begging for help. Ignoring them is wrong. You're so strong, go save them. Question mark. Liang's head exploded in confusion at this ridiculous request. The FCK? At a time like this, when he's barely managing to stay alive, you want me to go save others? Why don't you go save them? But their Mother Teresa turned a blind eye, as if she had never thought of that possibility. She kept babbling, even scolding him pitifully. You're such a big man, don't you have any compassion? You're so cold-hearted. They are young, with so much life ahead of them. Their lives have just begun, and they are. What are you doing? Let go of me. Liang couldn't take it anymore. Damn it. Mother Teresa deserved to die. Want to save them? Huh? Here's your chance. Liang's fury exploded as he grabbed the Mother Teresa by the collar like she was a dead dog. After peering through the peephole and confirming there was no immediate danger outside, he saw that the dismembered zombie was probably lured away by others. Liang immediately threw her out. Want to save them? Save them. I'm giving you the chance, you f-king save them now. Boom. With that, Liang slammed the door shut. Ahhh. No. Big brother. Big brother. Please, let me in. Oh. Liao Shue, what are you doing? Don't bite me. We're classmates. No woo. As the door closed, their Mother Teresa's screams filled the air, but slowly, the banging sounds faded, leaving only faint sobs and the sounds of zombies feeding. At this moment, Liang felt a sense of satisfaction. Fuck you. Keep talking. Trying to send me to my death. Go fuck yourself. And this cruel scene finally made the remaining three girls realize the situation, and they huddled in the corner, trembling, too scared to even breathe. Liang took a sip of water from the cup on the table, took a deep breath, and slowly calmed himself down. Only then did he open the system interface. As for calling the police, with zombies around, the external situation was probably beyond hope. The only thing to rely on now was himself. His gaze landed on the system's explanation, the words dense on the screen, and Liang stared, stunned. Less than half a minute later, he finished reading. At the end of it all, there were only two words. Women, and more fucking women. Chapter 2, Just Do It. Goddess Loot System User Guide. By collecting various goddesses, the host can obtain corresponding attribute points, rare items, or even advanced ability rewards. Note, collection refers to willing submission through physical intimacy. Once collected, various rewards can be obtained. After understanding how the system worked, Liang couldn't help but turn his gaze toward the three fairies huddled in the corner. Earlier, the situation had been too sudden, life or death was at stake, so he hadn't had the time to examine them carefully. Now that he took a proper look, he couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised. These three fairies, despite their shattered moral compasses, had top-tier looks and figures. Most importantly, they could be collected. Liang focused his attention on the most vocal and also the prettiest of the three. After a moment of concentration, a semi-transparent status window appeared in his vision. Name, Su Yang. Age, 21. Appearance, 90. Figure, 91. Charging count, 0. Occupation, college student, Douyin streamer with 1 million followers. Droppable attribute, speed. Droppable item, 30 cubic meter dimensional storage size of a small bedroom guaranteed first drop can be upgraded through repeated farming. Droppable special ability, none. Note, first time attribute drop rate is 100%, with a chance of critical bonus. Subsequent attribute drops are random. Note, dimensional storage has a 2% drop rate after the first time. Dimensional storage. After reading, Liam was stunned. Holy shit! This is amazing. The importance of dimensional storage in the apocalypse couldn't be overstated. And the speed attribute was incredibly useful too. If you run fast enough, zombies can't catch you. After reviewing the item details, Liang finally turned his attention to Suyarn, who was curled up in the corner, looking pitiful. Though her character was questionable, she definitely lived up to the system's 90-point beauty rating. Beneath her smooth, shoulder-length hair was a delicate face, large, sparkling eyes, a cute little nose, and plump, tempting lips. His gaze traveled downward a slender neck, delicate collarbones, and a pair of towering peaks that her tight white t-shirt struggled to contain, the fabric stretched taut, as if ready to burst. As for the other two, though slightly less stunning than Suyarn, they were still campus belle-level beauties. Name, Jiang Li. Age, 21. Appearance, 90. Figure, 85. Charging count, 5. Occupation, college student. Droppable attribute, speed. Droppable item, FN 510 tactical suppressed pistol 22 round magazine guaranteed first drop. Subsequent drops may include random amounts of ammunition. Droppable special ability, none. After reading Jiang Li's status, Lian was ecstatic. Pistol. Holy shit. Firearm. This was perfect. Not only was it suppressed, making it ideal for dealing with zombies, but melee combat always carried the risk of infection. With a gun, he wouldn't have to worry about that. Plus, suppressed gunfire was quiet, allowing him to silently clear out nearby zombies. And there was even a chance for ammo drops later. The only concern now was his own marksmanship. As someone raised under the red flag of China, he'd never handled a gun before. Accuracy was a complete unknown. In the corner, Jiang Li, dressed in a JK outfit, noticed Lian staring at her and instinctively tugged at her short skirt, trying to cover more of her snow-white thighs. She crossed her arms defensively, shielding her ample chest. She had called Liang a skinny weakling more than once before, and now she feared retaliation. Seeing this, Liang smirked and let his gaze roam freely. Her chest was full and perky, her figure curvaceous, and her long, slender legs exuded an irresistible allure. If I could just lift her up. HSS. Unfortunately, the system required willing submission. Liang felt a twinge of regret but quickly dismissed it. No big deal. Trapped together in this small room, he had countless ways to make all three of them submit willingly soon enough. His thoughts flashed by, and he turned to the last fairy. Name, Lin Yuxian. Age, 23. Appearance, 90. Figure, 88. Charging count, 1. Occupation, college student, surgical intern. Droppable attribute, stamina. Droppable item, stamina potion guaranteed first drop. Subsequent drops possible rapidly restores stamina. Droppable special ability, none. Stamina potion. Lian was stunned again. Another incredible item. In the apocalypse, stamina was everything. In critical moments, it could mean the difference between life and death. In the future, if he ever had to flee from a horde of zombies, he wouldn't need to outrun them, just outlast the people running with him. Run out of stamina. No problem, chug a potion and keep going. What are you planning? Seeing the gleam in Liang's eyes, Lin Yuxian, wearing a white lab coat, shrank back fearfully, her earlier arrogance completely gone. Fourth-year student currently interning in surgery, she had returned to the dorm at noon to grab some materials, only to run into the zombie outbreak. Used to being fawned over by boys due to her beauty and privileged background, she had developed a haughty attitude and hadn't held back when insulting Liang. But after witnessing the self-righteous bitch being thrown out of the dorm, she was terrified. Now, she was afraid of retaliation. Liang glanced at her. Beneath the lab coat was a fitted top, her ample chest straining against the fabric, her slender waist leading to a perky rear, and long, straight legs that seemed tailor-made for black stockings. At this moment, he really wanted to reply, "Do you?" But after a second thought, he held back. Teasing her was pointless, he could wait a little longer. Actions speak louder than words. He quickly averted his gaze and ignored her, focusing instead on the system's attribute drop mechanics. The system allows farming for attributes. If safety is the priority, is it possible to just hold up here, max out my stats, and then venture out? For a moment, Liang considered the idea. After all, attribute points could be farmed indefinitely. And in the apocalypse, caution was king. Max out my stats before leaving? That makes survival way easier. Zombies? One-shot them all. But soon, he shook his head regretfully and dismissed the plan. No. Food was the biggest issue. Farming for attributes and items would inevitably consume stamina, which required replenishment through food. Thus, their max stats first plan was unworkable for now. Food. Speaking of food, Liang scanned the dorm and realized there wasn't much to be found. The only silver lining was that Suyang, as a streamer, often broadcast late into the night and had stocked up on instant meals. The rest were mostly snacks, chips, spicy strips, and other high-calorie junk food favored by girls. As for water, the dorm had a half-full water dispenser. The tap water was still running, but Liang didn't dare risk it. Who knew if it was contaminated with the zombie virus? Electricity was still functioning too. Thinking of this, Liang quickly plugged in his phone to charge. As an orphan, he had no family to call. Instead, he tried dialing emergency services. Sorry, the number you dialed is busy. Can't get through. He set his phone down. This was expected. Walking to the window, he carefully pulled back the curtain and immediately froze. The dorm was on the top floor, offering a clear view of the outside. The square below was now a hellscape, zombies everywhere, students fleeing in panic. But compared to the zombies' speed, ordinary students stood no chance. In less than 10 seconds, Liang had already seen nearly 20 people get tackled to the ground, torn apart and devoured amidst pools of blood and desperate screams. He swiftly closed the curtain and took a deep breath to steady himself. He hadn't been wrong. The apocalypse had truly arrived. After a moment of thought, Liang's first move was to charge all the power banks in the dorm as backups. His phone had to stay fully charged at all times to receive updates. Next, he sat on the bed, grabbed a bag of chips from the snack box, and began eating to replenish his stamina. At the same time, he picked up his phone and browsed for news. In the corner, Suyang watched as Liang sat on her bed still wearing his outdoor pants and opened her mouth to protest but stopped herself. Normally, anyone who dared do this would been cursed out mercilessly. But now, she silently shut her mouth, the image of the self-righteous bitch being thrown out still fresh in her mind. On the bed, Liang scrolled through his phone. As expected, the internet was flooded with reports of zombie outbreaks. The situation was dire. Across the entire planet, zombies were appearing everywhere. Countless people were being infected, and it wasn't just humans. Even some animals were undergoing terrifying mutations. Chapter 3: The Temptation of Food. The end of the world has really come. After Liang sighed in his heart, he couldn't suppress his excitement. Very good. I don't have to pay back the money I owe. From now on, the fucking life of a cow and a horse is officially over. With the cheat in hand, Liang didn't worry at all about not being able to survive in the apocalypse. While browsing his phone, Liang finished a bag of potato chips without realizing it. He poured a glass of water to moisten his throat and looked at the 3 people huddled in the corner with a joking look. So what? Calling the police is useless, right? He had noticed the 3 men secretly using their cell phones to call the police, but he was too lazy to stop them. It's just right to let these 3 little fairies feel what despair is. He is used to being domineering and arrogant on weekdays, but in fact, he is just born into a good family. In this world, there are too many people who work hard but get nothing in return. Are they not working hard enough? No, it's because of this fucked up world. What on earth is going on? Faced with the fact that calling the police was useless, Suyang and the other 2 turned pale and looked helpless. The world is ending, understand? Liang raised his lips and said, the money, background, and so-called social status that you usually rely on have become useless as civilized society disappears. Next, it will be a new world of the end of the world where the strong prey on the weak. Do you understand what I mean? After saying that, Liang stood up and, in front of the 3 people, pulled open all the curtains with a swish. The sunlight suddenly shone in, accompanied by a sickening smell of blood. The dormitory is located on the 6th floor, so Liang is not afraid of being discovered by the zombies in the square. The midsummer sun was exceptionally hot, but at this moment, Suyang and the other two standing in front of the window felt cold all over. Out of fear, their bodies even shivered involuntarily. Blood. Everywhere you look, the square is littered with human body parts and blood. And a large number of terrifying zombies with hideous faces who are eating frantically. Farther away, thick smoke filled the road, car accidents occurred frequently, and several residential buildings were even completely engulfed in flames. The blaze was raging, getting more and more intense, and the fire continued to spread. The cries, the sounds of smashing and smashing, the cries for help, the various harsh brake sounds, and the loud crashes caused by car accidents, at this moment, formed a magnificent melody of the coming of the end of the world. Pulling the curtains again, Liang looked at the three fairies who were frightened and pale, and felt extremely happy. He opened his arms and smiled exaggeratedly. Everyone, welcome to the new world. Faced with this horrifying fact, Suyang and the other two looked at each other and saw deep despair in each other's eyes. The end of the world has really come. Liang did not lie to them. The world is in complete chaos. How will they survive in the future? Normally, they are strong and aggressive on the internet, and their words reveal their disdain for men. The phrase, "Jamaise," can instantly call upon thousands of similar people, and everyone is wantonly displaying the power of women. Therefore, when Liang, a repairman at the bottom of society, entered their dormitory, no one cared. Most of their words were full of disdain and contempt, for fear that he would dirty the dormitory. Even when dealing with zombies, he refused to help and instead ridiculed them from the sidelines. But now, Suyang and the other two found out in despair that if they wanted to survive in this cruel doomsday, it seemed that the only person they could rely on was Liang. As for letting them survive on their own, what can they do when they are powerless? Gurgle. As the sun sets, night falls. Liang carefully opened the lid of the instant noodles. In an instant, a strong fragrance filled the dormitory. In the corner, Suyang and the other two's stomachs suddenly growled uncontrollably. Liang did not waste the entire afternoon, frantically watching various short videos about zombies. The apocalypse broke out, the platform no longer had any censorship, and all kinds of bloody videos emerged one after another. In addition to zombies, there are also many bloody behaviors of human beings themselves. When the end of the world comes, the evil in many people's hearts is quickly released. It seems that order has disappeared and everything is in complete chaos. There will be no rescue in the short term. The military forces can hardly protect themselves at this time. It will take at least a month for them to react. Liang was thinking about his next plan in his mind, and the plastic fork was stirring the instant noodles bucket unconsciously, making the aroma of the food even stronger. Coming back to his senses, Liang glanced and saw three fairies squatting in the corner of the dormitory, staring at instant noodles and swallowing their saliva. The blood-stained longsword was placed on the table, which was very intimidating. The three of them wanted to say something but stopped. "Why, are you hungry?" Liang picked up the instant noodles, shook it, and smiled jokingly. Suyang and the other two nodded quickly. "If you want to eat, that's fine." Liang smiled slightly, slurped a mouthful of instant noodles, and looked at the three people wantonly. "My request is simple. If I feel comfortable, you can fill your stomach." Seeing Liang's aggressive gaze, Suyang and the other two froze and understood instantly. He immediately took 2 steps back with some caution, shaking his head repeatedly, refusing. We're not hungry anymore, you eat." "Yes, we are not hungry now. In fact, I haven't digested my lunch yet." As the three of them spoke, they retreated into the corner, looking at Liang with eyes full of contempt. It's like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Just for a bucket of instant noodles, you want them to sacrifice themselves. You're dreaming. Suyang's face was full of disdain. She was a Douyin anchor with millions of fans, and was also recognized as the school's #1 beauty. Once a top guy on the list offered her 500,000 yuan a night, but she remained unmoved and remained chaste. In her plan, her virginity is worth at least 1 million. Moreover, she hated Liang's behavior of objectifying women the most. You want to take her virginity with just a bucket of instant noodles? Is she that cheap? Jiangxi and Lin Yuxian had similar ideas and sneered in their hearts. Both of them are recognized as campus beauties by their whole school. Many rich second generations in the school gave them expensive bags, jewelry and other things, but they have never even touched their hands. Now you want them to sleep with you over a bucket of instant noodles. How is it possible? To be honest, if the end of the world had not come and the lore had not been useless, they really wanted to slap Liang in the face to wake him up. Wake up! What are you dreaming about? Hey, it seems that you are not very willing yet. It doesn't matter. I have enough patience to wait slowly. I hope you can always be so tough. Liang raised his eyebrows, but didn't care. He quickly finished the instant noodles, touched his stomach, and continued to browse his phone while lying on the bed. There is still internet available, so he wants to take advantage of this time to download some key information about survival in the apocalypse, just in case. While reading the information, Liang suddenly remembered something and looked at Suyang and the other two in the corner, reminding them kindly. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you that there is only so much food in the dormitory right now. It's first come, first served. If you don't eat, you will starve to death. Chapter 4. Are you hungry? Starve. As soon as these words came out, Suyang and the other two's faces changed. They almost forgot that there was only so much food in the dormitory. If some people ate more, naturally some people would eat less, or even have nothing to eat. Starving to death is not just talk. The end of the world has just arrived, and rescue is nowhere in sight. At this moment, all kinds of thoughts appeared in the minds of Suyang and the other two, and their expressions kept changing. Liang, who was lying on the bed, saw this scene and smiled jokingly. As expected, where there is competition there is pressure. He was looking forward to the subsequent changes among the three people. Seeing that it had gotten completely dark outside, Liang turned off the lights in the dormitory, closed the curtains, and stuffed the door gap with paper and quilts to prevent the light from the mobile phone screen from leaking out, or the sound from it, which might attract zombies. After all, the dormitory door is just an ordinary iron door. It can block 1 or 2 zombies, but it definitely cannot block the continuous attack of the zombies. In addition, he has not included any goddesses at this time, so the system is temporarily ineffective. Therefore, staying alive is the best way. Open your own properties panel. Name, Liang. Age, 23. Strength, 10. Agility, 5. Speed, 5. Strength, 6. Special abilities, none. Weapon, long sword 1. Special props, none. Looking at his attribute panel, Liang touched his chin. The system also provides thoughtful explanations under each attribute. Strength refers to the explosive power and destructive power of the body. Agility, neural reflexes and limb coordination. Speed, linear displacement and emergency disengagement. Stamina, the ability to recover from continuous running and fighting and to continue fighting. According to the instructions given by the system, the standard attribute points for a normal adult male are all 5 points. The 5 points of strength given in the novice gift package have put Liang far ahead in terms of strength. After looking at the attribute panel for a while, he turned his attention to the charging phone. The electricity supply is normal at the moment, but it probably won't last long. If the power plant is left unattended, power supply will stop in a few hours at the fastest and a day or 2 at the slowest. Liang opened the phone screen and found that there was still network, so he continued to watch videos. At this time, you must always pay attention to information from the outside world. As soon as I clicked on it, I saw an emergency government announcement pushed by the video software, asking people to find a place to hide and wait for government rescue in the future. As for how long they would hide or when rescue would come, no one said. At the same time, Liang also saw some videos of mutated zombie creatures uploaded by other users. Zombie rats, zombie cats, zombie dogs and more. These mutated creatures are extremely crazy, extremely fast, and difficult to guard against. Many people who hid at home and thought they were safe were attacked by these guys and eventually turned into zombies. Around 10 o'clock at night, Liang put down his phone tiredly. Can't find any useful information. The entire girls' dormitory building gradually became quiet at this time. Except for the occasional footsteps of 1 or 2 zombies walking in the corridor, the whole place was dead silent. In the entire dormitory building, most of the living people should be dead, and those who are still alive have probably hidden themselves. At this moment, in the darkness, Liang suddenly felt someone tugging at the corner of his clothes. Narrowing his eyes, he calmly reached for the long sword placed beside him with his right hand. "Brother, I'm hungry." The voice was soft and he suppressed his voice. Liang's heart suddenly moved and he raised his eyebrows. Oh my god, he thought it was something else. It turned out that the little fairy came to ask for food. Judging from their voice, it should be Lin Yuxian who is already interning in the hospital. I can only say that being older does have its advantages. One's brain works faster and one knows the principle that it is better to let one's friends die than to let oneself die. There is only so much food. Eating more means you can live longer, and maybe you can get rescue from the government. Oh? You want something to eat? Liang raised the corner of his mouth and turned on the screen of his mobile phone. Under the dim light, Lin Yuexuan's charming oval face can be seen. Su Yang and the other person in the corner had fallen asleep without her knowing when, so it was no wonder that she came over at this time. Well, please, big brother, give me something to eat. You can ask me to do anything you want. Lin Yuxian crawled over quietly, knelt on the ground, and pleaded pitifully. Looking at the beautiful face under his crotch, Lian couldn't help but reach out and touch it. Her skin was smooth and delicate, and it was obvious that she took good care of it. Is it true that anything can be done? Lian smiled jokingly. Tilde. Lin Yuexuan's cheeks flushed and she unconsciously lowered her usually proud head. Everyone knows that you need to pay attention to hygiene before exercising, but the current situation does not allow that. Lian casually took a small cookie from the side and put it into Lin Yuexuan's white coat, patting her face. Do you know how to do it? Lin Yuxian bit her red lips lightly and lowered her head. It's the end of the world. In order to survive, Lin Yuxian silently said sorry to her family who were thousands of miles away. Good boy Tilde. You're so obedient. Here's a reward for you. Liang seemed very satisfied with this and handed over another small piece of biscuit. Soon, a rustling sound was heard. Next, there was the sound of swallowing food. In less than half a minute, Lin Yuxian had eaten the biscuits in her hand clean, licked her red lips, looked at Liang seductively, and bit her red lips lightly. Brother, I want more Tilde. She had been hungry for almost the entire day, and 2 small cookies were not enough to satisfy her. You still want it? Liang raised the corner of his mouth and patted the bed. That's another price. Tilde. Lin Yuexuan's eyes were charming and she nodded without any hesitation. The feeling of being hungry is really uncomfortable. Those who have never been hungry will never understand. Although it was just a cheap biscuit that she would normally look down upon, at this moment, to Lin Yuxian, it was simply the most delicious thing in the world. As she took off her white coat, Lin Yuexuan's figure was immediately revealed. Although not as huge as Su Yang's, it is not much smaller. What Liang didn't expect was that after taking off her trousers, she actually wore white stockings on her beautiful legs. In response to this, Lin Yuxian explained that it was a personal hobby. Looking at the silver-framed round glasses worn by the beauty in front of him, and her previous actions, Liang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What a contrast! Netizens never lied to me. The outside world was already completely silent, with only 1 or 2 screams occasionally heard. In the dormitory, Liang was about to leave on his carriage when he suddenly heard his brother's voice. Brother Li, what do you want to do Tilde? Yeah, fuck. Liang nodded, looking at the top school beauty in front of him. Oh, I'm really embarrassed. Lin Yuxian lowered her head, feeling very shy. It's okay, just treat me as your boyfriend. Liang raised the corner of his mouth and said jokingly. Chapter 5 Superpowers appear. Bite. Not long after, the system prompt sounded in Liang's ears. Congratulations to the host. The school beauty Lin Yuxian is included, and the subsequent treasure drop function is unlocked. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have gained 1 physical strength attribute point. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 1 stamina potion. Already stored in the system inventory, remaining slots 99 plus. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a treasure chest 1. Automatically stored in the system inventory, remaining slots 98 plus. Note, there is a certain probability that the treasure chest will open various attribute points or physical potions, and a very small probability of opening low-level props. Low-level props include food, water, weapons, tools, etc. After working hard for nearly 20 minutes, Liang finally breathed a sigh of relief and lay down on the bed. Damn it. It's really cool, but it does take a lot of energy. My stomach, which had just been full, started to growl again. Fortunately, the harvest was not small. In the darkness, Liang first added the physical strength attribute points, and the physical strength value increased from 6 to 7. Huh? The moment the physical attributes changed, Liang could clearly feel that his originally tired body instantly recovered a little. The same is true for energy. Originally, there were signs that the brain was somewhat empty, but at this moment, it became flexible again. Awesome! Liang suddenly looked excited. It seems that I need to earn more physical strength attribute points in the future to quickly increase my physical strength. Then, he took out a stamina potion from the inventory. A small transparent glass bottle. Beside her, the naked Lin Yuxian, who had a sensitive body and had been trying hard to hold back any sound, felt so good that her eyes rolled back and she fell asleep. Liang no longer had any concerns and looked carefully at the object in his hand. Under the dim light of the mobile phone screen, the liquid in the medicine bottle exudes a light blue luster. Because the stamina potion would drop later, and also to personally experience how long the potion would take to take effect, Liang simply unscrewed the bottle cap and drank it in one gulp. This concerns your own life, so try it first and experience it for yourself. This thing can't be saved. The medicine tasted cold when he took a bite. Liang smacked his lips. The taste was somewhat similar to pulse, with a fresh aroma and a hint of sourness. It tastes quite good. The next moment, Liang felt refreshed, his fatigue quickly reduced, and his body was full of energy again. At this moment, Liang's eyes lit up. He was originally a little worried about how to get more treasure chests and attribute points in the future. Now, when I can't hold on any longer, I take a tube of stamina potion and immediately become full of energy again. Awesome! Barely suppressing his excitement, Liang looked at the last reward, a small treasure chest dropped from Lin Yuxian. The treasure chest is only the size of a palm, with an ancient style and bronze color, and there is a small mechanism in the middle for opening it. Press. There was a click sound, a flash of blue light, and the treasure chest opened. Bite. Congratulations to their host, you have obtained a stamina potion 1. Fuck. Buy 1, get 1 free. Liang was immediately pleasantly surprised and was given another bottle right after he finished it. This is what he lacks now. There are 3 extremely beautiful girls in the dormitory. We are not worried about not having places to gain attribute points and props, but we are worried about not having enough energy. Liang casually threw a bag of biscuits at Lin Yuxian. Eat it quickly. Seeing the biscuits, Lin Yuxian, who was awakened, had her eyes lit up and started eating without saying a word. After she finished eating, Liang signaled her to get out of bed. Then, he tore off the sheets of the bed opposite, cut them into strips, and made crude ropes. Then he walked to the corner and woke up Suyang and the other 2 who were still asleep. Due to excessive shock during the day and almost not eating for the whole day, Liang shook them vigorously several times, and Suyang and Jiangxi were finally awakened from their deep sleep. Shut up! Seeing that the 2 were about to speak, Liang frowned and scolded them. Using the weak light from the mobile phone screen, he tied up all 3 of them. After pulling the cloth a few times with his hands, the stripes didn't move at all. Liang nodded in satisfaction. When tied up, the figures of the 3 people were clearly revealed. Especially Suyang, who has the best appearance and figure. Liang habitually looked from bottom to top. A casual white short-sleeved shirt and shorts. The slender and straight legs are crossed, white and well-proportioned, and extremely tempting. The plump buttocks are slightly tilted backwards, forming a sharp contrast with the slender waist, showing the ultimate S-shaped line. Her waist is slender and can be held in one hand. The cloth wrapped around it makes her waist look even more graceful. Looking further upwards, one can see a pair of huge, snow-white, delicate and elastic breasts that cannot be restrained. At this moment, Suyang opened her red lips slightly, her beautiful eyes widened, and she was a little shocked. Big brother. Why are you kidnapping people? The other 2 women were also stunned, especially Lin Yuxian, who had just been working hard in bed for most of the day, her eyes full of resentment. Liang ignored the gazes of the 3 women. The end of the world is approaching, and we must always remain vigilant. Even if they are 3 weak girls who are powerless, they should still be on guard. He doesn't want to capsize in the ditch. Throughout history, countless heroes have died at the hands of women. Lessons from the past. Reluctantly withdrawing his gaze from the 3 top school beauties, Liang lightly returned to his bed and slept peacefully. Early the next morning, a scream was heard suddenly. Liang opened his eyes instantly. He walked to the window in 2 steps, opened the curtains, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. In the square, a boy was being chased by a large number of zombies. A large piece of flesh was missing from his left arm, and blood was dripping. With massive blood loss, he probably won't be able to hold on for long. The boys' dormitory is not close to the girls' dormitory, and he actually ran over here. But that wasn't what shocked him. Liang frowned, his heart sinking. Superpowers. Although the boy was running for his life, he made a gun shape with his fingers and was able to knock down the zombies from time to time. But in the end, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, and a large number of zombies swarmed over and swallowed him up. Xieshue, I love you. In the end, the boy only left behind a heart-wrenching cry, and gradually died down. Looking at this scene, Liang understood. I guess this boy has awakened his special powers and thinks he is strong enough, so he came here to save his girlfriend. But unfortunately, Liang couldn't help but shook his head. The love in school days is mostly beautiful and pure, and people are willing to sacrifice their lives for their loved ones. Very silly and naive. But people will change. Loving you today doesn't mean she will still love you tomorrow. The woman you can't let go of may have already been let in by someone else. Leon withdrew his gaze and closed the curtains again. Today is the second day of the end of the world. Superpowers appeared. Chapter 6: 3 Women Competing. The emergence of superpowers gave Leon a sense of urgency. Because he doesn't have it yet. As time goes by, these so-called psychics will surely become stronger. Simply accumulating attributes takes too long. I have to hurry up too. Leon couldn't help but turn his gaze to the 3 top school beauties in the corner. Time waits for no one. If you eat sparingly, the food in the dormitory can probably last you about a week. During this period, you must improve your strength as quickly as possible and then go out to look for food. It would be best if you could meet a woman who can drop special abilities, that is, superpowers. In the corner, Suyarn and the other 2 were also awakened by the sudden scream outside the window, and they were a little confused for a moment. His eyes couldn't help but fall on Liang. It's nothing serious. Someone downstairs was eaten by zombies. After explaining casually, Liang untied the 3 people first, then picked up his mobile phone from the bed and checked the time. 9:30. The internet is still available and the electricity is still on. After drinking a glass of water, Liang lay back on the bed, preparing to check his phone to see the latest developments in the outside world. Big brother, can you give us a drink of water too? At this time, Suyang's pleading voice came from the corner, pitifully. She couldn't hold on any longer after not eating or drinking for almost a day. The food is okay, at least it can last for a few days. But if you don't drink water, you may experience dehydration symptoms, confusion, and eventually death from organ failure within 3 days. Want some water? Hearing this, Liang raised his eyebrows and said, of course, I'm not a bad person, but... His eyes were gazing at the pretty schoolgirl with aggression. We are all adults. You get what you give, don't you? Hearing this, Suyang bit his lips, which were a little cracked due to lack of water, feeling conflicted. But at this moment, Jiangxi, who was wearing a JK outfit, suddenly widened her eyes and looked at Lin Yuxian beside her with some anger. Senior Sister Lin, did you eat behind our backs? It's because compared to the 2 of them, Lin Yuxian's face is rosy, her eyebrows are charming, and her red lips are moist and shiny. It doesn't look like not a drop of water has entered. It's clearly been moisturized. Moreover, there was a cushion under Lin Yuxian's but without her noticing. This is clearly differential treatment. Congratulations, you guessed it right. Looking at this scene, Liang, who was lying on the bed, snapped his fingers and fanned the flames. Your dear senior sister Lin, I quietly climbed onto your bed and ate a big meal last night when you weren't paying attention. After all, there wasn't much food. If you don't eat now, you might not be able to eat in the future. I'm much smarter than you. How could you do this? Jiangxi was immediately furious, but she did not dare to blame Liang. Instead, she looked at Lin Yuxian and said angrily, how come you have no moral bottom line at all? Suyang on the side didn't say anything, but looked at Lin Yuxian's rosy face, licked his slightly cracked lips, lowered his head, and wondered what he was thinking. Yes, Brother Li fed me a lot of food last night. Since she was discovered, Lin Yuxian stopped pretending and licked her lips with a charming look. But that's the food I earned through my labor. What's the problem? Jiang Yu, if you're unhappy, you can do that too. Snort. Seeing Lin Yuxian had a fever, Jiang Shi was furious. You are so shameless. Yes, I have no shame, because now I only want brother Li Tilder. After saying that, Lin Yuxian threw a coquettish glance at Liang. Oh? Really? On the bed, seeing this scene, Liang raised the corner of his mouth, knowing that his plan was effective. But he did not agree immediately, but said, although your senior sister Lin is hungry again, I have always advocated fairness, so now I will give you a chance to exchange your labor for food. As he spoke, Liang took a bag of potato chips, opened the package, shook it in front of the three people, then took out a potato chip and put it in his mouth. Suddenly, crisp chewing sounds rang out in the dormitory, accompanied by the aroma of food. At this moment, Jiang Shi, who was originally very angry, immediately closed his mouth, drooling wildly, and stared at the potato chips in Liang's hand. In less than 2 seconds, she stammered. Brother Li, I want to eat. Laugh. In the corner, Lin Yuxian sneered with extreme disdain. Jiang Yu's face suddenly turned red. But with the food in front of her, she still steeled herself and said, what are you laughing at? You can eat it, but I can't. Su Yang, who was about to speak, closed his mouth silently after seeing this. She has always been proud and arrogant, and she can't do something like competing with others for food. But Liang did not agree immediately. His target was Su Yang, the most handsome and silent of the three. So, classmate Su Yang, what about you? Do you want to eat? After a moment of silence, Su Yang nodded and uttered a word with difficulty. Think. Oh? You want it too? After hearing the affirmative answer, Liang changed the subject and said regretfully. That's a problem. There's only so much food. How about this? The three of you compete. Whoever performs the best gets to eat. How about that? At this moment, Liang felt extremely happy. No matter what goddess or school beauty you are, how awesome you were before the end of the world, what you looked like, or what your personality was like. Did you look down on me before because I'm a plumber? Hee hee. What I'm repairing now is your water pipes. Three-way competition. In the corner, hearing these four words, the three beautiful schoolgirls looked at each other, and the atmosphere instantly became subtle. Full of hostility. Since everyone has given up their dignity, naturally no one wants to go hungry. Among them, Lin Yuxian was the fastest, after all, she had the experience last night. At this time, Liang was lying on the bed, eating potato chips with his right hand, while his left hand was empty. He immediately ran over, snuggled into his arms, puffed out his chest, and warmed his left hand. After finishing, he looked at Jiang Li as if in protest. Bitch! Jiang Shi, who was not far away, cursed inwardly, but not willing to be outdone, she quickly walked to the bed, twisted her slender waist, and got into Liang's arms from the right side. Then, her snow-white, slender legs wrapped directly around his waist. At this moment, their eyes met, full of hostility. Only Su Yang was slow to react. Seeing this, he thought about it and simply walked to the bed, knelt down, and reached out to touch Liang's belt. As a young man in his 20s, Liang had just woken up and was naturally full of energy. He was arrested suddenly and gasped. Seeing Liang's performance, Su Yang bit his lip and simply lowered his head for the sake of food. Not long after, her expression suddenly froze and she stood there in a daze, somewhat at a loss as to what to do. Chapter 7 Galloping. Good. But this level is obviously not up to the standard for system inclusion. Fortunately, Lin Yuxian had a keen eye and didn't need Liang to say anything. She just twisted her slender waist. At the same time, outside, the entire medical university, looking down from above, was littered with corpses. The ground, walls, and even the green belts of grass were all stained with blood. The school road, which used to be bustling with people and noisy, is now deserted. Under the scorching sun, many corpses on the ground have completely lost their moisture, becoming tight and rough, with an unnatural green-yellow color, like fruits that have been drained of their juice. Many flies hovered over the corpse, buzzing non-stop and feasting on the food. Most of the remaining survivors in the school were hiding in some secluded places that were not easily discovered by zombies, and they were in constant fear. And the 601 girls' dormitory where Liang is. Bite. Congratulations to their host for including the school beauty Jiang Li and unlocking the subsequent treasure drop function. Ding! Congratulations to their host, you have gained 1 speed attribute point. Ding! Congratulations to their host, you have obtained FN510 Tactical Silencer Pistol 1. Automatically stored in the inventory, remaining slots 97 plus. Byte. Congratulations to their host, the inclusion of the school beauty Suyang unlocks the subsequent treasure drop function. Ding! Congratulations to their host, you have gained 3 speed attribute points. Ding! Congratulations to their host, you have obtained 30 cubic meters of space 1. A series of system prompts sounded in Liang's ears, making him grin. Fighting. Cool. Take it and eat it. Liang, in a good mood, threw a bag of potato chips over. Suyang and the other two were cheered up. They didn't even have time to put on their clothes. They tore open the package and started to gobble up the food. After giving the order, Liang leaned against the head of the bed and leisurely added attribute points. Name, Liang. Age, 23. Strength, 10. Agility, 5. Speed, 5. Strength, 7. Special abilities, none. Weapons, longsword 1, FN510 Tactical Silenced Pistol 1. Special item, Stamina Potion 1. Opening his own attribute bar, Liang reached out and tapped the plus button next to the speed attribute point for times. Soon, the speed attribute in the attribute column changed from 5 points to 9 points. And at the moment when 4 points of speed attribute are added, Liang could clearly feel that his leg muscles had undergone significant changes after a slight itching. Especially the gastrocnemius muscles in the calves and the quadriceps muscles in the thighs, which are visibly stronger. Liang got out of bed and ignored the surprised looks of Suyang and the other two. He leaned against the iron door of the dormitory, facing the window opposite, which was about 6 meters away, half-crouched, and started running. Swish! The distance of 6 meters passed in a flash. Less than a second. I'm boiling. At this moment, Liang was shocked. At this speed, he is almost catching up with Liu Xiang. It's almost the limit of human beings. Awesome. Suyang and the other two were also stunned at this moment, staring at Liang, who almost appeared in a flash. Li. Brother Li, what are you doing? What a fast speed. Brother Li, are you Superman? Facing the beauty's praise and admiration, Liang smiled calmly and returned to bed. Stay calm. This is just where we are. To be honest, he was actually looking forward to the scene after maxing out his attribute values in the future. I just don't know whether the system's full attribute is 100 points or 1000 points, or whether there is no upper limit at all. If he could reach the speed of the Flash, almost no one would be able to threaten him in the Doomsday. After all, as long as you run fast enough, not only bullets but even missiles can't hit you. With beauties on both sides and one giving her a massage, they are surrounded by the fragrance and feel so comfortable. This is not the end of the world, this is clearly heaven. Afterwards, Liang took out the FN510 Tactical Silenced Pistol without any hesitation. Gun. The moment the pistol appeared, Liang could clearly feel Suyang and the others' bodies tremble. He was obviously shocked at how the gun appeared and how Liang got the gun in China, where gun prohibition is the strictest. But he didn't explain. No explanation needed. At this time, maintaining a sense of mystery would only make the three women feel that he was unfathomable. As for betrayal, does not exist. Once the system records the information, if there is any second thought, the system will immediately give a warning. This silenced pistol, called FN510 Tactical, has tough and smooth lines on its body, a black main body, and comes with a long silencer. The magazine holds 22 rounds and uses 10mm auto bullets. The gun body is made of polymer material with a special anti-slip texture, which is very suitable for a novice like Liang who has never used a pistol. After playing with it for a while, Liang put it into the different space. When I am free in the afternoon, I will give it a try. Although he now has a pistol, accuracy is a big problem. Throughout the ages, being able to shoot is a basic skill, but whether you can hit the target is the key. If you can't hit the zombies, a pistol is no better than a longer fire poker. Thinking in his mind, Liang opened the different space and put the pistol in it. The alien space was 30 cubic meters, roughly equivalent to a small bedroom. It was completely white, and there was nothing in it except the pistol he had just put in. The sudden disappearance of the pistol again made Suyang and the other two rub their eyes, finding it even more incredible. In their eyes, Liang suddenly became mysterious. At this moment, an idea emerged in Suyang and the other two's minds. They used to be so ridiculous. He is so blind that he dares to yell at Liang. Fortunately, Liang is kind-hearted, otherwise, the three of them would have probably gone to see the king of hell long ago. Brother Li, you are so nice. Ding! Obtained 1 item treasure chest. Automatically stored in inventory. When the time came to 12 o'clock, Liang's stomach was growling with hunger, but he only got a prop treasure chest. This explosion rate. Is this right? Liang took the treasure chest in his hand and opened it directly. A flash of white light. Ding! Congratulations to their host, you have obtained 600 milliliters of mineral water 1. Mineral water. Looking at the bottle of mineral water in his hand, Liang raised his eyebrows. Not bad. Before long, clean water will be a problem for everyone, and it will come in handy. Moreover, while opening the prop treasure chest, Leon discovered that the prop treasure chest and the flashing light when it was opened were invisible to anyone except himself. But the props that are opened can be seen by others. Okay, stop making a fuss and go make me a bucket of instant noodles. Liang handed the bottle of mineral water in his hand to a certain man, gave an instruction, and picked up the mobile phone beside him. It's time to get the latest information from the outside world. As Douyin opened, a video immediately popped up. The world's population has dropped by about 80%, zombies are rampant, and some small towns have almost no survivors. It turned out to be a short video once released by official media. There should be no problem with authenticity. A wave of zombies broke out, and 80% of the living people were killed. TSK. Liang couldn't help but be shocked. This is too cruel. Shaking his head, he slid to the next video. I was stunned immediately. The video was sent from the medical university where he is studying. At the beginning of the video, a graceful figure instantly attracted Liang's attention. Chapter 8, Royal Sister Professor. Oh my god, a top-notch queen. For a moment, Liang couldn't take his eyes away. Judging from his attire and temperament, he should be a teacher in the school. Although she looked a little haggard, it couldn't hide her stunning beauty. In the video, the woman did not look panicked and her speech was clear. Her inky long hair was casually tied behind her head, with a few strands of hair falling beside her fair cheeks, full of charm. Her face is like a carefully carved work of art, and her skin is as white as snow and as smooth as a baby's. The slim-fitting professional OL suit, a simple white shirt paired with a navy blue straight suit skirt, outlines a graceful figure. The collar of the shirt is slightly open, revealing the slender white neck, adding just the right amount of casualness and elegance. Looking down, there is the precipitous mountain-like bulge on the chest, which is so abnormally large that it stretches the clothes tightly and seems to be about to burst out. The waist is slender, not even enough to be held in one hand. Under the knee-length suit skirt is a pair of straight and slender beautiful legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings. The black stiletto high heels on the jade feet add a touch of royal sister's flavor. The perfect face, the best figure, and this flesh-colored OL uniform are enough to attract any man's attention. As Leon looked at it, the attribute box appeared. Name, Ji Minli. Age, 29. Appearance, 96. Height, 96. Charge times, 0. Occupation, university professor. Genius cannot be judged by common sense. Possible attribute points, agility. Items that can be dropped, large generator 1. Continuously drops upgrade components, no upgrade limit. Special ability that can be dropped, neural overclocking LV.1 ability level, 19, ability upgrade materials, crystal core unique to zombies. Neural overclocking mainly acts on the human nervous system, which can greatly improve the speed of nerve reaction and information processing. Including but not limited to. Quick to react, able to sense enemy attacks at extremely high speeds and quickly dodge or block. The brain quickly sends commands to the muscles, allowing the body to make faster and more accurate attack movements than ordinary people. Learning ability is enhanced, and various information can be received and processed quickly. When reading, the content of text can be quickly understood, and the speed of learning new knowledge is greatly improved. They have a keen sense of the environment and can quickly detect subtle changes in the surrounding environment and discover hidden dangers in a timely manner. Note, the first drop rate of the corresponding attribute points is 100%, with a certain probability of critical hit, and attribute points can be obtained continuously in the future with a random probability. I'm Chow. Superpowers. After reading the attribute box, Liang's eyes widened. He was worrying about how to acquire superpowers. I didn't expect it to be so easy. There is a super lady professor in the school who has supernatural powers. 29-year-old professor. This gold content. Get it. Must get it. To all the surviving students, if you are short of food and water, you can go to the school's first cafeteria if you can ensure your safety. There are enough supplies here for everyone to hold on until rescue arrives. At the end of the video, the beautiful teacher paused for a moment before she spoke. As for those students who have awakened special abilities, if their high fever persists, please do not panic. Everything is normal. When the video ended, Su-yang and the other two just handed over the instant noodles. How far is the first canteen from us? Liang took the instant noodles, sipped it, and asked. First cafeteria. The three were a little surprised why Liang suddenly asked this. Su-yang thought about it and answered first. The first canteen is not too far from us, about 300 meters away, which only takes 3 to 5 minutes to walk. 300 meters. After getting the answer, Liang narrowed his eyes. Normally, it was not too far away. But now there are zombies everywhere, and it's not easy to get through. And the fact that he was currently on the 6th floor of his dormitory added a lot of difficulty. Time waits for no one. We must start cleaning up the zombies in the dormitory building this afternoon. Liang made a decision instantly. While cleaning, collect as many supplies as possible. In the different space, there is no such thing as expired food. He is determined to obtain this neural overclocking ability. Since the system calls it a special ability, its importance is self-evident. Moreover, neural overclocking and the system's attribute points are a perfect match. Originally, Liang was a little worried that his attribute points would increase too quickly, but his brain would not be able to react quickly enough. You can imagine what would happen if a person's speed was as fast as lightning but his brain was slow to react. Died by hitting the wall. But once you have the ability of neural overclocking, all of this will no longer be a problem. On the contrary, when the two are combined, they can fully exert the power of 1 plus 1 being greater than 2. Genuinely, there is no room for error. With a plan in mind, Liang came back to his senses and looked at Su-yang and the other two who were staring at the instant noodles and swallowing their saliva, and he felt happy. In just over a day, the three originally arrogant fairies were trained by him into this state. The end of the world is better. Mai Mai took a sip of the soup, and Liang handed her the remaining instant noodle soup. In an instant, Su-yang and the other two felt as if they had found a treasure. They walked aside carefully and began to taste it in small sips. TSK. Seeing this scene, Liang raised the corner of his mouth and continued to watch the video. After a while, the three of them, who had drunk up all the soup, returned to the bed obediently and massaged his legs and shoulders. Half an hour later, Liang, who had already watched hundreds of videos, put down his phone and began to summarize information from the outside world. First, government rescue is still a long way off. The zombie outbreak is global, with zombies appearing all over the world at the same time. The military is the hardest hit. According to known information, most of the armies of countries around the world were almost wiped out. Fortunately, civilians in some countries still have hot weapons to protect themselves. There is strength in numbers, and if they are organized, they can barely form effective fire defense and rescue operations. But China? We can only leave it to fate. Secondly, after the zombie outbreak, most areas began to lose water and electricity as the power infrastructure stopped functioning. Logically, in this case, all network equipment should also stop working. But strangely, in some areas where power has been cut off, people can still use the internet, watch short videos, and use short video apps to communicate with each other. This is totally against common sense. At last, a large number of people with extraordinary powers, possessing incredible powers, have sprung up all over the world. Fire, ice, lightning and more. In addition, some people can use the power of the wind to achieve short-term flight. But the sky is not safe. Many zombie birds dominated the sky, flying in groups to their deaths. There are also a few people with special abilities appearing at the medical university. He has even started recruiting soldiers and followers, and has boasted that he will eliminate all the zombies in the university and take over the entire medical university. Idiot. Liang couldn't help but curse in his heart. There are tens of thousands of teachers and students in the entire medical university. It is not so easy to clean them up. Don't let it get to the point where there aren't even a few people left alive. Liang's improvement in strength currently depends entirely on the inclusion of new goddesses. Their method of brushing attributes is too slow and the explosion rate is too low. The only way to become stronger quickly is to collect new goddesses and rely on the guarantee. Therefore, he could only hope that these idiots would not do anything too extreme. Of course, the others died and so did they. Just don't bring his beautiful teacher along. Chapter 9, Search the Dormitory Building. After a nap. Full of energy. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Liang wrapped some books with tape around his arms, thighs and other parts that were easily bitten by zombies. As for Su Yang and the other two, they have been included in the system, so there is no possibility of betrayal and no worries. If I'm surrounded and chased by zombies, you know what to do, right? Before leaving, Liang asked in a deep voice. Throw things downstairs, make noise, scream loudly, and attract zombies. The three girls looked at each other and said in unison. Very good. Liang nodded, quite satisfied. After giving some instructions on how to handle some other emergencies, he looked through the peephole and saw that there were no zombies outside for the time being. Liang opened the door, held the FN 510 tightly in his hand, and walked out quietly. If he wants to live comfortably in the Doomsday, he must seize the opportunity, keep getting stronger, and surpass everyone else in strength. It's not okay to just stay in the dormitory and live off the food. The system's goddess collection function also requires him to constantly look for new objects to be included. As the dormitory door behind him slowly closed, Liang took a deep breath, tightened the FN 510 in his hand, and took the first step. Dormitory 601 is located at the staircase. Looking around, the entire dormitory corridor was covered with brown bloodstains, and occasionally some human body parts, feces and urine. The only thing I didn't see was any zombies. It is likely that she was attracted by the boy who saved someone in the morning. Liang endured the stench and walked carefully to the dormitory next door. The door is not closed. He took out a long knife and a special makeup mirror from the space, and used the tip of the knife to observe the environment inside dormitory 602. The chairs were in disarray, and the floor was littered with books and clothes that were covered with footprints, showing the panic of the people who had fled the dormitory before. There are no zombies in any corner of the dormitory. Safety. Holding the knife handle tightly, Liang entered carefully. After confirming that there were no zombies in the bathroom and the balcony, he began to search for supplies. Instant noodles 3, spicy noodles 5, wife cakes 1 box, sanitary napkins 16, purified water 1 bucket, electric toy 1, offspring isolation bags 5, children's burp pills 1 bottle. After a thorough search, we found quite a few. I can only say that this is worthy of being a girls' dormitory. In addition to various snacks, some weird personal toys also opened Liang's eyes. Then, 603, 604, 605. It took him nearly an hour to search the entire 6th floor dormitory. In the space, various foods slowly piled up into a small mountain, enough for 4 adults to eat for 2 or 3 days. There are also many power banks and electronic products. After a tiring time, Liang found a chair in the last dormitory and sat down, rested for a while, and ate something. Then, go downstairs and continue. He planned to spend the afternoon searching the 5th and 6th floors and clearing out the zombies. The stairwell of the dormitory building was quite spacious. The steps were stained with blood. In addition to some scattered books, Liang also saw a pair of pink panties soaked in blood. He didn't know how they fell out. Just arrived at the 5th floor. At the corner of the stairs, Liang leaned forward to take a look, but was immediately startled and immediately retracted his gaze. Bad news, there are zombies in the corridor. Good news, there's only one. At this moment, a female zombie in a white dress was wandering in front of the iron gate of the dormitory with house number 506. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth that had not yet dried. Someone got bit not long ago. Liang's heart sank. In this case, he had to be extremely careful. Once the noise is made, the other zombies in the dormitory building will definitely be attracted over. If the number is too large, he can only sacrifice the pawn to save the king, using Suyang and the other two as bait to create a glimmer of hope for himself. Carefully took out the silenced pistol from the space. Before setting off, he also searched for some tutorials on how to use a pistol. The distance between the man and the corpse was about 7 or 8 meters. Liang took a deep breath, thinking about the movements in the video tutorial, holding the gun with both hands, aimed at the zombie's head through their sights, and pulled the trigger without much hesitation. Puff. The sound is very small, dull and short. In the distance, the zombie's head tilted, and some sticky black and white rotten flesh and grey-green brain tissue splashed out of its head, and then it fell to the ground. Hit. It was the first time he shot and killed someone, even though it was a zombie, but Leon's heart still accelerated uncontrollably, pounding non-stop. Fortunately, those restricted movies I watched on weekdays were not in vain. He did not feel nauseous or vomiting. Instead, I was somewhat excited. Taking a deep breath, Liang tried to calm himself down as quickly as possible. At the critical moment, you can't let down your guard. The zombie was killed with one blow. But Liang did not go out immediately. Instead, he waited quietly for a minute. Seeing that no other accidents occurred, he walked out carefully. Safety. Keep searching for supplies. The closest one was 501 at the stairwell. The iron door of the dormitory was tightly closed. Liang tried to push it, but a vigilant female voice came from inside. Who? Are there any living people? Liang was shocked and turned around and walked away without any intention of communicating, heading towards room 502 next door. In the end times, you must be wary of any living person. His main purpose today was to loot supplies, clear out the zombies, and open up a path to the cafeteria. Saving people was not part of his plan. But what Liang didn't expect was that just as he was about to enter 502 to search for supplies, the iron door behind him quietly opened, and a head cautiously stretched out, tremblingly saying, "Excuse me, are you a rescue worker?" Liang turned around upon hearing this, and was about to deny it, but when he saw the face of the girl in front of him, his eyes immediately lit up. "I Blanche. Beautiful girl." At the same time, the system properties box appears. Name, Su Jinru. Age, 21. Appearance, 91. Height, 94. Charge times, 0. Occupation, sophomore student at a medical university. Attribute points that can be dropped, speed. Items that can be dropped, a set of portable kitchen utensils. Special ability that can be dropped, water-related ability. Note, the first drop rate of the corresponding attribute points is 100%, with a certain probability of critical hit, and attribute points can be obtained continuously in the future with a random probability. Su Jinru? One of the top 10 beauties in the medical university. Relevant information about Su Jinru suddenly emerged in Liang's mind. When he was watching short videos before, he saw information about the beauties at various medical universities. The end of the world is coming. Someone made a video and posted it with the top 10 campus beauties and related information. Before the end of the world, everyone has the desire to commit crimes but not the courage to do so. After all, the laws and regulations are there. Abiding by laws and regulations is what every qualified citizen should do. But now zombies are rampant and order has long collapsed. As long as you have the strength, it is not impossible to collect 10 of the top 10 school beauties and enjoy the blessing of having many women, let alone one. Su Jinru is the only petite and cute girl among the top 10 campus beauties, a little lowly with a baby face and big breasts. I heard that his family background is pretty good, and his father seems to be a military leader. Sorry, I'm not a rescue worker. Liang shook his head, watching the light of hope in the eyes of the top-notch lowly in front of him gradually extinguished. His expression was depressed, the corners of his mouth rose, and his tone changed. But I can let you live. In principle, in the last days, a saintly heart is not desirable. Liang naturally understood this principle. But the one standing in front of him now is a busty lowly with special powers and a minimum living allowance that allows him to infinitely brush up his attributes. What are the principles? This is the principle. Save. Must save. Chapter 10. The first superpower. Survive. After hearing what Liang said, Su Jinru's expression moved, and a glimmer of hope emerged in her heart again. Ever since the riots happened yesterday and zombies appeared, the first thing she did was call her father, who was in the army. On the other end of the phone, gunshots were heard. Her father told her that the situation was serious and the zombies were completely out of control. He asked her to hide in the school and wait for him to come to rescue her later. Then the call was disconnected. Fortunately, she was the only one in the dormitory at that time. After hanging up the phone, Sujinru immediately closed the iron door of the dormitory. But accidents never happen. In the afternoon, she suddenly developed a high fever and a splitting headache. Just when she thought she was going to die. After enduring a night of hard work, the high fever miraculously subsided naturally. She survived. It seems that the so-called supernatural powers have been awakened. Because there was not enough food in the dormitory, she was already starving by this time. Otherwise, she wouldn't have boldly opened the iron gate when she saw someone appear. Hunger, it's so painful. Big brother, do you have anything to eat? Because Liang looked very kind, Sujinru finally mustered up the courage to make this somewhat excessive request. After she finished speaking, her face turned red, a little embarrassed, and she quickly added, I know this request is a bit excessive, but please believe me, I will definitely return it to you in the future. To her surprise, Liang readily agreed. No problem. But before she could be happy, Liang changed the subject. But now that the end of the world has come, I don't need to explain the importance of food. Words are not enough. Do you have anything to exchange with me? In other words, why should I trust you? After hearing this, Sujinru fell silent for a long time. Then she said, I don't have anything to exchange with you, but I can make drinkable water. Creating water? A supernatural power. Hearing this, Liang's heart moved, and he remembered the contents of the system properties box he had just seen. The special ability that Sujinru can drop is water-related ability. But what he didn't expect was that the water-based ability could actually create water directly instead of controlling it. According to this logic, the beautiful professor in the cafeteria's special ability is neural overclocking. At this moment, Liang understood. The special abilities that can be dropped are actually the supernatural powers that they themselves possess. Coming back to his senses, he looked at Sujinru, who was pursing her lips, and the more he looked, the more surprised he became. Body, perfect. The ability to create water is even better. Water is the source of life. It is midsummer now. If you don't take a shower for 2 days, you will stink all over. Making water solved Liang's urgent problem. After all, no matter how beautiful the school belle is, if she has taken a shower for several days and smells of sweat, he won't be able to bring himself to eat her. Not to mention brushing attributes. Student, being able to create water is not enough. Although he was surprised in his heart, on the surface, Liang shook his head, looking like he didn't care much. Although water is important, it cannot replace food. Besides, I'm afraid you can't produce much water every day. Hearing this, Sujinru couldn't help but lower her head guiltily. Liang was not wrong. Although she can use her supernatural power to create water, it consumes a lot of physical energy. Currently, her limit is 1 small bucket per day. Of course, if there is enough food supply, it can be doubled or tripled. Seeing Sujinru standing there in a daze, pursing her lips and being speechless, Liang felt happy. Such a simple girl is rare. There is no rebuttal at all. Forget it. I'm a kind person. Go back to your room first. I'll take you away later. Waving his hands, Liang looked as if he had suffered a great loss and spoke. Thank you, thank you. Hearing this, Sujinru's eyes instantly became moist, and she was so moved. You are such a good man. Don't. Liang quickly stopped her. He didn't want to be a good guy. I have something else to do, I'll come find you later. After telling the big-breasted loli to stay in the dormitory, Liang seized the opportunity and walked towards the dormitory next door. Following the order of dormitory house numbers, Liang spent about an hour and a half to search the entire 5th floor of the dormitory thoroughly. Of course, he didn't go to room 506, or even knock on the door. Safety first. If I'm not mistaken, the people in the dormitory have probably turned into zombies. There is no need to take risks. When they returned to dormitory 501, Sujinru opened the door and walked out impatiently without waiting for Liang to knock on the door. Come with me. After giving the order, Liang took the lead and went upstairs. Dormitory 601. The moment they saw Sujinru, Suyarn and the other two had hostility in their eyes. Sujinru, what are you doing here? One more person means one more portion of food is consumed. The busty lowly lowered her head, looking at a loss. I brought her here. What? Do you have any objections? Liang couldn't help but frown. No, no, Brother Li, we are. Hearing this, Su Yang and the other two quickly waved their hands, wanting to explain. Okay, stop talking nonsense and go make some instant noodles. After returning to the dormitory, Liang, who had worked hard for the whole afternoon, lay down directly on the bed. Okay, Brother Li, let's go now. How could Su Yang and the other two dare to have any objections? They nodded quickly and got busy. This scene immediately surprised Su Jinru. She naturally knew that Su Yang and the other two were among the top 10 campus beauties. But it didn't happen. They used to be so arrogant and look down on men, but now they obeyed Liang's words. I heard that several famous local rich second generations pursued the three people in the dormitory for half a year but failed to win them over. Don't call me Brother Li anymore, it doesn't sound nice. Call me Master, do you understand? At this time, Liang's lazy voice came from the bed. Yes, Master. At this moment, Su Yang and the other two who were eating instant noodles were all shocked. They agreed without any hesitation and seemed extremely well behaved. Owner. Su Jinru's face turned red. She was born into a military family with strict family traditions. She couldn't help blushing just by hearing her master's explicit words. Soon, the instant noodles were ready. The aroma of food instantly filled the dormitory. Gurgle. At this moment, Su Jinru's stomach growled uncontrollably. The other three women were also drooling, staring at the 3 buckets of instant noodles on the table. But this is not the end. The next moment, in the shocked eyes of the 4 people, Liang waved his hand and a large amount of food suddenly appeared on the table. Spicy strips, potato chips, chocolate, biscuits, and even self-heating hot pot and rice. This is. The 4 girls' eyes widened immediately, and they were stunned. So much food. Is there any supernatural power that can create food? Because mobile phones have internet access, they probably also understand the changes that have taken place in the world, and many people have awakened so-called superpowers. But compared to Leon's abilities, other people's abilities are simply not worth mentioning. Now, let me tell you my rules. Seeing the 4 people's shocked eyes full of desire for food, Liang raised the corner of his mouth and looked at the 4 top school beauties in front of him. And in turn, a JK schoolgirl, a beautiful anchor, and a big-breasted loli. If you want to eat, you can. If you want to eat your fill, you can too. I can take care of the food, you don't have to worry about it, but. At this point, Liang emphasized, everything requires you to pay a corresponding price, which means an equal exchange. Do you understand? Equivalent exchange. As soon as these 4 words came out, Su Yang and the other two understood everything clearly. He nodded quickly, we will listen to the master from now on. As long as the master likes us, we can do anything tilde. For them, the end of the world is approaching and dangers are lurking everywhere. Being able to stay with Liang and have food and clothing is something they have always wanted. Very good. Liang nodded in satisfaction, his eyes falling on Su Jinru who looked troubled. What about you, Su? I? Su Jinru pursed her lips, the word no was on the tip of her tongue, but she couldn't say it. So shameful. But the piles of food on the table not far away made her drool. After a while, Su Jin's soft voice was heard. I would like to do that too. Chapter 11 Improve your strength. Very good. Liang got the answer he wanted, chuckled, and said. You can eat whatever you want now. As for food, he is no longer short of it. After just searching 2 floors, the accumulated food was enough for 5 people to eat for 10 days. I can only say that it is worthy of being a girls' dormitory, with all kinds of snacks available in boxes. As for what to do after 10 days. By then, Liang estimated that he had already taken over the first canteen not far away, where there was a large amount of food. Therefore, he did not impose any restrictions on food consumption. Another point is that if 4 such beautiful school beauties with excellent touch were to starve to death, it would only dampen his enthusiasm for obtaining props chests and attribute points. Lying in bed without saying a word, what's the difference between you and a doll? After eating, everyone has the energy to exercise together and cooperate with each other, which makes it fun. Master, you eat first. Although Liang had already asked the 4 girls to eat first. But no one dared to move first, and Su Yang was even sensible enough to hand over the instant noodles first. Jiangxi and Lin Yuxian were also busy peeling eggs and sausages. Master, the instant noodles are too hot. Eat my peeled boiled eggs first. Boiled eggs are unhealthy, Master tilde eat the sausage in my hand first tilde. Master, I've already cooled the instant noodles. Don't listen to their nonsense. Just eat the instant noodles to fill your stomach first. Su Jinru stared at the scene blankly and was dumbfounded again. Is this a fight for favor? The three school beauties who were once high and mighty and looked down on men are now like puppies, wagging their tails and begging for mercy from a man. Liang was lying on the bed, browsing his phone, enjoying the service of three school beauties. Seeing Su Jinru still standing there motionless, he couldn't help but frown. Why are you standing there? Go eat and eat your fill. Good. Su Jinru responded in a low voice, and under the envious gazes of Su Yang and the other two, she tore open a bag of potato chips and began to eat them in small bites. Master tilde, why can she eat first? This is not fair. That's right, Master. Why should she eat first? Woo woo woo, then we want to eat too. Seeing Su Jinru eating with gusto, Su Yang felt jealous and immediately started making a fuss. Liang frowned and got angry. I said she can eat it, so she can eat it. Liang looked unfriendly, staring at Su Yang and the other two, and warned them. Remember your identities. No matter when, what I say is an imperial decree. What you need to do is to execute it, not to question it. Do you understand? Yes, Master, we were wrong. Faced with Liang's sudden anger, the four people in the dormitory were silent for a moment. Su Yang was so scared that Liang would kick her out of the dormitory, so she kept admitting her mistakes. Master, I was wrong. I will never do it again. Okay, serve me well from now on. Don't do this again. Got it. After getting angry, Liang's tone suddenly became gentle again and he smiled. Yes. Su Yang's face was full of panic, and he nodded repeatedly. Such a Liang did not make her feel gentle, but made her feel more scared. Okay, let's go eat something. By the way, Su, remember to fill your stomach. I still need to test your abilities later. Liang looked at Su Jinru and spoke softly, but she was so scared that she nodded repeatedly. Yes, Master. Although it was intermittent, I finally said it. Good boy tilde. After giving the compliment, Liang turned his attention back to the phone in his hand. A few women, you can teach them a lesson at will. The development of the situation in the outside world after the end of the world is the top priority. A lot of things happened in the afternoon. The first is the medical university where he works, and the several supernatural people who had previously clamored to regain lost territory and eliminate the zombies. In one afternoon, 3 were killed and 2 were left, and the entire army was almost wiped out. Faced with the terrifying horde of zombies, the current psychics have no power to fight back at all. It can only be said that it was expected. Among the 2 surviving mutants, one is a physical education teacher with a strength mutation who can lift 5 times his own body weight with ease. One is a senior student and the president of the school's student union. He can condense fireballs with his hands, which are quite powerful. As for the beautiful professor that Liang had been thinking about, she was well hidden. He never went out on adventures, nor did he reveal the fact that he possessed special powers. Then comes the outside world. There is a military base 50 kilometers away from the medical university. An hour ago, the military base announced the establishment of a safe zone to accommodate nearby survivors and fight against the zombies together. At the same time, a large number of safe zones were announced in various parts of China. But it should be noted that we only take people in, not rescue them. When the zombies broke out, the army was the hardest hit. The number of soldiers was stretched to the limit, and they could not spare any manpower for rescue. It is not easy to announce the establishment of a safe zone. In addition, one of the major powers on the blue planet has been lost. At the same time as the zombie outbreak, nearly 100 active volcanoes erupted in the country. The country's territory was filled with volcanic magma, and the country was directly declared destroyed. Then there is the beautiful country across the ocean. The country was not destroyed. But there is one state missing. This state is not large in area but has a dense population. After the zombie outbreak, the infection spread extremely quickly. In just one day, almost all living people were killed. So, the current president of the United States dropped a nuclear bomb directly there. The United States has signed an agreement to prevent zombies from spreading to other states. The result was that although the nuclear bomb wiped out the area, nearly 90% of the zombies were killed. But the surviving zombies all underwent horrible mutations due to nuclear radiation. This also teaches a lesson to countries around the world. Nuclear bombs have little effect on zombies. Not only will it fail to solve the problem, but it will cause more serious consequences. Today, the level of evolution of zombies in North America is far ahead of the rest of the world. If zombies could talk, they would probably have to thank Comrade President for sending them a nuclear bomb. The countries least affected by zombies are some sparsely populated countries in Europe. Small population, advanced technology. After the zombie outbreak, many people hid in the mountains and forests and survived. Well, the whole city is expected to have a power outage tomorrow. Finally, Liang saw a notice from the local power supply bureau. This is not surprising. The end of the world is almost here for 2 days, and the power supply should be cut off. China is already very impressive for being able to hold out for this long. As for other countries, most of them lost electricity 2 hours after the end of the world. What's worse, there was no electricity this morning. The only thing is that there seems to be something wrong with the mobile network. Looking at the full 5G signal on his phone, Liang felt more and more strange. This is outrageous. How can there be internet even when there is no electricity? Is this right? Of course, there are benefits to staying connected. At least you can know the information from the outside world at any time. After muttering to himself for a while, Liang shook his head and stopped worrying about it. Where there is internet, there is an internet cafe. Next, it's time to improve your own strength. Thinking of this, Liang couldn't help but turn his gaze to Sujinru, who had finished eating and was staring at the sunset outside the window in a daze. At this moment, the top-notch loli is as beautiful as a character in an anime. Her long, shiny, smooth hair fell freely, with a few strands playfully sticking to her porcelain white cheeks. The palm-sized face still has some baby fat, a round chin, and pink lips that are fresh and tender. She was wearing a light blue floral dress with puff sleeves that gently covered her fair arms. The waist-hugging design perfectly outlined her slender waist, which formed a sharp contrast with her proud and plump breasts. As he watched, Liang became a little eager to try. Of course, God knows clearly that he didn't want to get on base just because of Sujinru's beauty. To be honest, the best loli is just like that. Liang muttered to himself. He mainly likes the thrill of becoming stronger. Outside, as the sun gradually sets, darkness begins to cover the earth. Chapter 12 Water Making Technique plus Food Gift Pack. Student Su, come here. Liang suddenly spoke up and smiled. Sujinru, who was sitting by the window, was shocked, and quickly stood up and walked over obediently. Looking up from Liang's perspective, 2 protruding semicircles appeared in front of him, creating a visually suffocating feeling. Are you full? Liang smiled slightly. I'm full. Thank you, master. Sujinru stuttered, and when the word master came out of her mouth, her face suddenly turned red. It's good to be full. Liang couldn't help but touch the little face and said softly. Okay, come onto the bed. Bed. Hearing this, Sujinru's heart started pounding and her heart rate soared instantly. How could she not know, as an adult, that having sex is not a noun, but a verb? Of course, after eating, we need to exercise to maintain a perfect figure, right? Liang looked at him wantonly and aggressively. You medical students should all know this, right? Sujinru lowered her head when she heard that, and after a while, nodded shyly. When she was in the most desperate moment and about to starve to death, it was Liang who saved her from the hands of death. Besides, she had agreed to it before. Sports. Then let us exercise. Bite. Ding. Congratulations to their host, you have gained 2 points of speed attribute. Ding. Congratulations to their host, you have obtained a set of kitchen utensils. Stove 1, small liquefied gas tank 1, pot, knife and cutting board 1, bowls and chopsticks 10. The items have been automatically stored in the different space. Ding. Congratulations to their host for obtaining a special ability, water-related abilities. Ding. Congratulations to their host, Goddess Suyang dropped a prop treasure chest 1. Ding. Congratulations to their host, Goddess Lin Yuxian dropped 1 physical attribute point. An hour later, with the battle over, the four women collapsed on the bed in a twisted state. Liang listened to the system prompts ringing in his ears, and he felt refreshed both physically and mentally. After a while, 3 attribute points were obtained. Kitchenware, attribute points, treasure chests, and superpowers. Counting the dropped rewards, Liang felt very satisfied. He liked the feeling of being flooded with rewards. Gurgle. At this time, my stomach began to protest. A lot of physical exertion. I'm hungry. Rubbing his stomach, Liang looked at the dropped kitchenware rewards, and all kinds of home-cooked dishes with a hint of homely flavor inevitably emerged in his mind. Stir-fried pork with green pepper, sweet and sour spare ribs, braised pork, twice-cooked pork. Have another bite of hot rice. Satisfy. Unfortunately, now that the end of the world has come, we can only survive on instant noodles and fast food. A bird came out of his mouth. Shaking his head, Liang came to his senses and thought, forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. It's time to shed dog water. Turn your attention to water-related abilities. Although he currently possesses superpowers, there is nothing unusual about his body. I heard that other people with special abilities would have a high fever before their abilities awaken. The more powerful the ability, the longer the fever will last. Now that the end of the world has come, there is no way to go to the hospital. Many people even died directly from high fever. But the existence of the system helped Liang skip this step, making it completely safe. But what bothers him now is, how should I use this ability? For example, making water. As soon as this thought came to his mind, the next moment, Liang stretched out his hands almost instinctively. In the dark dormitory, a faint blue light suddenly appeared. With a jerk, the 4 girls who were originally lying on the bed suddenly sat up, their eyes widened in shock. Su Jinru opened her mouth wide with an expression of disbelief. This familiar light. Without waiting for her to think about it, Liang's hands were completely covered by blue light. The rich blue light gradually gathered and began to surge and flicker as if it had life. As time passed, the blue light became more and more dazzling, and wisps of water vapor spread out from the palm of the hand, interweaving and converging in the air. As the water vapor became thicker and thicker, it eventually formed crystal clear water droplets. Awesome! Looking at the small pool of clear water that appeared out of thin air in his hand, Liang couldn't suppress his inner excitement. Water. Clear water. This means that in the future, no matter how bad the environment is, he will no longer have to worry about water problems. On the side, Suyang and the other 2 were stunned by this scene. Su Jinru rubbed her eyes, wondering if she had seen it wrong. The master can actually create water out of thin air. Suyang, drink it. At this time, Liang narrowed his eyes and gave an order. Yes, master. Hearing this, Suyang licked his cracked lips. Although Liang had given out a lot of food before, there was no water. She was already extremely thirsty. Hearing the order, it crawled over quickly, lay on its stomach like a puppy, and put its mouth forward. The moment the clear water entered his mouth, Suyang couldn't help but let out a sigh of satisfaction. Sadly, there was only a small bite. After carefully licking the palm of Liang's hand clean, she looked up reluctantly. Okay, don't bother me. Waving his hands, Leon closed his eyes, and tried to explore other ways to use water-related abilities. But unfortunately, after 5 minutes, nothing was achieved. So far, it seems that the only ability is to create water. It is impossible to control water. Liang didn't take it to heart as he didn't get a satisfactory answer. Anyway, his main combat power at the moment is the FN510 pistol. Opening the system panel, Liang began to add attribute points to himself. After a fierce battle, he gained 2 points of speed attribute and 1 point of stamina attribute. Name, Liang. Age, 23. Strength, 10. Agility, 5. Speed, 11. Strength, 8. Special ability, water-related ability. Weapons, long sword 1, FN510 tactical silenced pistol 21 bullets remaining. Special item, stamina potion 1. The moment the attribute points were added, Liang could clearly feel that his quality had improved a lot. Especially in terms of speed. With a current speed attribute of 11 points, it is no exaggeration to say that he is already one of the fastest runners on Earth. There has also been a slight improvement in physical strength. With 8 points of stamina and the speed attribute, running an ordinary marathon and winning the championship should not be a problem. Finally, Liang took out the treasure chest of props he had obtained and opened it directly. A flash of green light. Bite. Congratulations to the host for getting a random food pack. The food package has been opened automatically. 10 kgs of rice, 5 kgs of fresh beef, 5 potatoes, 2 carrots, 2 tomatoes, 5 green peppers, and some spices. Saved in the space. Fuck. Ingredients. At this moment, Liang, who was hungry, suddenly became energetic. Then he couldn't help swallowing. Damn, finally I don't have to eat instant noodles anymore. If you eat too much fast food, you will feel like vomiting. Only hot and fresh meals are the true meaning of life. Can any one of you cook? Liang retracted his gaze and looked at the 4 women lying on the bed, and asked with a little expectation. Chapter 13 Future Plans. Cook. On the bed, Suyang and the other 2 looked at each other and shook their heads. I can. At this time, Su Jinru raised her hand cautiously. Seeing Liang's gaze, she shyly pulled the quilt aside to cover her chest. You can? Liang was a little surprised. To be honest, among the 4 girls present, Su Jinru had the best family background. As for Su Yang's 3 little fairies, he didn't have any hope in the first place. Well, my mother taught me to cook since I was a child. As Su Jinru spoke, she seemed to have thought of something and her expression became gloomy. So? Liang nodded in understanding. I'll give you a task. What? Cook with these ingredients. Cook. Su Jinru tilted her head when she heard this, a little confused. But master, I don't see any ingredients. Who said there wasn't one? Liang smiled and waved his hand, and a large pile of ingredients instantly appeared on the table next to him. The colorful vegetables dazzled the 4 girls. Wow! So many fruits and vegetables. Carrots, tomatoes, potatoes. This is beef. Wow, there's meat on it. There are seasonings too. This. Master, how did you do this? It's amazing. Su Yang and the other 3 widened their eyes instantly, their eyes full of disbelief. Before he finished speaking, Liang waved his hand again, and in the blink of an eye, a large pile of things appeared on the ground again. Stoves, kitchen utensils, pots and pans, etc. The most exaggerated thing is, there are liquefied natural gas tanks. At this moment, the 4 women were stunned. How did Liang do this? It's incredible. Every time they saw Liang creating something out of thin air, they were greatly shocked. Okay, everything is here. Move to the balcony and have a midnight snack tonight. Close the windows and keep quiet. Liang gave the order calmly. During the day, he had already cleared all the zombies on the 6th floor. The 5th floor was basically cleared as well. Plus, they are located on the top floor, so as long as the doors and windows are closed, cooking won't make much noise. As for the 4 girls' questions about his ability to conjure up all kinds of food out of thin air, he was too lazy to explain, nor did he need to explain. He would not tell anyone about the space. In the end times, everything is his trump card. Okay, master, let's go now. After hearing Liang's order, the 4 girls looked at each other and became excited. They never imagined that they would be able to eat fresh, hot meals after the end of the world. Lying on the bed, watching the 4 girls busy on the balcony, Liang suddenly felt that the dormitory space seemed a little too small. Of course, the bed was too small. For white bodies squeezed together, although the visual effect is excellent, it is not easy to operate. After clearing out all the zombies in the dormitory building and raising your attributes a little bit, it's time to head to the first cafeteria. Liang was thinking about future plans in his mind. Not only is there a lot of space there, but the cafeteria has 5 floors and there is even a cold storage room with all kinds of frozen foods. The most important thing is the top-notch professor who has neural overclocking. Once he acquires the neural overclocking ability, combined with the system attribute points, he will no longer have any worries. There is no such thing as the brain not being able to keep up with the movements. Well, it's better to improve your strength to the point where you can crush others before going. Liang touched his chin and thought steadily. In the Doomsday, swords and guns are indiscriminate, and he doesn't want to die accidentally at the hands of some little Kurami. After all, he is not yet invulnerable. Besides, one needs to be strong enough to conquer that queen professor as quickly as possible. Women all admire strong men. especially in a high-pressure environment like Doomsday, etc. Suddenly, Liang's heart moved, and he remembered the medical university where he was studying. Beijing Medical University. This is the best world-class medical university in China. The school is full of medical students, medical doctors, professors, and even medical experts. Moreover, it also has a large amount of medical supplies. What is the most lacking thing in the end of the world? Food, clean water, and life-saving medicine. Let me give you a simple example of how important medicine is in the apocalypse. Let us say someone has a high fever that won't go away. At this time, half a bottle of antipyretic medicine can save lives. Without medicine, you can basically just wait to die. Once we have enough drugs, a large number of survivors will definitely flock to it. Oh shit. The more Liang thought about it, the more excited he became. As long as I wait until I am strong enough, using the medical university as my doomsday base will be perfect. In the future, we will use the medical university as a starting point to build a shelter, and then gradually expand outward to continuously collect new goddesses. With more people under his command, it would be much easier than for him to find a new goddess alone. In this way, his strength can be continuously and steadily improved. Hiss, it works. Liang slapped his thigh excitedly, nothing wrong. But after the excitement, he quickly calmed down. Ruth took one step at a time. The most urgent task is to clear out the zombies in the dormitory building first and open up a safe path to the first cafeteria. At that time, you can attack or defend. If an accident happens on the road, you can quickly retreat back to the dormitory building. As for now, take a bath first. Recovering his thoughts, Leon stretched out on the bed and went to the bathroom. It was the height of summer, and he hadn't taken a shower for 2 days. Combined with his frequent exercise, his body was already sticky. The bathroom is next to the balcony. When Leon walked to the bathroom, he saw the 4 girls busy preparing food on the balcony. Fortunately, these things are all taken from the system food package, they are very clean, and there is no need to waste precious drinking water to wash them. Although the 3 daughters of Su Yang did not know how to cook, they were not idle. They listened obediently to Su Jinru's orders and did whatever they were told to do. This made Lian very satisfied. He doesn't have time to care about the jealousy among the 4 girls, and it would be best if he could keep it like this. After looking for a while, he walked into the bathroom. The space was not too big, about 10 square meters. Liang picked up a bucket and began to use his water-based abilities to create water. Although there is still a large amount of pure water in the space, it is a strategic resource and cannot be wasted. It must be used to deal with emergencies in the future. As for the tap water, although it has not been cut off yet and is only used for bathing, Liang decided to forget it for safety reasons. He didn't want to be infected and turned into a zombie for no reason. It is better to be safe than sorry. Therefore, only water making is the most appropriate. Besides, he happened to be free and had enough energy at the moment, so he wanted to see the limit of water production and how many milliliters of water could be produced at a time. In the bathroom, a blue light suddenly appeared above Liang's hands. After a while, the blue light became thick and solidified. Drops of water fell into the bucket, and the water level continued to rise. Chapter 14. The only thing you can't miss is the delicious food. Time passes. Liang could clearly feel that his physical strength was being consumed rapidly, and at the same time, his spirit was becoming somewhat sluggish. No. When the water level reached 3/4 of the bucket, the blue light in Liang's hand suddenly disappeared, and he leaned against the bathroom wall involuntarily, feeling dizzy. After a long while, Liang slowly stood up, looked at the clear water in the bucket, and smiled bitterly. It's okay, it's enough for a bath. To be honest, it was quite different from what he had imagined. Originally, I thought it could at least fill a whole bucket. Now it seems that he was overthinking. The good news is that thanks to the bonus to his physical strength, his mental strength has recovered fairly well. After a short break, my brain has regained basic thinking ability. People can also stand up normally. With 8 points of physical strength, his body parts recovery abilities far exceed those of ordinary people. After taking a 5-minute shower, Liang felt refreshed. It's so hot today, I really have to take a shower. I feel totally relaxed. As soon as I came out of the bathroom, the aroma of food hit my nose. Beef and potatoes. Liang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. I saw a large bowl of stewed beef with potatoes was already prepared on the table in the dormitory. The brown-red soup is shiny, with spots of oil floating on the surface. Large chunks of beef are faintly visible, with a rich color. The golden potatoes are hidden in the soup, round and soft, accompanied by the tempting aroma of food. This moment, even Leon couldn't help swallowing. It's delicious. I didn't expect Sujinru to have this skill. Master, the rice is already steamed. Oops. When Sujinru heard the voice, she turned around and saw Liang, who was naked. She quickly covered her eyes and her face turned red. Although she had already had close contact with Liang, she still couldn't be as indifferent as Suyang and the other two. Put your hands down. Seeing Sujinru's shy look, Liang raised the corner of his mouth and gave an order. Yes. Hearing this, although Sujinru's face turned red like an apple, she still put her hand down obediently. The next moment, her ears turned red. I don't know how the master recovered so quickly. Sujinru's heart was beating fast and she couldn't help but have wild thoughts in her mind. You know, there are 4 of them taking turns. This is so amazing. Okay, there's nothing to be shy about. Since the meal isn't ready yet, go take a shower first, all 4 of you, together. Liang shook his head and instructed that he should hurry up to gain attribute points and items and become stronger as soon as possible. Therefore, it is natural to add more frequencies. But the 4 girls haven't taken a shower for 2 days. To be honest, although they are very beautiful, they are a bit shabby. Moreover, if you don't take a bath for a long time, bacteria will easily grow in certain parts of your body, and Liang doesn't want to catch any disease. His current strength has not yet reached the level where he can ignore these things. Take a bath. Hearing this, Sujinru's eyes lit up instantly. In fact, she was already extremely envious when she saw Liang taking a bath just now. But due to his status, he didn't say anything. Really, can I really take a shower? Master, you are so nice. Thank you, Master. At this moment, Suyang and the other 2 couldn't wait to come over, their eyes full of excitement. In the apocalypse, survival is the biggest problem. But now, under Liang's protection, they not only have meat and food to eat, but they can even take a bath. How can they not cheer? In my heart, my original fear of Liang also turned into admiration. Well, you make your own water for washing. Liang nodded calmly, and after that, he ignored them. Take out a large number of power banks from the space and start charging them one by one. Fortunately, there are enough sockets in the dormitory, so there is no need to worry about having no place to charge. There will be a power outage tomorrow. In order to continue using his mobile phone, he must try his best to charge these power banks. When the power of these power banks runs out, if I remember correctly, the top lady in the first cafeteria can drop a generator. It will be connected just in time. After doing all this, Liang took out the bowl and chopsticks from the space, served himself a bowl of rice, sat at the table and started eating while browsing his phone. Delicious. As soon as he picked up a piece of beef and put it in his mouth, Liang's eyes lit up immediately. You know what, it's delicious. He's as good as the hotel's chef. With a gentle sip, the beef melts on the tip of your tongue like snowflakes, and the tender and smooth taste is accompanied by a rich meaty aroma. The potatoes were good too. With a gentle press of the spoon, it turns into a dense paste. When you put it into your mouth, the delicate taste seems to dance on the tip of your tongue. The sweetness of the potato and the umami flavor of the beef blend perfectly. Every bite brings a full sense of happiness. With a light sip, it turns into a warm sweetness that slowly flows down your throat. He took a bite of rice unconsciously and squinted his eyes. And really good. At this moment, Liang thought happily. Fuck your Doomsday, I need to eat. At the same time. First canteen. A burly middle-aged man threw the 2-day-old noodles in his hand to the ground. 2 days. He hasn't had a proper meal for 2 days. Every day he eats leftovers from the cafeteria from 2 days ago. Why should he, a man with superpowers, eat these rotten meals that even dogs wouldn't eat? He wants fresh rice. Teacher Liu, what are you doing? This scene instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the cafeteria hall. Not far away, Jiumanli, who had not eaten for a day, could not help but frown and said unhappily. Teacher Liu, it's okay if you don't eat, but please don't waste food. I wasted food. Liu Jianjun instantly flew into a rage and pointed at the rotten noodles on the ground. You told me this is food. Not even as good as pig food, or. After saying that, he looked at Ji Mingli viciously, with a greedy look flashing across his eyes. Professor Ji, I am a person with special abilities after all. Why should I eat what ordinary people eat? Teacher Liu, I told you when I saved you that people with special abilities do not receive any preferential treatment in the first canteen. If you don't want to, you can choose to leave. Ji Mingli adjusted her glasses and said coldly. Snort. After hearing this, Liu Jianjun was speechless. During the day, if Ji Mingli had not come to his rescue at the critical moment, he would have been overwhelmed by the swarm of zombies. But he won't give up like this. Since it doesn't work openly, he'll do it covertly. There is still a large amount of food stored in the first canteen. As long as Ji Mingli is captured, the food will be enough for him to survive for half a year. Snort. Liu Jianjun snorted in his heart again and looked at Ji Mingli with ill intent, this medical genius doctor who was usually talked about with relish and was unattainable by others. She had a standard S-shaped figure, a pair of long legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, and high heels on her feet. She walked in a swaying manner, with her little butt wiggling back and forth, which made him feel very horny. If I could carry her to the bed, holding up her beautiful legs. As he thought about it, Liu Jianjun bowed somewhat unnaturally. If it were in the past, he would not have dared to have such an idea. But now, it's the end of the world. Chapter 15, Chatting in a Vest. Dear surviving students, there is enough food in the first canteen until rescue arrives. As long as your safety is guaranteed, you are welcome to come. There is no high or low here, and people with special abilities cannot be superior to ordinary people. In short, everyone is welcome. After finishing his meal, Liang lay comfortably on the bed. As I was scrolling, I saw a video sent from the first canteen. But this time it was not the top-notch mature lady he had been dreaming of, but an ordinary classmate. His words were full of satisfaction with the democratic system of the first canteen. Everyone is equal. Liang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The end of the world has come, and there are still people playing like this? Order has collapsed, there is no supervision by violent agencies, and the law has become empty talk. This approach will never work. It seems that he has to hurry up. Otherwise, if someone with special abilities becomes dissatisfied, something could happen at any time. It is not a good thing for the first canteen to implement this system. On the other side, in the bathroom, Su Yang and the other two looked at Su Jinru eagerly. After the previous conversation, they realized that their junior schoolmate Su Jinru could actually create water. This moment made the three of them look at him with admiration. But soon, Su Yang and the other two felt extremely helpless. Their legs were numb from squatting, and the water in the bucket slowly rose to half its capacity. But this is obviously not enough. I can't do it anymore. Su Jinru felt a severe headache and leaned against the wall, feeling a little embarrassed. Half a bucket of water is already her limit. How do we wash this? There are 4 of us. How about just wipe it off? It's the only way. Su Yang and the other two discussed in a low voice. They were all sticky, so if there was no other way, they could only wipe the more important parts. Otherwise, in Doomsday, if you get sick, you basically have to endure it. They have been exercising frequently these 2 days, and although they wipe themselves with toilet paper afterwards, they are still prone to gynecological diseases if they do not pay attention to daily hygiene and clean with clean water. Women are different from men, so they should pay special attention to this aspect. They all studied medicine, so they naturally knew this truth. Fortunately, at this time, Liang, who was lying on the bed watching short videos, so that the 4 girls had not moved, so he got out of bed to check. Seeing this scene, he waved his right hand, and soon, water droplets condensed and fell into the bucket. In less than a minute, the bucket was full. Wow, so awesome. This is too fast. Master is awesome. At this moment, the 4 girls were stunned. Compared to Su Jinru's method of squeezing toothpaste to make water, Liang just waved his hand and the bucket was almost full. It's like a miracle. It is said that there is no harm without comparison. The efficiency is simply heaven and earth. But this also indirectly shows how powerful Liang is. When Su Jinru saw this scene, she was even more shocked. She knows how to create water, so she naturally knows the difficulty involved. His eyes were immediately filled with admiration. The master is really amazing. Okay, hurry up and wash up, then eat and continue. Liang spoke calmly, as if it was just a small matter. But in fact, he himself did not expect that the water production efficiency this time would be so much faster. After a little thought, he understood. Obviously, it's a matter of proficiency. With the previous two experiences, he became much more familiar with the steps of making water. The speed will naturally be faster. It's like doing homework. When faced with a familiar question, everyone can write as if they were inspired. Just glance at the question and you will know the answer. This also means that as his proficiency increases, his water-making efficiency will become higher and higher. One day, you will reach the outrageous level of proficiency as the oil seller in the textbook. After all, he would produce water at least 2 or 3 times a day. Even if it is not used, it will be saved for emergency use if conditions permit. Back in bed, Liang turned on his phone and continued browsing. Short videos are scrolling past one after another. There is basically no useful information. Most of them are videos asking for help from survivors who are struggling in their rooms, and there are also some successful people before the end of the world. The revealing young woman in black stockings, "Someone come and save me, I have 50 million fans on Douyin, I can pay any price, as long as you can save me, you can do whatever you want." The bold rich man wearing a famous watch, "Money. I have a lot of money. Is there anyone with superpowers willing to save me? 1 million. No, 3 million, 5 million. I'll give 5 million. A middle-aged man in a luxurious office, "I am the highest leader in this area. Is there any comrade willing to come to the city government? The compensation is negotiable." As he scrolled through the video one after another, the mockery in Liang's eyes became more and more intense. Internet celebrities, wealthy people, and executives. These are the people that ordinary people like him look up to. But in the face of Doomsday, it's nothing. There are quite a few comments under these videos, but not a single one is willing to save them. At a time like this, money, sex, and power are of no use. The future belongs to the strong. The fittest will survive and the strongest will take all, it's that simple. Shaking his head, Liang was about to put down his phone when suddenly, a short video from nearby caught his eye. Announcement from today on, the Salvation Society is recruiting like-minded friends with special abilities to help each other and get through this most difficult period. Currently, there are 5 members in the society. Everyone is welcome to join us to save this doomsday world. The Salvation Society. Liang raised his eyebrows, thinking, save the world. The video shows a young yellow-haired man, who demonstrated his special abilities after he finished speaking. Metal manipulation. Controlled by his thoughts, tiny flying needles hit the foam block on the opposite side at an extremely fast speed and sank into it. It's very fast and powerful. Liang calculated that this kind of ability should be enough to deal with ordinary people. If you can hit the vital points, you can even kill the person with one blow. But the zombies are terrible. It is too difficult to destroy a zombie's brain instantly with a tiny flying needle. Originally, after reading it, he was ready to leave. But the next moment, the corner of my eye suddenly caught sight of the location where the video was released. It's not far from the medical school. Very close. This moment made Liang alert. He had long regarded the medical university as his own forbidden territory. How can I allow others to sleep soundly beside my bed? Once this so-called Salvation Society becomes powerful in the future, there is no doubt that they will target the medical university. The two are very close to each other, and the medical university has a large number of medical resources. It is no exaggeration to call it a hot commodity. In the Doomsday, fighting is the norm and getting injured is commonplace. Medication is extremely important. No, I have to go in and see what's going on. Thinking of this, Liang immediately clicked on the homepage of this guy called President of the Salvation Society, preparing to contact him privately, ask some questions, and find out the inside story. Judging from the style of some of his previous videos, this guy should be what people call a spirited young man. The phone number is clearly stated on the homepage, and the WeChat ID is the same. But now, although the network signal is normal, the phone can no longer be dialed. Internet apps like Douyin and WeChat can still be used. Click private chat. But the next moment, Liang's hand, which was about to type, suddenly stopped in the air, and something moved in his heart. Etc. It seemed better for him not to show up. It can not only hide yourself, but also paralyze the enemy. Just at this moment, Su Yang's four daughters came out of the bathroom. The clothes were disheveled, the fighting was going on, and it was very touching. But at this moment, Liang had no intention of looking at the picture of the beauty emerging from the bath. He pulled Su Jinru over and handed her the phone. Come here and log into your Douyin account. Chapter 16 Get Inside. As for why Su Jinru was chosen, one reason was that she was a girl, and a school beauty at that, so she could make the other party relax their vigilance. Secondly, in the entire dormitory, besides Liang, only Su Jinru has superpowers. In order to avoid the other party making subsequent verification requests, everything must be prepared in advance. Douyin account. Hearing this, Su Jinru felt a little strange, but she didn't think much about it. She took the phone obediently, and after the facial verification was successful, she logged into her account. Liang took the phone, quickly found the previous page, and clicked on private chat. Hello, I want to join the Salvation Society, are there any requirements? After sending the message, he was about to return to the recommendation page to continue watching other videos, but the next second, his phone dinged and the message was replied immediately. Are you a mutant? Liang raised an eyebrow and quickly replied, yes. Can you make a video to show me? No problem. After replying the message, Liang looked at Su Jinru beside him and said, use the water creation technique. Good. Su Jinru nodded. Liang found an angle, placed the phone in a fixed position, faced Su Jinru, and then nodded, let's start. As soon as the words fell, a ray of blue light appeared in Su Jinru's hand. Soon, water droplets condensed into a small pool of water in the palm of her palm. Okay. Liang nodded and sent the video directly to the other party. Soon, the message came back. Fuck, you're a girl, and a beautiful one at that. Is this the ability to create water? Awesome. Seeing the reply from the other side, Liang smiled slightly. Very good, this is exactly the effect he wanted. Okay, go eat something. Seeing that Su Jinru and the other three girls were still standing there obediently, Liang waved his hand and spoke. Next, they will no longer be needed. Yes, thank you, master. Hearing this, the four girls' eyes lit up and they nodded quickly. The stewed beef with potatoes on the side had already made them salivate, but they did not dare to leave without Liang's permission. Now that they had permission, the four of them quickly picked up their bowls and chopsticks, sat down at the table and started eating. Woohoo, yummy. Smells so good. I didn't expect that I could still have a meal. The master is really amazing. Woo woo woo, thank you master. When the four girls ate the fragrant rice, they narrowed their eyes in delight. Seeing that the four girls had already started eating, Liang turned his attention back to his phone and continued replying. Well, I'm a girl, can I join the saviors now? Of course, now you are our seventh member. The other side responded quickly. 7? Aren't there only 5 of you in the video? Just now, another psychic joined us, so you are the 7th one. Oh, what should I call you? Just call me President. Okay, President. Well, send me the address now. Your water-making ability is very important to us. When the situation allows, we will rescue you as soon as possible. After I sent this message, the other party sent me another video. Our base camp is near the medical university. Do you know Fulu Billiard Hall? There is a lot of space here and there is no shortage of supplies, so you can come here without worry. Fulu Billiard Hall. Seeing this name, Liang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Before the end of the world, he went there to fix the water pipes. The original price was agreed to be 200, but the person in charge only gave 180. So stingy. Of course, the billiard hall is really big. It is a well-known property of the second-generation rich locally. There is even a large supermarket, dance hall, bar, etc. It is a comprehensive billiard hall. There is no shortage of supplies. No wonder they were able to recruit so many people with special abilities so quickly. Okay, I'm a student at the medical university, waiting for the big brothers to rescue me. Liang thought for a moment and revealed his identity. Medical school. Are you a medical student? At this moment, Liang could clearly feel that the yellow-haired man opposite him became excited as he responded. That's great. We were planning to go to the medical university in a while. Now that you can show us the way, it will be much more convenient. Humph. As expected. Seeing the answer from the yellow-haired man opposite him, Liang sneered in his heart. These people have already started to set their sights on the medical university. But it's not surprising. Who wouldn't want such a great place? Now that you have got the answer you wanted. Liang was too lazy to argue with the other party anymore, so he made up an excuse. President, my phone is about to shut down. I'm going to charge it first. We can talk later. Okay, go ahead, be safe, and keep in touch. Wang Mao seemed very enthusiastic and did not forget to show concern. After replying to the message, Liang threw his phone aside, leaned on the pillow, and closed his eyes to rest. Salvation Society. Billiard hall, supplies. Since you are here for the medical university, there is nothing much to say. Enemy. No matter what the other party's purpose is, as long as it infringes on Liang's interests, he is an enemy. No matter how noble the purpose. Find the right time, lure the enemy into the trap, and catch them all in one fell swoop. Liang made a decision instantly. Once we get rid of this group of people from the Salvation Society, we can also obtain a large amount of supplies from the billiard hall. It's a sure profit. On the other side, the 4 girls had just finished their meal. Start to clean up the dishes, wash the dishes and pots, and divide the work consciously. Soon, 4 graceful figures with high spirits stood in front of the bed again, looking at Liang with eyes so happy that it seemed as if tears could flow out of them. Not long. Ding! Congratulations to their host, you have obtained 1 space expansion fragment. Ding! Congratulations to their host, you have obtained FN 510 bullets 22. Ding! Congratulations to their host, you have obtained 2 points of physical strength attribute. Ding! Congratulations to their host, you have gained 1 drop speed attribute point. Ding! Congratulations to their host, you have obtained 1 item treasure chest. Soon after, the midsummer breeze blew into their house through their window. The 4 girls fell into a deep sleep. Liang opened the system panel. Deep blue, add some more. Name, Liang. Age, 23. Strength, 10. Agility, 5. Speed, 12. Physical strength, 10. Special ability, water-related ability. Weapons, long sword 1, FN 510 tactical silence pistol 43 bullets remaining. Special item, stamina potion 1. Adding 2 points of physical strength attribute, the physical strength attribute successfully reaches 10 points. Liang's originally tired body recovered a little in an instant. For a moment, looking at the 4 beauties lying on the bed, he felt eager to do something. Chapter 17, Cafeteria Incident. Calm down, calm down. Liang quickly recited to himself. Too much is as bad as too little. Always have to save some energy just in case. If you really drain all your energy and fall asleep, and if something happens and you can't react, you're doomed. It's the end of the world now, so it's not surprising if any unexpected incidents happen. Steady. Must be steady. You must never look down on everything just because you have a system. After repeatedly warning himself in his heart, Liang turned his gaze to the space fragments dropped by Su-Yan. Space debris, after use, it can expand the space by 100 cubic meters. What? 1 fragment can actually expand the space by 100 cubic meters. Almost 3 times the initial space. Liang was shocked. How big is 100 cubic meters of space? To give an example, it is roughly equivalent to the total interior space of 3 ordinary buses combined. In this way, he doesn't have to worry about not having enough space in the future. Directly select to use. The next moment, the originally white space rumbled and its boundaries expanded slightly outward. It was quite a big noise. Liang was amazed at what he saw, and then took out the prop treasure box dropped by the big-breasted lowly from the storage column. Open. In the dark dormitory, only a flash of purple light was seen. Ding! Congratulations to their host, you have obtained a system-specific drone 1. Upgradable automatically stored in the inventory. Shit! Purple light. Liang's eyes suddenly widened. This was the first time that purple light appeared. And it's a drone. Damn it. This thing is great. He was worried that he didn't have enough means to understand the changes in the surrounding environment. After all, the videos on the internet are not what you see with your own eyes. But now with a drone, he can observe everything on campus at any time. Liang's mind moved, and a small drone suddenly appeared in his hand. Hey, so cool. Looking at the appearance of the drone, Liang couldn't help but touch it. The entire drone is about the size of an adult's palm, with thick arms and 6 foldable mechanical arms distributed under the fuselage. The overall shape is a delta wing butterfly, and the fuselage is made of transparent high-strength unknown material. The complex internal circuits and energy pipelines are clearly visible. Above the fuselage is a spherical sensing tower that can rotate 360 degrees, inlaid with multiple sets of lenses and detectors with different functions. The color is gray, and at night, this little thing is almost invisible to the naked eye. After playing with it for a while, Liang turned his attention to the instruction manual and remote control in his hand. System level for UAV instructions. The effective flight transmission distance of this machine is 10 kilometers. The image is equipped with a hyperspectral 10 million pixel lens, and the image resolution in normal mode is 100,008,000. With a data transmission speed of 100 GB/s, it only takes 0.1 seconds to transmit 10 GB of high-definition image data from the farthest distance, ensuring real-time transmission. The maximum flight altitude is 10,000 meters, and it can fly continuously for 200 hours. It uses solar energy and automatically replenishes the battery. Fuck. Awesome. After reading the detailed description of the drone, Liang exclaimed that the system is indeed a high-tech one. Such a small thing, after taking off, its field of view can completely cover the entire medical university. Of course, you can't fly too high, as it's easy to encounter mutated flying creatures. According to information on the internet, it's relatively safe below 50 meters. The most important thing is the image quality. After zooming in, you can even see an ant on the ground clearly. Liang rolled over and got out of bed, then let it fly out of the window. Try it first. Through the large screen on the remote control, you can clearly see the images of the outside world. Soon, the scene from the first cafeteria was transmitted back. The entire cafeteria has 6 floors, the doors and windows are closed, and the entrances are basically blocked. The survivors all lived on the top floor. There were no curtains, but through the glass, with the help of the pale moonlight and the night vision images transmitted back by the drone, one could barely see what was happening inside. At this time, many people in the cafeteria were holding their stomachs and vomiting continuously. Some people even vomited and suddenly spurted out blood, and then fell to the ground. The beautiful professor ran around with a group of people, extremely anxious but without any idea what to do. Question mark. In the dormitory, Liang couldn't help but frown when watching this scene. What's going on? Food poisoning. But it can't be that serious, right? Would he die from vomiting blood? The person who fell to the ground struggled for a few times and then became motionless. He was most likely dead. Liang couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Beep beep. It's detected that no valid sound can be recorded. Do you want to enable AI lip reading subtitles? At this time, the drone prompt sounded. Does it have this function? Without even thinking, Liang said, turn it on. The next moment, he got the answer through the lip reading subtitles given by the drone AI. Although there is enough food in the canteen, there is not enough water. So, out of desperation, a group of people drank boiled tap water. Nothing happened all day. Unexpectedly, just now, everyone who drank the water began to have adverse reactions. In mild cases, the patient may vomit, and in severe cases, the patient may vomit blood and die. Fortunately, I was cautious. At this moment, Liang couldn't help but feel fortunate that he didn't drink the tap water with the hope of getting away with it. Otherwise, you would be like these people. In the Doomsday, caution is king. Liang became alert again. Surviving is victory. After observing for a while, he controlled the drone and flew away. As long as the beautiful professor in the cafeteria is fine, it's fine if the others die. He didn't feel any grief for the loss of a rabbit. With the night vision function, the drone moves forward and everything on the road is clearly visible. Liang discovered that there were quite a lot of zombies outside the first cafeteria, at least thousands of them. The zombie outbreak occurred shortly after class ended at noon. So this situation was created. The drone flew over the entire medical university, and Liang was not idle either. He found a pen and paper and marked all the dangerous locations under the dim light of his mobile phone screen. Finally, a complete distribution map of zombies in the medical university was created. Well, it's a little bit crude. I guess except Liang, no one else can see it at all. Along the way, he he also discovered that some zombies would actually devour their own kind, but they only ate the brains and were not interested in other parts. Could it be that there is something in the zombies' brains that can make them stronger? At this moment, Liang couldn't help but think of their crystal core that the system had mentioned. Forget it, let's go check what's going on tomorrow. Go to sleep first. After cleaning the dormitory in the morning, go to the first cafeteria in the afternoon. Liang yawned, too lazy to think about it. The end of the world is coming, there is no need to make yourself so tired. It's time to have fun, it's time to sleep, it's time to fight. It's so hard that you don't have to be a slave anymore, so why do you have to force yourself into the position of a slave? Yawning, Liang packed up everything. As for the drone, it has a flight time of more than 100 hours, is powered by solar energy, and can be charged automatically. Liang simply lifted it to a height of 100 meters and used it for surveillance. By the time all this was done, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Liang lay down on the bed, hugged a soft body casually, and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 18 Mutated Zombies. June 15th. The third day of the apocalypse. Early morning. Beijing Medical University, Female Dormitory 601. Ding! Congratulations to their host, you have obtained a prop treasure chest 1. Ding! Congratulations to their host, you have obtained space fragment 1. Ding! Congratulations to their host, you have gained 1 speed attribute point. Ding! Congratulations to their host, you have gained 2 speed attribute points. After resting, Liang took a shower, leaned against the head of the bed, and turned on the control panel. Name, Liang. Age, 23. Strength, 10. Agility, 5. Speed, 15. Physical strength, 10. Special ability, water-related ability. Weapons, long sword 1, FN 510 tactical silenced pistol 43 bullets remaining. Special item, stamina potion 1. In less than 3 days, Liang's speed attribute has reached 15 points, temporarily leading the way. On Earth, in terms of physical speed alone, he is currently the absolute number 1. After the space debris was used, the volume of the alien space reached 230 cubic meters, which is equivalent to the size of a small warehouse. Grains like wheat can hold more than 170 tons. As for the item treasure chest, a large amount of ingredients were opened again, this time they were purple ingredient packages. After opening it, I found 500 kilograms of rice, 200 kilograms of flour, 50 kilograms of pork, 50 kilograms of mutton, 200 kilograms of fresh shrimp, 50 kilograms of beef, 50 kilograms of chicken, 50 kilograms of duck, 20 kilograms of cabbage, 20 kilograms of spinach, 20 kilograms of celery, and 20 kilograms of cucumbers. In short, for a short period of time, Liang no longer has to worry about food issues. These vegetables and meat fill the corner of the space. There is absolutely no problem eating it for a month. But then, Liang ran into a dilemma. What do you eat in the morning? How about just eat some buns? Anyway, we have all the kitchen utensils, it just takes a little more effort. After thinking about it, he called Su Jinru. Can you make 3 fresh buns? Meeting. The busty loli was wearing a thin shirt at this time, and her magnificent chest was faintly visible. Hearing this, she nodded with a red face. You can even make 3 fresh buns. Are you that good? Liang was a little surprised. He just asked casually, but he didn't expect Su Jinru could actually do it. He felt like he had found a treasure. So what other dishes can you cook? I know how to. Su Jinru looked at Liang a little embarrassedly and explained. My mother is a chef for state banquets. She is very good. She taught me since I was a child. State banquet chef. Awesome. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Hearing this, Liang was in a good mood. I didn't expect that Su Jinru was actually taught by a state banquet chef. He had no shortage of ingredients, so he felt great from now on. Whatever delicious food you want to eat, just let this busty loli cook it for you. State banquet standard, wow. Pork, lobster, flour, yeast. Soon, Liang took out the ingredients Su Jinru needed one by one and placed them on the table. Looking at this scene, Su Jinru blinked. Is the master the reincarnation of Doraemon? How come there is everything? If Liang knew what she was thinking, he would definitely laugh. He is only a ding-dong, not a cat. After a while, Su Jinru took the ingredients and went to make buns. Su-yang and the other two girls were not idle either, helping her. Liang took out the drone remote control, found the video footage around the dormitory building after he went to bed last night, and started watching it. Well, nothing unusual happened that night. Only 1 or 2 night owls pass by the dormitory building from time to time. Because after breakfast I have to clean the rest of the floor. Liang carefully operated the drone to fly around the dormitory building and roughly understood the situation in the remaining dormitories. In the entire dormitory building, except for the corridors, there are basically no zombies in the rooms. The only exception is room 506 on the 5th floor. Previously, Liang speculated that there might be zombies in the dormitory. The facts were just as he expected. From the images transmitted back by the drone, it can be clearly seen that there are not only zombies inside, but also a zombie that has obviously mutated. Are you bringing a man back to the girls' dormitory? Liang frowned. It's because the zombie in the dormitory is obviously a male, and a fat man at that. For some unknown reason, it mutated and its entire body expanded more than 4 times its size. It became so huge that it was stuck right in the middle of the 4 bed frames. His skin had already cracked, and there was disgusting blood and flesh everywhere. Many mosquitoes were flying around him. The swollen belly caused a bloody hole the size of a fist to form at the belly button, through which the internal organs piled up inside could be clearly seen. Liang couldn't help but frown. He didn't intend to provoke this disgusting large zombie. He just happened to be stuck in the dormitory, so let it be, he wouldn't stay in this dormitory building anyway. Just as he was about to control the drone to fly away, suddenly, an attribute box appeared above the head of the mutant zombie. Human mutant secondary zombie. Strength, 20. Agility, 5. Strength, 20. Speed, 5. Special abilities, self-destruction, collision. Level 2 zombie. After reading the attribute box, Liang raised his eyebrows. In other words, could there be a secondary crystal core in this zombie's head? The system has mentioned before that crystal cores can upgrade superpowers. If it was level 1, he might just turn around and leave. But the second level? It is only the 3rd day of the apocalypse. If I can get this second level crystal core and absorb it myself. One step ahead, every step ahead. Liang narrowed his eyes and suddenly changed his mind. I want this secondary crystal core. If he fights head on, he definitely won't be a match for this zombie. But now this mutant was stuck directly in the middle of the aisle between 4 beds, unable to move. It was simply God's help to me. You can try it. Leon kept thinking about the possibility of being killed, and how he should escape if the plan failed. In terms of speed, this mutant definitely can't catch up with him. So personal safety is not a problem at all. Safety is guaranteed. The plan becomes much simpler. Mutated zombies are still zombies, and their weakness is most likely still their head. Close combat is impossible. The system attribute box clearly states that this mutant not only has the ability to self-destruct, but also has a collision skill. If this thing rushed over, Liang didn't think his small body could withstand it. Self-destruction is also dangerous. The dormitory is too cramped. Therefore, the first prerequisite for killing this mutant zombie is that it cannot enter the dormitory. Second, use hot weapons. Third, the speed must be fast. It is best not to give the mutant time to react. It is best to kill it with one shot. Otherwise, a self-explosion would probably cause quite a stir. A few hundred meters outside the dormitory building, there were quite a few zombies gathered. With a rough plan in mind, Liang flew the drone around the first cafeteria. The situation is not very good. Many people died last night. A large number of corpses had been thrown outside the cafeteria. Without exception, their faces had turned blue, and blood was oozing from all their orifices. Their skin had even begun to fester and fester, which was extremely disgusting. Liang frowned as he watched this scene. Now that they were living in the apocalypse, what were the people in the cafeteria thinking? How dare they just throw corpses around like that? Where is the brain? Chapter 19: New Ways to Use Superpowers. When Liang controlled the drone to return to the dormitory building, it continued to serve as a surveillance camera. Su Jinru and her 4 daughters also brought over the prepared 3 fresh steamed buns. If 4 people work together, it will be much faster. If you are alone, it will take at least an extra hour. The steaming buns are appetizing just by looking at their appearance. On the plate, there are more than a dozen buns that are thin and flexible, and through their translucent texture, one can vaguely see the rich fillings inside. Pick one up with chopsticks and put it in your mouth. Instantly, Liang felt the aroma of wheat spreading between his teeth, followed by the rich and mellow juice of the filling overflowing. The tender and chewy pork has a slightly sweet aroma, the delicious shrimp is chewy and smooth, the unique freshness of the seafood is perfectly brought out, and the crispy and tender bamboo shoots are refreshing and add a unique freshness to the overall taste. Good. Liang swallowed it in one gulp, feeling extremely satisfied. He is worthy of being trained by a state banquet chef. I didn't expect to be able to eat such delicious food in the apocalypse. Tasty. In no time, more than 10 buns were eaten. After eating and drinking, Liang put down the drink in his hand and lay down on the bed contentedly. Watch the video first. Especially videos about guns and the power of bullets. Half an hour later, Liang began to put on his equipment for going out. Especially the key parts must be protected. Master, be safe. We'll wait for you to come back QAQ. If the master needs our help, please remember to contact us by phone. We will keep an eye on the phone. Master, don't worry, we will be good. Seeing that Liang was about to go out again, the 4 girls felt reluctant and spoke up one after another. The happy life of the past 2 days has made them completely dependent on Liang. Liang nodded calmly and tied the last right arm guard. In this way, all basic protective measures are taken. Not long. As the dormitory doors behind him slowly closed, Liang appeared in the dormitory corridor again fully armed. Go straight to the 4th floor. As for the mutant zombies in 506, Liang plans to clear out the entire dormitory building before leaving. As soon as he reached the corridor on the 4th floor, a zombie rushed towards him, howling. Puff! Liang raised his hand and fired a shot, directly hitting the man in the head. With a bang, the zombie fell straight to the ground. Leon will not engage in any close combat with zombies until he can ensure that he is completely not infected by the zombie virus. After waiting for a while, I confirmed that the zombie was completely dead. Only then did he approach cautiously, long knife in hand. Puff! With a wave of his hand and a slash of the knife, the zombie's body was immediately separated. After a moment, Liang endured the pungent fishy smell, crushed the zombie's skull with a long knife, and took out a grayish-white crystal from it. Is this the crystal core that the system is talking about? Liang narrowed his eyes and looked at it carefully. This crystal core looks only slightly larger than an ordinary rice grain. It feels cold and very hard. As Liang watched, after a while, a line of small words appeared above the crystal core. First level crystal core absorbable. This thing is as hard as a rock. How can I absorb it? Just as Leon was thinking about how to absorb the crystal core, he suddenly felt an urge to swallow it. The next moment, water-based abilities automatically appeared in the palm of his hand and wrapped the crystal core. After a while, the grey-white crystal core in the palm of the hand visibly shrank until it disappeared completely. This was absorbed by me. Liang raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Such a hard crystal melted away in less than 2 seconds, just like ice melting into water. But, where did it absorb? He didn't feel any obvious changes in his body. Before Liang could think about it, he suddenly felt a headache. The next moment, a completely new way of using supernatural powers suddenly appeared in his mind. Use water to transform into a water armor that covers the entire body. Liang muttered to himself. According to the way of using the supernatural power in his mind, azure light appeared in his hands, and then water droplets condensed, surrounded his whole body, and continued to gather, and finally, formed a constantly flowing water-shaped armor. At this moment, Liang was shocked. Damn it! So handsome! This transparent armor almost covered his entire body, and its appearance was similar to the Emperor armor in Armor Hero, but without color. It would be nice if it could change color in the future. As for defense, Liang tried holding the knife in his right hand and slashing at his left arm with the back of the knife. The moment the two collided, water splashed everywhere. As expected, the flowing water armor effectively defended against the impact of the back of the knife and had no effect at all. Very good, this way, ordinary zombies can't break my defense at all. At this moment, Liang felt at ease. An additional life-saving skill. In the future, when the level of water-based abilities is higher and the density of water armor is increased, the defense will only be stronger, and it is not impossible to withstand bullets. Just right, it can save me some bullets. Liang thought happily. He only had 42 bullets left, and every time he used one, he would have one less. In the early days of the apocalypse, guns are often more useful than superpowers. After putting the silenced pistol back into space, Leon walked across the corridor with a long knife in hand. There is a zombie wandering aimlessly over there. The distance between the two was nearly 20 meters, and the zombie did not notice Liang just now. As the distance between the two continued to close, the zombie finally noticed something, turned its head, and rushed towards Leon with a roar. The distance between the two is rapidly shortening. Liang narrowed his eyes, watched the opportunity, dodged the zombie's attack by turning sideways, and then saw a flash of knife. The next moment, the body was separated. Bang! After rushing out for a distance, their headless corpse fell to the ground powerlessly. TSK, it's more convenient to use a gun. If you don't have enough strength, the knife will get stuck in the zombie's neck. Liang talked to himself. Fortunately, his strength has been amplified by the system and is twice that of an average adult, so he does not have this kind of worry. Shaking his head, Leon walked to the lost head and took out the crystal core. Absorb. A special force flowed through his body, but this time, no new water-based supernatural moves appeared. It's not fixed. Liang raised his eyebrows. Could it be that the appearance of new moves was random? Or, rely entirely on your own understanding? Where did this strength in your body go? After thinking about it, Liang opened the system panel. Soon, I realized it. I saw a small progress bar next to the water ability column in the attribute box, with 5% written on it. Special ability, water power 5%. This is easy to understand. 5%. Liang touched his chin. The two crystal cores contributed 5% of the progress. In total, about 40 cores would be needed to reach 100%. Therefore, by absorbing 41st level crystal cores, he can upgrade his water-based ability to the second level. After finding the answer, Liang began to clear the zombies on the 4th floor and search for supplies. 3 floors, 2 floors, 1 floor. There were not many zombies in the whole building, just 2 or 3. When Liang encountered them, he easily took care of them. He didn't even keep the crystal core, he absorbed it directly. When he reached the 1st floor and walked to the door of dormitory 103, the door suddenly opened and a couple cautiously stuck their heads out. Chapter 20 Threaten Me. Although the noise caused by Liang killing the zombies was small, to the two people who were almost in despair, it was like thunder exploding in their ears. This is their hope of survival. I was immediately excited. When Liang walked to the door, the two men quickly opened it and asked for help. Why should I save you? Liang frowned, looked at the two people with disheveled clothes, and waved his hand, don't block their way. Nowadays, the management of universities is becoming more and more relaxed. Anyone can be brought back to the girls' dormitory. There is a fat guy on the 5th floor, and a bald guy came out here. Yes, the man was bald, had triangular eyes, and a small mustache, and he didn't look like a good person at first glance. The girl was only wearing underwear, and her body was shaking, as if she was afraid that others wouldn't see the pair of big bells on her chest. Liang took a quick glance and had no desire to talk at all. Too ugly. Not his cup of tea. Brother, please save us. We really have no food at all. Yes, and we can help you kill zombies. There is strength in numbers. Help me kill zombies. Liang glanced at the bald man with triangular eyes and sneered. People like this would probably run faster than anyone else when seeing zombies. At a woman who might scream at any moment. Taking them with you would be courting death. Hey, what are you laughing at? Are you looking down on me? Hearing Liang sneer, the bald man was unhappy. I am the city's fighting champion. 3 or 5 ordinary people can't get close to me. Oh, the fighting champion didn't dare to go out and was trapped in the dormitory by zombies and starved for so long. Liang glanced at him and spoke directly to his heart. I. The bald man was speechless and his face turned red. All right, I said I won't save you. If you don't want to die, get out of here. Liang frowned, a little impatient. Who the hell are you? Do I have to save you? Waste of my time. You. The bald man felt that he had lost face after being confronted by Liang, and he became very angry. Okay, you don't want to save him, right? Wait, there will be a day when you will regret it. After saying these harsh words, Liang had already taken 2 steps, but at this moment, he suddenly stopped. "Hey, you're scared now, little bastard. Can I still not cure you?" Seeing this scene, the bald man felt very proud. Normally, no matter who it is, as long as he says something harsh, most people will choose to accommodate him in order to avoid subsequent troubles. But what he didn't know was that Liang, who had his back to them, had a cold look in his eyes. Threaten? Now is the end of the world. Leon will not tolerate any threat. If we let them go today, they might take revenge on us in the future. Don't say it's impossible. At the end of the world, everything is possible. Seeing Liang coming back with an expressionless face, the bald man grinned and said with great pride, "TSK, young man, are you willing to take us with you now? It would have been great if you had done so earlier, but you still, oh." Before he could finish his words, suddenly, a flash of knife appeared in Liang's hand. In an instant, a huge gap appeared on the bald man's neck, and blood spurted out. This scene instantly made the girl next to her change her expression and she was about to scream. Liang was quick-witted and quick-handed. He elbowed the man in the abdomen with the handle of the knife, interrupting his scream, and then killed him with a clean cut. If you provoke him and still want to survive, it is impossible. All threats must be nipped in the bud. After kicking the two bodies back into the dormitory, Liang closed the door with an expressionless face. This is what happens when you mess with him. Doomsday is not just a game. 10 minutes later. Liang searched the entire first floor and stood in front of the door of dormitory 506 with a serious expression. Inside is the mutant level 2 zombie. Kill it and the whole dormitory building will be clean. As for the zombies on the periphery, the nearest one is 300 meters away. As long as you don't make too much noise, they will not be attracted at all. The iron door of dormitory 506 is closed. Liang had no intention of opening the door. There is no need at all. Through the drone outside, it can be seen that the mutant has not yet discovered his existence. Liang began to use the drone to horizontally locate the approximate position of the mutant's head. The result came out very quickly, and it was about 4/5 of the height of the dormitory's iron door. Because the results are measured by a system drone, there is almost no error. But for the sake of accuracy and safety, Liang flew the drone back to the corridor on the 5th floor where he was. After accurately measuring the height of the iron door, he used a laser to mark a small red dot corresponding to the position of the mutant's head. Then, Liang took out his pistol, moved a little further away from the iron gate, and aimed at the red dot. The bullets used by FN 510 can penetrate iron doors. Regarding this point, before going out, Liang specifically went online to check out a large number of cases. The conclusions drawn are all correct. There is also a lot of video evidence. So, this scene happened now. This is also the safest way to kill. Otherwise, if the mutant sees a living person and is stimulated, it is possible that it will move away from its position. The situation changes rapidly during the battle, and the most feared thing is an accident. Furthermore, inside the dormitory, you have to turn around if you want to escape. These two actions will also waste a lot of precious escape time. The safest method is to shoot directly through a dormitory door like we are doing now. Hold your breath. Liang aimed his gun at the red dot. The next moment, he pulled the trigger and fired decisively. Ding, puff, puff, puff. The first shot directly penetrated the iron gate. Thanks to his improved physical fitness, Liang's hand holding the gun was very steady. Amidst the flying sparks, bullets passed through the small hole and accurately hit the mutant's head in the house. Roar. A roar was heard immediately. At the same time, there was a violent friction sound from the bed frame. This is the mutant in the house struggling. Liang remained unmoved, his expression calm, and he pulled the trigger steadily. The mutants can't break out, everything is going as planned. In the blink of an eye, the magazine was empty. Change the magazine. Continue. Until the roar in the house gradually weakened and disappeared. Call. Liang then took a deep breath and put down the gun. In less than 10 seconds, he fired nearly 30 bullets. After putting away the pistol, Liang did not immediately check the situation inside the house through the small hole in the door. Instead, he flew the drone from a distance, outside the dormitory building, and directly into dormitory 506 from the window for close observation. In the picture, the mutant has closed his eyes, and his head is covered with bullet holes. There was a large pool of disgusting dark blood on the ground. His body was still stuck in the middle of the 4 bed frames. There were also a lot of rotten meat pieces on the ground. After patiently observing for nearly a minute and confirming that the mutant was most likely dead, Liang put down the drone remote control. When he broke the door lock with a gun, covered himself with water armor, and slowly pushed the door open and walked in. Suddenly, a nearly 2-meter tall, huge mutant appeared in front of him. It feels very oppressive. With this tonnage, ordinary people would probably be crushed to death. There were only 11 bullets left. Liang narrowed his eyes and became alert. He did not rush forward immediately, but instead fired several more shots at the deformed back of the mutant's head. Since it is a mutant, maybe there is something wrong with its brain as well. Sure enough, only 3 shots were fired. Roar. Suddenly, the mutant that was supposed to be dead let out another roar. With eyes wide open and teeth bared, he rushed over. The 4 bed frames were even broken free and moved a short distance. Liang's face changed, he retreated decisively and fired immediately. Damn it, you can even pretend to be dead. Liang cursed inwardly, these days, even zombies have IQs. As a result, as soon as he retreated out of the corridor, he saw the entire mutant swell up instantly like a balloon. Fuck. Self-destruct. This scene instantly made Liang's face change drastically. Fortunately, he was extremely fast and ran nearly 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Bang. A huge roar was heard from behind. Chapter 21 Superpower Upgrade. Pooh. After a loud bang, Liang got up from the ground cursing. His grandma's legs. This self-destruction is so powerful. Fortunately, he ran fast enough. Also cautious enough. Otherwise, it would have been killed by the mutant that faked its death before it could even self-destruct. If I were to change my heart. Liang shook his head. I don't know how many times I've died. Doomsday, it's so damn dangerous. The self-explosion caused quite a bit of noise, but Liang had already cleared out the zombies in the dormitory building in advance. Otherwise, if a large number of zombies come running over, even Liang, who has a strong physique, will have no choice but to escape. As for the zombies farther away, all this noise will not attract their attention for the time being. Liang patted his butt and walked to the door of dormitory 506. The room was a mess. There was smelly liquid everywhere, pieces of meat were scattered all over the ground, and even the original white walls turned black. The stench is terrible. Liang frowned and found a secondary crystal core the size of a glass bead from the corpse. He wiped it with disgust, closed the door and left. After returning to room 601, Liang went straight to the bathroom to take a shower. It stinks so much. Such a big mutant, with nearly 100 hours of feces and urine stored in its stomach, all spilled out in the small dormitory. You can imagine how smelly it was. During this trip, he killed more than 10 zombies. After absorbing all the crystal cores, the upgrade progress of his water-based ability had reached 30%. The efficiency of water production has increased significantly and is more durable. The previous limit was 3/4 of a bucket of water, but now 1.5 buckets is easy. According to this improvement calculation, once the ability is upgraded to level 2, it will be no problem to produce 3 buckets of water at a time. Master, please eat something. I have prepared it. Thank you for your hard work, Master. Master, I brought the clothes. Master, let me change your clothes. As soon as I came out of the bathroom, for school beauties surrounded me, it was very lively. I don't know who came up with the idea, but the 4 of them all wore maid uniforms. As for the source of the clothes, as a female anchor with millions of fans, Su Yang has quite a lot of this kind of clothes. Liang stood there carefree, enjoying the service of 4 top school beauties. While being helped to change his clothes, taking a bite of food, and then taking a sip of the coke handed to him, Liang let out a sigh of relief. Cool. This is the true meaning of life. A maid does things when there is work to do, and a maid does things when there is nothing to do. Liang left the house at around 9 o'clock, and it was exactly 12 o'clock, lunch time. Su Jinru has already prepared lunch. The fragrance is very nice. When Liang sat down at the table, 4 maids lined up to bring the food over. Sweet and sour pork ribs, kung pao chicken, kola chicken wings, mapo tofu. The dishes are of state banquet standard, and they are so delicious and tasty. Liang nodded repeatedly while eating. Tasty. Soon, they were full and satisfied. Ding! Congratulations to their host, you have obtained 2 space fragments. Ding! Congratulations to their host, you have gained speed attribute 1. Ding! Congratulations to their host, you have obtained 110 rounds of FN 510 bullets. Ding! Congratulations to their host, you have gained physical strength 1. Not long after. Okay, go eat something first. Liang looked at the 4 girls who looked a little exhausted, shook his head and spoke. The 4 girls hadn't had time to eat just now. After sending the people away, Leon lay on the bed and began to use the various treasures that had fallen. The first thing is to add points, a little physical attribute, a little speed attribute, add them first. The physical strength attribute changed from 10 to 11. The average person's physical strength attribute is 5 points. Leon's current physical strength attribute is 11 points, which is more than twice that of an average person. As for the speed, it is even more exaggerated. The speed attribute of 16 is more than 3 times that of an ordinary person, almost the same as a gazelle running at full speed. The speed of 80 km per hour is terrifying. Then came the space fragments, and this time Su Yang directly dropped 2 pieces. Combined with the previous situation, we can draw a relatively reliable conclusion. That is, the moods of these goddess school beauties bound to the system will affect the drop of props with a certain probability. So, you have to take good care of it. Liang sighed in his heart. Fortunately he also likes white, plump, and slightly fleshy figures. It feels soft and smooth when pinched and has a great hand feel. Then, Liang took out 2 pieces of space debris and chose to use them. The next moment, with a loud bang, the volume of the space almost doubled. It jumped to 430 cubic meters. This volume is enough to store 570 tons of rice. An adult consumes about 300 grams of rice per day. 570 tons of rice can feed one person for 1,900,000 days, or 5,205 years. All in all, after expanding the space 4 times, it is now possible to store a lot of things, and there is no need to worry about insufficient space. Then came the pistol bullets. He had just emptied the magazine that morning. The 110 bullets that burst out of Jiangli can only be said to have come at the right time. There are 22 rounds in one magazine, and 110 rounds is exactly 5 magazines. Finally, Liang took out the secondary crystal core of the mutant zombie. The secondary crystal nucleus is a circle larger than the primary crystal nucleus. It is the size of a glass marble, gray-black in color, and looks like a small iron ball. As soon as he put it in his hand, Liang immediately felt an urge to swallow it. To suck or not to suck? Liang was in a dilemma for a moment. After absorption, it is certain that the water-based ability will rise to level 2. But it is uncertain whether new ways of using superpowers will emerge. If you don't absorb it, you can save it for the neural overclocking ability. Neural overclocking, as a special ability, is actually equivalent to a passive buff. With continuous upgrades, it will continue to enhance his neural reaction speed, thinking ability, learning ability, etc. Forget it, use it first. Soon, Liang made up his mind. Improve your existing strength first. We will be heading to the first cafeteria in the afternoon. We don't know what will happen yet, so it is safer to improve our immediate combat capability. Wait until I get the neural overclocking, and then when I really need crystal cores, I will go kill zombies. Thinking of this, Liang immediately controlled the water-based ability to wrap the secondary crystal core in his hand and began to absorb it. The crystal core began to shrink visibly. In less than half a minute, the crystal nucleus the size of a glass bead was completely absorbed. Suddenly, Liang felt something change in his body. There was a slight itching in the muscles, skin, and even bones, but it disappeared quickly. Is this, my physical fitness has been enhanced? Chapter 22, Queen's Sister Crisis. After the superpowers are upgraded, will the physical fitness also be improved? Liang raised his eyebrows. Well, that makes sense. Otherwise, if one's superpowers continue to improve but one's physical fitness cannot keep up, then when some powerful superpowers are released in the future, one may not be able to withstand it, let alone contend with the constantly evolving zombies. The most important thing is that due to poor physical fitness, you can't escape far. There is no such thing as tiredness for zombies. At that time, you can only wait for death. After thinking about it, Liang opened the system panel to see how many points of attribute improvement the ability upgrade brought. Name, Liang. Age, 23. Strength, 11. Agility, 6. Speed, 17. Strength, 12. Special ability, level 2 water ability 10%. Weapons, longsword 1, FN 510 tactical silenced pistol 110 bullets remaining. Special item, stamina potion 1. Well, it's okay. All 4 attributes have increased by 1 point. After reading it, Liang nodded in understanding. Not to mention, the improvement is quite comprehensive. But I have advanced to the second level of superpowers, but no new superpowers have appeared, so. Thinking of this, Liang had some guesses in his mind. The appearance of supernatural moves probably has nothing to do with the strength of the supernatural level, it all depends on your own comprehension. After all, this is not a game. It doesn't mean that you can unlock new skills by increasing your level. Their water armor, that Liang had previously comprehended, was more defensive in nature. Other water-based ability users may comprehend their water gun, which is more inclined towards attack, or their water bullet, which is for long-range poke. Liang guessed that the reason why Su Jinru realized their water making was simply because she was almost dying of thirst while hiding in the dormitory, so she gained this realization. After figuring out some of the rules of superpowers, Liang felt a little excited. The end of the world has just arrived, and everyone is now crossing the river by feeling the stones. These rules of superpowers are currently very important information. Knowing this earlier, you can build more advantages on this basis. Apart from anything else, it is estimated that few people know that the crystal core can absorb and become stronger. Liang can take advantage of this time difference to become stronger quickly. The overall strength was greatly improved. Liang lay comfortably at the head of the bed, planning to wait for the 4 girls to clean up the dishes before brushing up his attributes. After resting for a while, he has almost recovered. This is the benefit of high physical attributes. Taking advantage of the free time, Liang took out the drone remote control and flew to the first cafeteria to see what the situation was there. He finally got to see the gorgeous lady he had been dreaming of. This means he is one step closer to neural overclocking. Once he gets neural overclocking, his strength will be improved in all aspects. It is no exaggeration to say that this is a top-level passive ability. The drone flies very fast. Soon, the first cafeteria was in sight. But the scene at the entrance of the cafeteria made Liang feel depressed. The pile of corpses that had been piled up at the entrance of the cafeteria were now eaten clean, leaving only white bones. In the morning, when he saw the corpses, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. When the end of the world comes, you still dare to leave the corpses outside. You are simply seeking death. Unexpectedly, my words came true. Some unknown mutant creature was attracted by the corpse and actually came to the door. The iron door of the cafeteria that was originally blocked has been broken open, and the lower half has also been eaten clean. Not daring to delay, Liang quickly controlled the drone to fly towards the window glass outside the cafeteria to see what was going on. Fuck! Zombie rats! As soon as the drone flew to the second floor, Liang saw the culprit. A large group of mutated zombie rats, at least 200 or 300 of them. It is 3 times the size of a normal mouse, has red eyes, is hairless, and is covered with strange blood-red particles, making it look extremely terrifying. A dense pile of them was rushing upstairs like a tide. The cafeteria is on the top floor of the 6th floor. Many people looked out the window with despair in their eyes. The sudden appearance of zombie rats left only 1/10 of the survivors in the cafeteria. They also don't have the courage to fight back. I have tried to resist before. But facing the surging swarm of rats, their weapons were like decorations. The rats completely ignored the attacks from the sticks, brooms, etc., and swarmed over him, instantly crawling all over his body. In less than a second, a living person will turn into a pile of bones. This horrifying scene almost destroyed everyone's psychological defenses. They fled in all directions and finally swarmed to the top floor. Along the way, many people did not die at the mouths of rats, but were trampled by their own kind. There were also some people who were locked outside because they ran slowly. It's so ironic. At the critical moment, if one of Ji Yumingli's female students had not awakened her ice ability and barely sealed the 2 iron doors at the stairs, everyone would have been wiped out. But even so, only about 20 people were left out of the original nearly 200 people. I've said before that if there's fresh food, eat it as soon as possible. Look at it now, people are dying, and there's a lot of pork and beef still in the freezer. Under the pressure of death, Liu Jianjun's suppressed emotions completely erupted. He looked at Ji Yuminli, who was looking out the window, wondering what she was thinking, and cursed loudly. "You stinky bitch! It's all because of you that I can't even have a good meal before I die." Ji Yuminli frowned and said nothing. "Teacher Liu, what do you mean by this?" But the student with the ice ability couldn't help but speak up and angrily said. "These monsters were attracted by the corpse at the door. Teacher Ji Yu repeatedly told us to throw the corpse far away, just in case. You guys were afraid of death and were afraid of encountering zombies on the road, so you put the corpse directly at the door of the cafeteria, which is why these monsters came here." "Humph! How do you know these monsters are attracted by the corpses?" "That's nonsense. You bitches, I've been annoyed with you for a long time. I'm going to die today anyway, so I'm going to be a playboy before I die." As Liu Jianjun was talking, he suddenly had an idea and his eyes suddenly became lustful as he looked at all the women. "I'm definitely going to survive today anyway, so I might as well enjoy myself before I die." Speaking of which, this group of female students are all young, beautiful, and have good figures. Of course, what moved him most was Ji Yuminli standing in front of the window. Stunning appearance and perfect figure. Liu Jianjun had long been drooling over the slender, straight, flesh-colored legs under the hip-hugging uniform. In addition to her figure and appearance, Ji Yuminli is also a famous medical genius in the whole of China. He was admitted to the medical university as an exception at the age of 14, completed all undergraduate courses at the age of 16, obtained a master's degree at the age of 18, studied for a doctorate degree under the guidance of a famous domestic academician at the age of 20, graduated with a doctorate at the age of 25, and 4 years later, was promoted to professor by the medical university as an exception. Step by step, it is no exaggeration to say that Ji Yuminli is a genius in everyone's eyes. There are countless suitors. There are so many rich second generations, official second generations, celebrities, and all kinds of young talents that it is impossible to count them all. But the result was always the same, all were rejected. Before the end of the world, Liu Jianjun didn't even have the courage to go up and speak. But the end of the world came and order collapsed. A life or death moment. Liu Jianjun licked his lips, his eyes full of desire. Although he was going to die, it was worth it to have a taste of a woman like Ji Yuminli before he died. Chapter 23, Have Fun. Teacher Liu, do you know what you are talking about? Liu Jianjun's words shocked all the girls. Before the end of the world, Liu Jianjun was a good guy in school. He is kind, honest and always smiling at everyone. Now that the end of the world has come, it's like he has become a different person. I'm telling you guys to have a blast before I die. Liu Jianjun rubbed his hands and said eagerly. He doesn't pretend anymore. With such little salary each month, I work so hard at school. During physical education classes, these female students wore cool clothes with snow-white breasts and thighs, which dazzled him. Even during class, he couldn't help but feel envious. Now, I can finally fuck a female college student and try something new. There are now a total of 22 people on the 6th floor, including 5 women. Ji Yuminli and her 4 students. Liu Jianjun waved his hand, and several of his younger brothers immediately came behind him. After all, he is a person with special abilities, so it is easy for him to recruit a few followers. Li Chun, stop struggling fearlessly. Liu Jianjun licked his lips, his eyes swept across the chests of the girls, and finally landed on Li Chun, who had awakened her ice power, and said with a lewd smile. You spent so much effort to seal the iron door, you shouldn't be able to use your supernatural powers now, right? Why don't you have some fun with us? Hee, if we have fun, won't you also have fun? You are shameless. Li Chun was a little girl. It was the first time she heard such words and she immediately became angry and her face turned red. I am shameless. Liu Jianjun grinned and said to some male classmates who were watching from behind. How about it? Why don't you come up and have some fun together? Death is imminent, don't you want to have a taste of your teacher Ji? TSK, these beautiful legs in stockings, I've been envious of them for a long time. As soon as these words were spoken, the male students around looked at each other and saw the eagerness in each other's eyes. I watch a lot of movies, but I have the desire but not the courage. No matter how much you fantasize in your mind, you dare not go beyond the line. But now, people are struggling to survive, so who cares? Enjoy it first. Soon, many male classmates slowly moved and stood behind Liu Jianjun, staring at Ji Yuminli, who was standing by the window. After the desire was aroused, at this moment, death did not seem so scary. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone in the house was arguing among themselves. At the back, the iron gate was banging against the rats. But due to the thick ice cover, there is no need to worry for the time being. Liu Jianjun, how could you be so ungrateful? If it weren't for teacher Ji Yu rescuing you from the zombies, you would have been eaten by the zombies. Li Chun looked at this scene in disbelief, and his worldview was greatly impacted. And you, Liang Shan and Wu Wen, teacher Ji Yu is so kind to you and gives you after-school tutoring. Is this how you repay him? Before you die, letting your teacher Ji Yu feel happy and feel the love between a man and a woman is the greatest reward for her. Do you understand? Liu Jianjun smiled jokingly, then stopped paying attention to Li Chun and looked at the people behind him. I'll be the first one to go up, is that okay with you all? No problem. Brother Li, please go first. Amid the compliments from the crowd, Liu Jianjun walked towards Ji Yuminli in a carefree manner. Halfway through, Li Chun wanted to stand up and stop him, but he just waved his hand and sent him flying. His special ability is to amplify strength, and ordinary people are not strong enough for him to slap them. Walking up to Ji Yuminli, Liu Jianjun looked her down, smelled the beauty's body fragrance, and closed his eyes in intoxication. If you can enjoy yourself before you die, your life will be worth it. But the next moment, he suddenly felt a pain in his arm. Looking down, he saw a needle accurately inserted into his vein, and all the liquid in it had been pushed into his body. You? Before he could finish his words, Liu Jianjun suddenly felt dizzy. And Ji Yuminli was looking at him coldly. Well. Li Jianjun suddenly covered his chest, and a sharp pain spread throughout his body along with the blood. Dizziness, muscle twitching, difficulty breathing, and pain like my heart exploding. This is a high concentration of potassium chloride. It takes effect within seconds of being injected. The heart will quickly develop an arrhythmia, which can lead to cardiac arrest. Looking at Liu Jianjun lying on the ground and struggling in pain, Ji Yuminli explained with an expressionless face. Potassium chloride. Suddenly, everyone present instinctively took a step back. This thing is usually used for death row prisoners. You seem to have forgotten that this is a medical university. Ji Yuminli shook her head and said calmly, many things can cure diseases, but they can also kill people. On the day of the apocalypse, she had classes in the afternoon and needed it. Therefore, I brought a large bottle with me, and I didn't expect it to come in handy at this time. If you don't want to die, I still have half a bottle here. Mix some water and use the food in the ice storage as bait. It should be able to kill most of the rats. There is still hope for survival. Ji Yuminli looked at the terrified boys and said calmly. I just hope that after the rats break into the door, you will have some backbone and take up arms to fight like men instead of closing your eyes and waiting to die. After saying that, she glanced at these people, turned around and started preparing the solution. After these words were spoken, the others fell silent. You looked at me, I looked at you, and finally, we took action and began our final struggle. That's awesome. Outside the window, the drone recorded everything completely. Lian was stunned. Originally he thought that the top queen was about to lose her innocence, but he didn't expect her to make an extreme counterattack. Of course, Liu Jianjun was indeed a bit stupid and had no sense of precaution at all. Relying on his great strength, he thinks he can easily control a medical genius. Those who study medicine are all people with strong mental qualities. If you can't bear it, either change your career or do something else. Not to mention professors at medical universities, even nurses in general nursing majors know more about physiological knowledge than ordinary people. Of course, there are many ways to protect yourself. Thanks to Ji Yumingli's actions, the situation in the cafeteria was temporarily under control, and a group of people began to struggle to survive. Dormitory. Lian quickly stood up and began to put on his equipment. He had originally planned to have a hearty and in-depth exchange with Su Yang and the other 4 girls. It seems that we can only wait until Professor Yu is rescued and talk about it later. At this critical moment, it is also time for the protagonist to appear and save the beauty. Although the hero saving the beauty is old-fashioned, it is indeed useful in many cases. Lian guessed that the thickness of the ice on the cafeteria's iron door was enough to last at least another hour. So he was not too anxious. Saving people is one thing, but the premise is that you don't put yourself in danger. Nearly 300 rats are not easy to deal with. He planned to wait for Ji Yuminli to kill as many rats as possible with potassium chloride, and then take action at the critical moment. Chapter 24 Countermeasures. It's a pity to waste so many ingredients in the cold storage. Liang sighed with some regret. Normally, the cold storage will store 2 to 3 days worth of various ingredients consumed by the canteen every day. You can eat it for a long time. But Ji Yuminli and others are in imminent danger. In order to survive, they will definitely take out all the food ingredients as bait to buy time. Fortunately, there are quite a few canteens in the medical university, 3 or 4 in total. The power has not been cut off yet, so the things in the freezer can still be kept for a day or two. But also hurry up. Once the power goes out, food will rot quickly in the middle of summer. After rescuing Ji Yuminli, he had to hurry to rescue the supplies. Master, are you going out again? At this time, the 4 girls saw Liang, who was fully armed and had just finished washing the dishes, and walked over with some concern. In the apocalypse, every time you go out, it is very dangerous. Liang is their support now, and he can't help but feel worried. Well, you guys take a good rest and wait for me to come back. Have a good rest. Listening to Liang's instructions, Su Yang and the other 3 couldn't help but blush. They naturally understand why they need to have a good rest. Their master is getting stronger and stronger day by day, and his physical strength is getting better and better. I don't know how he did it. Even for the 4 of them, it was a bit too much to bear. You must have a good rest. Liang did not tell the 4 girls what he was going to do. He nodded and left the dormitory directly. In this kind of matter, Su Yang and the other 3 can't help him at all. The most important thing is to live well and be able to continuously brush up attribute points and props. To be honest, as their physical attributes continued to increase, the 4 girls were slowly becoming insufficient. It's time for new people to join. Walk out of the dormitory building. Liang couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The sun was high at noon and the sunlight was blinding. The air was filled with the stench of rotting corpses. A drone hovered above his head, monitoring the surrounding situation at all times. The first canteen is about 300 meters away from the dormitory building. According to the drone's reconnaissance, we will probably encounter 3 waves of zombies along the way. There are not many of them, just a few scattered ones, so they don't pose much threat. On the fairly spacious school road. In 3 days, a large number of corpses had been dried into mummies under the high temperature. The boy who came to the dormitory to look for his girlfriend couldn't even find her body. I don't know whether it was eaten by a wild cat or some other mutated creature. Liang tightened the long sword in his hand, looking alert. Although drones exist, in Doomsday, it is better to be safe than sorry. For safety reasons, Liang tried to choose a school road with fewer corpses. After all, no one could be sure whether the mummy on the ground would suddenly crawl up and bite him. Raw. After walking a few steps, 3 scattered zombies rushed out from the green belt. Because they were scratched by zombies when they were alive, the clothes of these zombies were all in tatters. One of the female zombies was wearing a long skirt with 2 big holes on her chest. But the once snow-white color is now covered with stains and scratches. Liang narrowed his eyes, gripped the hilt tightly, and the water armor instantly covered his whole body. With a move of his eyes, he pushed the ground hard with his toes, and the long sword, wrapped in a strong wind, chopped towards the neck of the zombie in front. The first time he faced a zombie siege, he chose to take the initiative. With the water armor around, these zombies are basically no threat. In terms of attributes, he is also far ahead of these first-level zombies. Although his agility attribute is a bit low, with the increase in strength and stamina, he has no problem killing one with one sword. In the future, there will be many similar scenes of fighting zombies. He wants to start training his fighting ability from now on. There was a flash of knife. Dark red blood foam spurted out from the broken neck of the zombie in the front, and its head fell to the ground. The zombie on the right suddenly accelerated, and its rotten fingers almost touched Liang's face. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, dodged sideways, and slashed horizontally with his backhand, cutting off its shoulder blade and half of its chest. The third zombie arrived late, with a hideous face and a wide open mouth, and a foul stench wafted into the air. Liang calmly retreated half a step and stabbed the zombie's eye socket with his long knife accurately. Thick brain matter flowed down the blade. Liang swung the blade away with some disgust and kicked the limp body away. The battle is over. Liang was quite satisfied with his performance. With high attribute enhancement, it is clean and neat, and a fatal blow. It's just that the reaction is a little slow and I can't do two things at once. But it's not a big problem. Once we defeat Professor Royal's sister, with the combined efforts of neural overclocking and agility attributes, our reaction speed will soon catch up. Liang took out the drone to check the surrounding situation. Everything was normal. He quickly rushed towards the direction of the first cafeteria. The top floor of the first cafeteria. Most of the food in the ice storage, especially the meat, had been piled up not far from the door, forming a wall half a person's height. Will this work? Someone couldn't help but ask, feeling very uneasy. Suddenly, when you see a glimmer of hope in despair, your mind will start to run wild with uncontrollable fantasies. Don't worry, these mutant rats eat everything. As long as they break in, they will definitely not let go of the food that is delivered to their mouths. Ji humanly glanced at the person who spoke and said calmly. Even mutant creatures are not completely immune to the power of high concentrations of potassium chloride. In order to ensure that the mice consume enough potassium chloride, she also used Li Chun's ice-based abilities to process it. It covered most of the meat, forming a thin layer of ice film. As long as the mutant mouse is still flesh and blood, relying on the nervous system and muscles to move, once swallowed, it will have an effect. They might not die instantly, but it would be enough to render them incapable of movement. How long has the power to the ice house been off? Ji humanly turned her head to look at Li Chun and asked. Teacher, it's been closed for almost half an hour. Li Chun glanced at his phone and quickly replied. Let's go in. Ji humanly nodded. The iron door of the ice storage would be their last line of defense. Everyone had weapons in their hands at this time. Although they were just some iron rods removed from chairs, they should be enough to deal with a small number of mutant rats. She didn't carry much potassium chloride, and it was impossible for nearly 300 mice to all lose their ability to move. There will be at least dozens of fish that slip through the net. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud noise. Under the horrified eyes of everyone, a big hole was suddenly knocked open in the iron door of the 6th floor. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The next moment, a large number of mutant rats rushed in like a flood. Quick, get into the ice storage. Seeing this scene, Ji Humanly's eyes showed a little panic. She didn't expect the iron gate to be breached so quickly. According to the plan, there should still be time to reinforce the iron gate. Fortunately, at this moment, the food that everyone had piled up before came in handy. Faced with the delicious food right in front of their mouths, the mutant rats swallowed it without any hesitation. Quick, get into the ice storage. Seeing this scene, Ji Humanly hurriedly urged. Bang! Finally, everyone entered the ice storage and the iron door was quickly closed. But just as the iron door of the ice storage closed, Ji Humanly's expression suddenly changed. A huge figure suddenly appeared behind the rat group. Chapter 25 Rat King. This is the Rat King of the Rat Pack. Downstairs in the first cafeteria, Liang's heart sank as he watched the images transmitted back by the drone. There is actually a big guy. Fortunately, he was cautious by nature and released the drone before going upstairs. Otherwise, I would probably collide directly with this monster. With this body type, it's taller than an adult when it stands up. Liang couldn't help but frown, so ugly. This mutant rat king's body was covered with bright red chumas. He was hairless, and his skin folds were filled with a yellowish unknown liquid. His eyes were bloodshot, and his two front teeth were one large and one small. Overall, he looked like a mass of moving rotten meat, extremely ugly. As he looked, an attribute box popped up. Mutated Rat King Level 2. Strength, 10. Strength, 15. Agility, 20. Speed, 20. Special ability, extremely poisonous. A second-level mutant. Looking at the properties, Liang's face changed, and it's also highly poisonous. It's broken. This thing is hard to deal with. Agile monsters are faster than him. If you can't win, it's hard to escape. Each attribute is also much higher. The reason why he was able to kill the fat mutant in the dormitory building so easily was entirely because of a trick. It's like a bug. But the second-level mutant in front of him was not only in good condition, but also had a group of younger brothers with him. He could run and fight, and was highly poisonous. He might not even be able to win in a one-on-one fight. Not to mention one person taking on a group. Or, forget it. At this moment, Liang couldn't help but feel like giving up. The top-notch queen is certainly important, but if he goes up to her now, he would be sending himself to death. It seems that this person does not need to be saved. At worst, he can just work on his agility attribute more in the future. Well, better be steady. Just as Liang was about to back out and turn around and leave, the image transmitted back by the drone suddenly changed. A large number of mutant mice suddenly fell to the ground without any warning, their bodies twitching uncontrollably and foaming at the mouth. This scene made Liang pause. Coincidentally, at this moment, the mutant rat king pushed aside his minions, took a big bite of food with shining eyes, and stuffed his mouth full. But as he was chewing, his body suddenly stiffened. The next moment, bang! His body tilted and he fell heavily to the ground, his muscles twitching wildly and uncontrollably. Although his eyes were still moving around, it was obvious that he had completely lost the ability to move. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The fall of the Rat King immediately threw the entire rat colony into chaos. Like a headless fly, he ran around the room. Is this poisoned? At this moment, Liang's eyes lit up. Is this the potassium chloride that Ji Manli mentioned? I didn't expect it to be so powerful that it could even knock down a level 2 mutant. Although I don't know how long this situation will last. But at this moment, Liang did not hesitate at all. He turned around and rushed towards the stairs. Kill it while it's sick. Although Liang has always been cautious, it doesn't mean he is timid. Those who are timid do not deserve to survive in the Doomsday. When it's time to fight, he won't take a step back. When you see an opportunity, you will naturally seize it. The Rat King has now completely lost the ability to move, and a second-level crystal core is almost right in front of him. If he doesn't dare to go up, he might as well find a piece of tofu and kill himself. While going upstairs, Liang quickly thought about how to kill the Rat King as soon as possible. At present, there are still about 100 mutant mice that can move. If they were to rush at once, he couldn't be sure that his water armor would be able to withstand it. To be honest, it's very risky. The water flow density of the second-level water armor has increased by 1 level compared to the first level 1, and its defense and buffering ability against the outside world are also stronger. But the improvement is not too much. If there are only a few zombies, they will definitely not be able to break through the defense, so don't worry. But now he is facing hundreds of mutant rats rushing towards him, so he is still at risk of being bitten. Thinking of this, Liang, who was about to reach the 6th floor, paused. After thinking for a moment, he quickly summoned the drone from the window on the stairs. He opened the space, took out a large amount of packaged fresh beef, and hung it on the drone. Since these rats were attracted by the corpse, it means they are very sensitive to blood and flesh. He wanted to try to lure it away from the Rat King with beef. But meat alone is not enough. In order to trick these mutant mice, Liang gritted his teeth and cut a cut on the palm of his left hand. Blood instantly overflowed, dripped onto the beef, and spread along the grain. Sure, it hurts so much. Seeing that it was almost done, Liang grimaced in pain and quickly took out a pair of clean women's underwear from the space to wrap the wound. The beef was already covered in blood, but Liang was afraid that it was not enough. He made up his mind and cut the palm of his right hand again, put a small bag of blood in a transparent plastic bag, and hung it on the drone. Due to heavy blood loss, Liang looked pale. Fortunately, the high attribute of physical strength came in handy at this time. The powerful body recovery ability allows the 2 wounds to heal slowly. It's just that the recovery is a little slow. In order to recover to his peak condition as soon as possible, Liang took out another tube of stamina potion and drank it. In an instant, the mental fatigue caused by the massive blood loss disappeared, he felt full of energy, and the wounds began to stop bleeding and form scabs. Phew, luckily I still have a tube of stamina potion left. At this moment, Liang breathed a sigh of relief. It is beneficial to save a little in daily life. Then, he quickly controlled the drone and slowly rose to the window on the 6th floor. In an instant, the strong smell of blood attracted the attention of a large number of mutant rats. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rats rioted instantly. The mutant rats' eyes turned bloodshot. They sniffed and stared at the drone outside the window, saliva flowing from their mouths. At this moment, the mutant rat king suddenly moved, opened and closed his mouth, and no one knew what he did. The next moment, the violent rats miraculously quieted down. This scene made Liang, who was standing in the stairwell, feel depressed. I didn't expect the Rat King to have such strong control over the rat population. If these mutant rats are not fooled, he will not be able to kill the Rat King. Based on his previous observations, these ordinary mutant rats were not slow, and they had enough time to rush up and stop him before he shot and killed the Rat King. Once he was besieged by a swarm of rats, not only would he not be able to kill the Rat King, he might even die there. After thinking about it, Liang gritted his teeth and could only control the drone to fly in through the window. He didn't believe that the rat swarm could hold back if he used his ultimate skill right at their opponent's side. We don't want this drone anymore. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As the drone came closer, the rats, which had just calmed down, rioted again in an instant. The strong smell of blood filled the air, which to the rats was like a drug addict seeing drugs. The cafeteria was quite large. Liang controlled the drone to fly to a corner of the cafeteria and made an emergency stop. The plastic bag of blood fell to the ground. With a pop sound. The strong smell of blood is everywhere. At this moment, the rats completely rioted. A large number of mutant rats turned into a torrent and rushed towards the drone. No matter how much the Rat King calls out, it's useless. Success. Seeing this scene, Lian's heart moved. He did not dare to delay and rushed to the 6th floor almost instantly. Through the broken iron gate, his eyes quickly locked onto the Rat King who was lying on the ground and twitching. Draw your gun and aim. Take a deep breath. Shooting. Chapter 26. Another secondary crystal core. Puff. Silenced gunshots rang out. Not too big, but not too small either. After all, it is located indoors and not far from the rats. Logically, mice with their keen hearing should be attracted to the sound of gunfire. But at this moment the rats acted as if they had heard nothing. One mutant rat after another actually built a small hill directly above the drone. If someone with trypophobia saw this, he would probably faint on the spot. Liang aimed at the Rat King and calmly pulled the trigger. The Rat King is large in size and cannot move, so it is not difficult to aim at him. Although Liang held the gun with one hand, the impact of recoil was minimal due to the increased strength. Puff. 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 Bullet after bullet was fired quickly and hit the Rat King's head accurately. The smelly black blood suddenly splashed everywhere, and blood holes appeared one after another. Faced with the gunfire, the Rat King's eyes turned bloodshot, his body twitched violently, and he tried desperately to resist. However, the large amount of potassium chloride in its body made it unable to control its own body. It could only twitch weakly and watch Leon quickly finish 2 magazines. That's awesome. At this moment, looking at the frustrated look of the Rat King, Leon couldn't help but sigh in his heart that people really need to read more. Knowledge is power, it is true. Potassium chloride is a doomsday artifact. As long as you are a living being of flesh and blood, your nervous system, as the center of the whole body, will almost certainly lead to death if you consume a certain amount of potassium chloride. It was not until the Rat King's head was almost full of bullet holes and completely stopped moving that Leon turned the muzzle of his gun and aimed it at the mutant rats in the distance. Puff. Shot. Originally, Leon was a little worried that killing a single mutant rat would attract the attention of the rat group. But as bullet after bullet was fired, the rats showed no reaction at all. Even if the fellow creatures around him died, he still didn't care and licked the blood on the ground frantically. This scene made Leon feel a chill in his heart. He didn't know whether it was because his blood was special or because the rats were crazy about blood. This scene is indeed somewhat scary. This also made him wonder whether the same was true for other mutant creatures. If this is true, then in future battles, once you are injured and bleeding, if the bleeding is not stopped in time, you may attract mutant beasts around you at any time. If you are in the wilderness, it is almost a dead end. The danger level is rising sharply. No matter what, you must try your best to avoid getting hurt. At this moment, Liang's heart was filled with alarm. The pistol had a total of 110 bullets, and Liang had used them all up in less than 20 seconds. As the gunfire stopped, the number of rats dropped sharply, and only about 30 were left with the ability to move. At this time, the beef carried by the drone was almost eaten up. It's time to withdraw. Liang quickly put the pistol back into space and took out the secondary crystal core from the Rat King's head. Afterwards, he smashed the Rat King's body directly at the door of the ice storage and left the cafeteria hall without looking back. As for the remaining rats, let the people in the ice storage deal with them. There was no way he could get there alone. It's too dangerous. Even if you are covered with water armor, there is still a certain chance of getting injured. At this time, it is time for the people in the ice storage to play their role. After all, there are nearly 20 people, so we can kill at least 10 of them. Don't be fooled by those people who act like cowards. If you really reach a desperate situation, you will burst out with unexpected strength in order to survive. He will come up to finish off the job after most of the people and mutant rats in the ice storage are almost dead. I just happened to use the mutant rats to clean up some of their waste. As for Ji Humanly, her safety is guaranteed as she is being looked after by the student with ice-related abilities. After considering everything, Liang quickly went downstairs. The rats slowly reacted at this time and realized that the beef carried by the drone had been eaten up completely, without a single bit left. There was not even a trace of blood on the floor. The licked ones are almost reflective. When the rats saw the corpse of the Rat King in front of the ice storage, they went crazy. In such a short while, our king died. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After a conversation, a slightly larger mutant rat stood out from the group of rats. Facing the gazes of the rats, it sniffed and scratched the door of the ice storage with its sharp claws. Ahhh! The sharp friction sound immediately caused a terrified scream to be heard in the ice storage. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rats immediately rioted. With their sensitive hearing, they heard someone in the ice storage. People mean food. Bang! Bang! The iron door of the ice storage immediately began to vibrate violently. The rats have begun to attack. The drone still works. Liang had already run downstairs by now. Seeing that the rats did not chase him, he took out the remote control of the drone. What surprised him was that the drone was intact despite being ravaged by the rats. It is worthy of being a product of the system. Liang couldn't help but marvel at it. The quality is really amazing. Through the drone's camera, it can be clearly seen that the rats have begun to take turns hitting the iron door of the ice storage. They are extremely powerful, tireless, and take turns to fight. It can be seen that after the mutation, not only did the size of these mice increase nearly 3 times, but their strength and physical strength also increased. At least if it were an ordinary mouse, it would be impossible to make such a big noise. In less than 5 minutes, the iron door of the ice storage had caved inward. It probably won't last long. Liang narrowed his eyes. The drone was lying in the corner of the cafeteria, not attracting the attention of any mutant rats. It was just enough for him to take in everything completely. The iron door of the cafeteria is of average quality and is obviously the product of cutting corners. Bang! The fact was just as Liang expected. 2 minutes later, with a huge roar, the iron door of the ice storage collapsed. Ahhh! A shrill scream was heard immediately. More than 20 people in the ice storage were seen huddled in a corner with faces as pale as paper, tightly gripping their weapons, staring in horror at the mutant rats that were pouring in like a torrent. Among the crowd, only Li Chun and Ji Yumingli looked relatively calm. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Seeing so many humans, the mutant rats suddenly became excited, and their eyes were filled with bloodthirsty light. Pour water. Ji Yumingli let out a light sigh, which made the other 2 girls come back to their senses. They hurriedly poured out the large bucket of melted ice water in their hands. The next moment, Li Chun bit her lip, endured the pain in her brain, and barely released her ice-type ability to cover all the water that had poured onto the ground. Suddenly, a thin layer of ice formed on the ground. Her ice-related ability currently only allows her to freeze ice. Water is about to condense into ice. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sudden appearance of ice instantly caused the mutant rats to slip uncontrollably, lose their balance, and crash around. What are you looking at? Use your weapons. Seeing that the men around her were still staring blankly, Ji Yumingli scolded them with some disappointment. The opportunities have been created for you, so hurry up and seize them. In the crowd, a middle-aged man gritted his teeth, plucked up his courage, took the fire axe he found in the ice storage, and rushed towards the mutant rats. The sharp axe blade cut off one of the rat's front paws, and the smelly black blood splashed on his face, finally arousing the ferocity in his eyes, and he swung the axe in his hand more violently. But there were too many rats. A few of them took advantage of his chance to catch their breath, climbed up his trouser legs, and their sharp teeth instantly tore his flesh. Liang looked at this bloody scene without any emotion in his heart. He waited there until the screams in the ice storage gradually weakened and the various roars gradually turned into wails. Then he calmly stood up and walked upstairs. It's time for him to take the stage. Chapter 27. Like the demon lord from heaven, he is truly the Tai Sui god on earth. 6th floor. As soon as I entered the door, a strong smell of blood hit my nose. Liang, who was covered in water armor, kept his expression unchanged. He stepped over the corpses of many mutant rats and walked to the ice storage. At first glance, the entire ice storage looked like a slaughterhouse, all blood red. Human limbs, exposed large intestines, internal organs everywhere, heads separated from bodies, corpses of mutant rats, ripped open bellies. The scene was extremely bloody. In the corner, Ji Yuminli was protected by Li Chun behind her. Although her uniform and flesh-colored stockings were stained with blood, she was in good condition and not injured. He just looked a little sad. In the other corner, there were 3 male classmates standing. The condition of these 3 people was not good, and they all had some wounds on their bodies. In the apocalypse, being bitten by a mutant creature is tantamount to being sentenced to death. The 3 of them probably also knew this truth. After looking at each other, they roared and rushed towards the last 8 mutant rats. In desperate situations, even the most cowardly person will have his bloodiness aroused. The boy with dyed yellow hair was the first to hit the nearest mutant rat. The mutant mice react extremely quickly. The back instantly arched into a strange arc, and at the moment of the attack, it suddenly turned sideways, and its sharp front claws scratched the boy's belly like a sickle. After a scream, the boy's skin and flesh rolled up, his internal organs fell to the ground, blood gushed out, and he fell to the ground and died. Seeing this, another boy wearing glasses quickly picked up the fire axe on the ground and chopped it, but the axe blade was caught by the rat's coccyx that was raised when it bounced. The mouse took the opportunity to pounce on his shoulder and bit his neck with its fangs. The muffled sound of a broken throat mixed with gurgling blood. The boy with glasses twitched twice and then collapsed to the ground powerlessly. In the end, the sturdy boy successfully inserted the iron rod into the mouse's eye socket, but was instantly surrounded by the remaining 7 mice. The next moment, 8 mice rushed forward, and the sound of fangs biting and tearing rang out. After a moment, the sturdy boy turned into a skeleton with some flesh and blood still attached, and fell to the ground. Almost in the blink of an eye, 3 male students lost their lives. Logically speaking, the next target of these mutant rats should be Ji Yuminli and the other person in the corner. However, these mutant rats did not attack them immediately. Instead, they lay on the bodies of the 3 male classmates and began to gnaw on them. They seemed to have an innate greed for blood. The intensive chewing sounds and the occasional crisp crunching sound of biting on crisp bones made Ji Yuminli in the corner close her eyes involuntarily. Li Chun also looked away in fear, but still protected his teacher behind him. Starting from junior high school, if it weren't for the help of teacher Jiu, she might have dropped out of school and returned home, and her family would have married her off to someone random. At this time, she may already be a mother of 3 children, working day and night in an electronics factory. Her life is as calm as a stagnant pool of water, and she sees no hope. But because of the help of teacher Jiu, she became a student of the best medical university in China. She was regarded as an excellent student by others, the only college student in the village, and the pride of her family. When I go out, my identity as a medical university student will always arouse the admiration of my peers. It is no exaggeration to say that teacher Jiu was like a rebirth for her. Therefore, even if she was going to die, she would protect teacher Jiu behind her. With a rustling sound, the 3 corpses on the ground were quickly eaten clean, and the greedy eyes of the 8 mutant rats immediately fell on the 2 people in the corner. At this moment, an emotion called fear emerged in Li Chun's eyes. After all, she was only in her 20s, and this was her first time facing death. Although Ji Yumingli's expression was relatively calm, her clenched fists still showed her unwillingness to die. Li Chun, I still have some potassium chloride left. You can go first. Ji Yumingli's voice was a little hoarse and trembling. But as a teacher, she couldn't let her students die in front of her. At worst, she would die together with these monsters. But at this moment, with a click sound, a tall figure suddenly appeared at the door of the ice storage. At this moment, the 2 and 8 rats' gazes were involuntarily attracted to this figure. Ji Yuminli swore that she would never forget this scene in her life. The man appeared. He was wearing a cool flowing water armor and holding a long sword. His face was a little blurry because he was facing away from the sun. Wow, there are only 8 left. Behind the slightly frivolous voice lies unparalleled strength. The mutant rats that had driven them into a desperate situation were like toys in this man's hands. At this moment, she thought of a poem. Like the demon slayer from heaven, he is truly the Tai Sui god on earth. God descended to earth. Liang looked at the 8 mutant rats rushing towards him and clenched the long knife in his hand. The pressure is just pretending. Next, it all depends on the operation. But it must not be ruined. Fortunately, the attribute points he had worked so hard to earn over the past 3 days played a due role at this critical moment. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The leading mutant rat launched the first attack, kicking the ground with its hind legs and rushing towards Liang's throat like an arrow. Liang's eyes flashed, he turned his wrist, and the long sword drew an arc, accurately chopped at the mouse's neck. The mutant mouse reacted extremely quickly, twisting its body suddenly in the air, and its sharp claws brushed past Leon's cheek, but due to the presence of the water armor, it had no effect at all. Instead, Leon seized the opportunity, elbowed it from bottom to top with the handle of the knife, and then chopped it in half in the air with a backhanded move. The other 7 mice saw this and squeaked angrily a few times. After communicating with each other, they surrounded the mouse in a fan shape. Liang did not retreat but advanced, rushing towards the 2 rats on the right. When he got close, he suddenly lowered his body and swept out with his long sword along the ground. A mouse was unable to dodge and a big cut was made in its abdomen, with its intestines spilling all over the floor. The other rat jumped high, intending to attack from above. Leon quickly stood up, raised his long knife, and pierced the rat's chest directly with the blade. 3 mice from the back took the opportunity to pounce. Liang turned around to defend himself. With a flash of his knife, he collided with the sharp claws and repelled one of them. Then, the knife continued to move forward, slicing through the bodies of the remaining 2 mice in mid-air, cutting them in half with one stroke. Immediately, blood rained down from the sky. At the critical moment, a mouse took advantage of the gap and bit Liang's arm fiercely. At this moment, Shueijia made another contribution. The constantly flowing water armor directly bounced off its teeth, and Liang turned around and stabbed the mouse's head directly. Seeing this scene, the last 2 mice became even crazier and rushed forward with roars. But at this time, they no longer posed any threat to Leon. The long sword was swung, then suddenly pulled up, and the sword light flashed. Snap! 4 pieces of rotten meat fell to the ground. At this point, in less than 30 seconds, all 8 mutant rats were killed. Lian was unharmed. Gurgle. In the corner, watching this shocking scene, Li Chun couldn't help swallowing. Although Ji Yumingli didn't say anything, her wide eyes revealed the shock in her heart. So strong? Chapter 28 Is this appropriate? Ding! Ji Yumingli's favorability plus 99,999. At this moment, Liang seemed to hear the system's prompt. Of course, it's fake. The system does not have this function yet. Liang picked up a piece of rag on the ground with some disgust. He didn't know whose clothes it was, and wiped the stain on the blade with it. After a battle, the blade was covered with the feces and urine of the mutant rats. Try to chop off heads in the future. Liang reflected silently in his heart. Facts have proved that he is still very strong. At least facing the siege of 8 mutant rats, he didn't feel too much pressure. The water armor played a huge role in this, allowing him to have no worries. Otherwise, if his skin was scratched by these mutant rats, even he might be infected and turned into a zombie. The reason why he said it was possible was because he currently didn't know whether the physique of a psychic could effectively resist the zombie virus. Thinking of this, Liang looked at the 2 silent people in the corner. In the first canteen, many people died from drinking boiled tap water. I wonder if Ji Yumingli and the others have drunk. Thinking of this, Liang asked, "Have you ever drunk tap water since the apocalypse?" The sudden question startled the 2 people in the corner. In this scenario, the jump arc of this problem is a bit large. But soon, Ji Yumingli reacted, nodded, and said softly, "I drank it." After a pause, she seemed to have guessed the reason why Liang asked this question, and added, "If ordinary people drink it, their bodies will have problems and the mortality rate is very high, but the bodies of people with special abilities seem to have undergone some changes, so drinking it in the short term is not a big problem." Is that so? Liang nodded thoughtfully. Ji Yumingli probably allowed other ordinary people to drink it after she drank it and saw that there was no problem. What they didn't take into account is that, because of the awakening of their superpowers, the bodies of those with superpowers are no longer the same as those of ordinary people. This led to many deaths in the first canteen, and eventually attracted a swarm of mutant rats. Supernatural power awakening. Liang's mind moved, and he suddenly thought that all people with superpowers have a fever when they awaken. It may be at that time that the body develops resistance along with the emergence of superpowers. But he seems to have a bug. No fever. So, he didn't suffer the consequences. You have enjoyed a lot of blessings. After the superpowers awakened, resistance already existed in his body. What's even more perverted is that he can continue to awaken other superpowers. In this way, wouldn't the body's resistance increase? Hiss. Thinking of this, Liang took a breath of cold air. Damn, I'm so awesome. When the end of the world comes, won't I be invincible? What kind of zombie virus? There's nothing to be afraid of. Not to mention the water source issue that other survivors also need to consider. Liang has nothing to worry about. Firstly, he can make his own water, and secondly, he has enough resistance so no matter how much he drinks, he won't die. Big brother, can we go now? At this time, seeing Liang standing there in a daze, Li Chun couldn't help but ask carefully. Hearing this, Liang's gaze fell on the two people in the corner. Well, it's mainly on the professor who's wearing a uniform, with big breasts, a fat butt, and beautiful legs in flesh-colored stockings. This top-notch queen has a really quick brain reaction. He just asked casually, but Ji humanly found the core of the problem and guessed what he wanted to ask. Is this the power of neural overclocking? Well, it is worthy of being called a special ability by the system. Okay, there are too many corpses here. We definitely can't stay here. Come with me. Liang shook his head, retracted his gaze, kicked away the dead rat at his feet, and spoke. There are no crystal nuclei in the brains of these mutant mice, so they cannot be eaten and can only be thrown here. Go with you? How do we know if you are a bad person? Li Chun frowned immediately and just opened her mouth to say something, but was stopped by Ji Humanly, who shook her head and signaled her not to say anything more. There's some food in the icebox, can we take it? Ji Humanly asked softly. Take it. Liang glanced at the so-called food in Ji Humanly's mouth and said indifferently. It's called food, but in fact it's just a small bag of dry steamed buns and 2 bottles of mineral water. For Liang, who had already eaten state banquet-level dishes, these things were completely unappreciative. Along the way, Ji Humanly and the other person followed Liang silently, carrying plastic bags. Occasionally a few zombies rushed out and were killed by Liang. When they were about to reach the dormitory building, a dozen zombies suddenly rushed out. Liang killed them quickly and easily with 1 sword each. This powerful fighting ability immediately shocked the 2 women behind even more. After all, the mutant mice are smaller in size, so the scene doesn't look that violent. But now, there are more than a dozen zombies, with knives flying and bodies being torn into pieces, which brings a full sense of shock. Li Chun pursed her lips and finally understood why Ji Humanly told her to shut up before. With this fighting power, she can't even match a finger of Liang. If Liang is really upset, it would be easy to crush her to death. After killing the zombie, Leon bent down and took out the crystal core from the zombie's head again, ready to absorb it. At this time, Ji Humanly finally couldn't help it and asked. Student, what is that in your hand? Liang is young and not much different from other students in school. Therefore, Ji Humanly thought that he should also be a student in the school. This thing is called a crystal core, it can enhance superpowers. Liang closed his eyes and answered while absorbing it. Ji Humanly and Li Chun will be his sooner or later, so he has nothing to hide. After absorbing the crystal core, the progress of the second-level water-based ability has reached 30%. It wouldn't be bad to encounter more zombies. Liang thought happily. Pushing open the glass door of the girls' dormitory, because there were no zombies in the entire girls' dormitory building, Liang walked in front carefree, humming a song. This scene made Li Chun move his mouth, and he couldn't help but remind carefully. Classmate, you will attract zombies if you do this. Li Chun. Ji Humanly quickly stopped her and shook her head. This student of mine is good in every way except that he talks too much. How could someone like Liang, who could go in and out of the zombie horde and kill so many mutant rats, not pay attention to these small details? Not to mention the abnormal fighting power. So what if there really are zombies? Wouldn't it be better to just kill him? To be honest, being with Liang, she actually felt a long-lost sense of security. Ji Yumingli's performance along the way also made Liang particularly satisfied. She is not only beautiful, but also smart, well-mannered and able to speak. She is worthy of being a professor at a top university. Really good. Dormitory 601. Squeak. As the dormitory door opened, before Su Yang and the other three could even say, "Master," they saw Ji Yumingli following Liang. I was stunned. Ji Yu. Teacher Ji Yu. Why, are you here too? Although Ji Yumingli has the title of professor, she usually teaches students, so Su Yang and the others call her teacher. However, they never expected that such a famous beauty in Yangjing and a well-known professor in the academic circle would be brought back by Liang. It would be so embarrassing if something happened at that time. The four girls quickly shook their heads to get rid of the bad images in their minds. They are good students, they can't think about these things. Hello. Ji Yumingli naturally had no idea what Su Yang and the others were thinking. She smiled and nodded, greeting them kindly. Chapter 29. You actually want me to wear that kind of clothes? Come in. Liang said, pushing the door and walking into the dormitory. As the dormitory door was fully opened, Ji Yumingli and the others immediately saw Su Yang and the other three fully dressed, and their eyes widened. This is a maid uniform. I saw for former school beauties, now wearing exquisitely tailor made outfits, standing respectfully. At first glance, the girls' graceful figures are clearly revealed under the maid uniforms. The dark velvet skirt just barely passed the middle of the thigh, and a snow-white lace apron was tied around the slender waist. The chiffon neckline had a perfect deep V curve, which made the fair skin on the neck glow with a pearly luster, and a hint of cleavage could be vaguely seen. The long black stockings on the lower body wrapped around her straight legs, and the snow-white skin between the lace at the sock cuffs and the hem of her skirt was even more eye-catching. At this moment, they were both stunned. Ji Yumingli was slightly better. She had the ability of neural overclocking. Plus, she was much older and had seen a lot of outrageous things, so she managed to control her facial expression. As young people, it is understandable that they like to have fun a little bit. Even if there are four of us. Well, it's the end of the world now, so it's not impossible. Li Chun was stunned and stammered, unable to utter a complete sentence. This, Su Yang, you guys, this. How is this possible? You know, Su Yang and the other three are usually famous campus beauties in the school. They look down on men, don't bother to talk to them, and are extremely arrogant. But now she is wearing a maid uniform and standing respectfully aside. After Liang sat down, he immediately served water and massaged him. This. What has this been adjusted to? Why are you still standing there? Liang drank the coke that Su Yang handed over, and frowned when he saw Ji Yumingli and the other person were still standing there. Find a place to sit and close the door. Good. Hearing this, Li Chun walked to the bed near the door and sat down stupidly. Obviously some of them haven't reacted yet. Ji Yumingli shook her head helplessly, closed the door, and then walked over to sit next to Li Chun. Su Yang, get them something to eat. Seeing the two of them sit down, Liang snapped his fingers and gave orders. Yes, master. Su Yang nodded obediently. Even in front of Ji Yumingli and the others, she did not show any embarrassment. She called "Master" openly and went to look for snacks in the box in the corner. Master. Master. Li Chun had just recovered from his previous shock, but when he heard Su Yang address Liang again, he was dumbfounded again. No, is there something wrong with my ears? Su Yang, such a proud school beauty, actually calls a man master. This is impossible. Thinking back to the past, many handsome and wealthy second-generation men pursued her vigorously, but were rejected without hesitation. But now he is fawning on Liang and calling him master. Is this correct? Ji Yumingli's face was calm. With the scenes she had seen before as a prelude, she could probably guess what had happened. It is normal for the weak to rely on the strong to survive when the order collapses at the end of the world. Liang is very strong and is a good choice. Of course, Su Yang and others have to pay some price for relying on Liang for survival. However, what was a little different from what she had imagined was that Su Yang and the others did not seem to feel forced, but were rather proactive. Okay, Mr. Ji Yu, and this student, let's eat something first. At this time, Su Yang generously placed a large pile of coins on the table in front of the two of them, interrupting Ji Yumingli's thoughts. Potato chips, spicy strips, instant noodles, all kinds of snacks, and even 2 bottles of Coke, piled up into a small mountain. Gurgle. The food in front of him brought Lee Chun back to his senses and he swallowed unconsciously. Since the doomsday came, in order to save food and considering the safety of the food, she had been eating stale steamed buns in the first cafeteria for 3 days and still could not feel full. In addition to the fact that he had escaped death before, he was now tired and hungry. When I suddenly saw a pile of snacks in front of me, my saliva started to flow uncontrollably. Ji-Yuman, who was standing by, looked at the pile of snacks in front of her and couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Like Lee Chun, she hadn't had a proper meal for 3 days. She even ate less to set an example. Eat as much as you want, it's free. Liang was playing with the remote control of the drone. Seeing Ji-Yuman and the other person staring at the snacks in a daze, he immediately spoke. Really, can you really eat whatever you want? Lee Chun asked again with some disbelief. It's the end of the world now, and Liang is so generous? 3 days have passed, and with no food left, many people are now desperate for a piece of bread. When people get hungry, they really go crazy. It is no exaggeration to say that with such a large amount of food, in a few days, it could buy a life. Well, you guys eat first, we'll talk about it after you finish eating. Liang said casually. Things? What things? Hearing this, Lee Chun immediately became alert. She looked at Su Yang and the other 3 who were wearing maid uniforms and said with disdain. You don't want me to do this, do you? After these words were spoken, Liang did not react. Su Yang and the other 3's faces immediately turned dark. What the hell do you mean? Seeing this, Ji-Yuman, who was standing by, quickly tugged at Lee Chun's clothes and smiled bitterly in her heart. She thought that her student was very straightforward and never spoke without thinking. If you say that, won't you offend 5 people at once? Originally, she was still thinking that Su Yang and the other 3 would speak for them. Now, it's good enough that we don't add insult to injury. On the other side, Liang looked at Lee Chun's arrogant look and felt a little funny. This is what it means to have never really been hungry. Okay. Since you don't want to eat, then don't eat and stay hungry. As for Ji-Yuman, it just so happened that she was also starving. This saves him from having to figure out how to knock it, which saves a lot of effort. That's right. Liang looked at Lee Chun and nodded as a matter of course. You live in my place and eat my food, so of course you should listen to me. Is there anything wrong with that? Humph. I knew you had bad intentions. Men are all bad. Lee Chun raised his head proudly. Then I choose to leave and not eat your food. No problem. Liang narrowed his eyes and said nonchalantly, you can leave at any time. Teacher Ji-Yu, let's go. Hearing this, Lee Chun decisively pulled Ji-Yuman along and turned away without hesitation. Excuse me. Ji-Yuman looked at Liang apologetically. No matter what, it was this man who saved them from the mutant rats. Soon, the footsteps of the 2 people gradually faded away. Master, are you just going to let them go like this? Su Yang was a little angry. Lee Chun's contentious look just now was so infuriating. It's okay, they won't go far. Liang smiled indifferently, everything was under control. The drone remote control in his hand is not just for decoration. The other side. Lee Chun pulled Ji-Yuman away quickly, and the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Teacher Ji-Yu, this guy is too much. He actually wants us to wear those disgusting clothes. Who is he looking down on? It's just some snacks, but he wants us to beg for mercy. I'm not Su Yang and the others. Along their way, Ji-Yuman listened silently and did not speak. Liang's nonchalant attitude made her feel that things must not be that simple. Sure enough, when the 2 walked to the door of the dormitory building and were about to go out, they suddenly found that a large group of zombies were blocking the exit of the dormitory building. Chapter 30. It smells so good. Dormitory on the 6th floor. Let's have a barbecue tonight. In the dormitory, Liang put down the drone remote control in his hand, looking relaxed. The drone has already taken off at this time, monitoring the area around the dormitory building at all times, and will immediately notify him if there is any movement. Don't worry about battery life. The battery level is still above 80%, and the drone can be powered by solar energy. Even if the battery level reaches the bottom, the drone will automatically return. After his operation, nearly 50 zombies blocked the entrance of the dormitory building. It was impossible for Ji Yumingli and the others to leave, so they could only stay in the dormitory building. The two of them didn't have much food, enough to last them 3 or 4 days at best. He had already looted all the supplies in the dormitory building, leaving not a single piece of food. It was impossible to find food in the dormitory building. Next, he just had to wait for the two men to be unable to hold on any longer and come begging for mercy. Wow! Eating barbecue. In the dormitory, when they heard Liang's words, the eyes of Suyang and the other 3 girls immediately lit up. What a surprise! The delicious barbecue made their mouths water just thinking about it. Although the meals these 2 days were also very delicious. But grilling means eating a lot of meat. Beef, mutton, chicken legs, leeks. At this time, Liang began to take out various ingredients in front of the 4 girls. By the way, don't grill in the dormitory, go to the rooftop. After taking out all the ingredients, Liang added. At this time, a large amount of meat and vegetables had been piled up into a small mountain, which was more than enough for 10 people, let alone 5. As for barbecue tools, Liang had found a lot of barbecue grills and charcoal for barbecue in a dormitory before. Night falls quickly. Dormitory rooftop. Liang lay in the rocking chair, crossed his legs, felt the evening breeze, admired the night sky, occasionally drank a sip of Coke, and felt relaxed and contented. The weather is nice tonight, with a full moon hanging high in the sky and many stars twinkling. At around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the entire Chinese region had lost power. Without the colorful neon lights in the city, the night sky becomes particularly beautiful, with twinkling stars, and occasionally you can see constellations in the distant Milky Way. The city under the starry sky is no longer as prosperous as it once was. It is silent, pitch black, and there is almost no light. Only occasionally 1 or 2 human screams could be heard, telling outsiders that there were still humans alive in the city. In a corner of the rooftop, 4 girls were busy preparing barbecue ingredients. The table next to them was filled with meat, vegetables, and even some beer and drinks. As time passed, slowly, the aroma of barbecue began to spread. Master, should we change positions? Suyang wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked in a low voice. The iron gate at the entrance to the rooftop was not closed, and the midsummer evening breeze continued. The barbecue smoke was blown by the wind and all passed through the iron gate and poured into the dormitory building. It's okay, this is the effect I want. Liang smiled slightly and warned, make the fire bigger and make more smoke. Don't worry about attracting zombies. They just have sensitive hearing and average sense of smell. Just roast them without worry. Good. After hearing what Liang said, the worries of Suyang and the other 3 disappeared immediately. They added some more charcoal with confidence. With the sound of sizzling oil bubbling, the aroma of the barbecue became more intense. The first floor of the dormitory. Li Chun was gnawing on a hard steamed bun and swallowing it with water with difficulty, his eyes dull. The zombies blocked the door and there was no way out. There was no food in the dormitory building, and it seemed like the only thing we could do was wait to die. Oh, no, I can also go to that hateful man for help. But is Li Chun the kind of person who is unsteady? Does not exist. Li Chun thought, even if she died, she would jump out of the dormitory window to feed the zombies, she would never give in. But at this moment, a hint of the aroma of barbecued food drifted in from the crack in the door. Gurgle. Li Chun immediately swallowed his saliva in frustration. Smells so good. Is someone having a barbecue here? Roasted chicken legs. That's right, this is definitely the aroma of chicken thighs. Thinking of the big chicken legs that were roasted to a crispy texture, sprinkled with spices and smelled delicious, Li Chun almost drooled. Gurgle. The more he thought about it, the more greedy he became. Li Chun couldn't help swallowing his saliva and looked at the hard steamed bun in his hand. I feel like crying but I have no tears. Barbecue smells so good. The only people who can have a barbecue in the dormitory building must be Liang and his friends. How about going up and admit your mistake and see if you can join? No, no. Li Chun shook his head frantically in his heart, thinking that he couldn't be so unambitious. On the side, Ji Yumingli swallowed calmly. The smell of barbecue is to a hungry person what drugs are to an addict. To be honest, she must have been unwilling to accept what Liang said before. Therefore, he was pulled away by Li Chun. After all, she is a teacher, a favored child in everyone's eyes, but Liang wants her to wear a maid uniform and maybe perform some intimate acts with her later. Any normal girl would not agree to this. Unless. Ji Yuminli couldn't help but close her eyes as she thought about the zombies blocking the door outside and the dormitory building without any supplies. When both of them are in despair and their brains are dominated by hunger, they may agree to any conditions. But certainly not now. What if, by some chance, there will be a turning point? Dormitory rooftop. Liang held a skewer in one hand and a coke in the other, lying in a rocking chair, enjoying the midsummer night breeze and eating barbecue comfortably. The four girls are very good at barbecue. Their meat skewers are grilled to perfection and the seasonings are appropriate. When you take a bite, the fresh gravy bursts between your teeth. The burnt aroma from the charcoal fire mixed with the spicy aroma of cumin and chili instantly awakens your taste buds. One bite after another, I can't stop. Occasionally take a sip of coke, the cool bubbles burst down the throat, instantly neutralizing the heat and spiciness of the barbecue. The sweet liquid flows over the tip of the tongue, spreading the meaty aroma layer by layer, and the bubbles dance happily in the mouth, bringing a double refreshing experience. The entire rooftop was filled with the aroma of barbecue. Although the four girls were drooling with greed, they still had good sense and continued to concentrate on grilling the food. When Liang is full, it will naturally be their turn. After a fierce battle in the afternoon, Liang had a good appetite and it took him nearly half an hour to fill his stomach. Okay, stop working and eat together. Liang waved his hand, signaling the four girls to stop. If they continued roasting, they probably wouldn't be able to finish it. Ji Yuminli and the other person in the dormitory building were probably almost unable to bear it at this moment. He didn't want the royal sister professor to give in so quickly. You have to go hungry for at least a few days and experience what it feels like to be hungry, so that you will know how precious food is. Now is the end of the world. It is impossible to get his protection without paying a price. After a few days, I believe Ji Yuminli will be willing to wear the QQ pajamas he specially prepared for her. When the time comes, I'll just let him do whatever he wants in bed. Chapter 31. The opportunity has come. Rooftop. Liang was thinking about a wise 18 positions on the bed. My brain suddenly went blank. The next moment, a new way to use water-based abilities suddenly appeared in his mind. Question mark. Liang was stunned. What the hell? What's going on? In this day and age, Cease can actually comprehend supernatural moves. I blanch. Water prison bondage. Liang came back to his senses and quickly turned his attention to the supernatural moves. After a little thought, you will probably understand its function. Basically, it is like turning water into a prison, tightly tying up and restraining the enemy. In addition, it is also good for controlling zombies. Liang quickly came up with an idea. He was worried that the four girls from Suyarn had never actually seen blood. Tomorrow morning, we can let the four girls practice with zombies. Only by seeing blood can one grow quickly. In this Doomsday world, even his woman can't always hide behind him. Although Suyarn and the other two are ordinary people, they must have basic self-defense skills. Not to mention Sujinru as a person with special abilities. Even if his ability level is not on par with his, it should at least be ahead of other people with superpowers. No matter what happens in the future, we can't let him be the one to deal with everything. The medical university is so large, and Liang thought that once his power is established, he would need to have a few strong men who can fight and charge under his command. Apart from anything else, there is a Salvation Society not far from the medical university, which has many people with special abilities and poses a considerable threat at present. If they really come to cause trouble, although Liang is currently a level 2 psychic, his strength is far from being able to fight 10 people alone. Taking action means possible injury or even risk of death. Time is not waiting for me. Liang sighed. If he wanted to survive and live comfortably in the apocalypse, his strength must surpass everyone else. Ji Yuminli must be captured as soon as possible. The neural overclocking ability and the generator are very important. The bullets must be replenished as soon as possible. There is also a physical potion. I must have at least one dose on me in case of emergency. He had already experienced the power of the stamina potion during the day. It can not only quickly restore physical strength, but also quickly heal wounds and stop bleeding. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a miracle drug. This is so important in the end times. It can save lives at critical moments. At this moment, the cell phone in Liang's pocket suddenly rang. He frowned and took out his cell phone to check. Wow, speak of the devil and he will appear. Liang was a little surprised that the message was from the Salvation Society. Classmate, are you still alive? A day passed, and the people from the Salvation Society didn't know whether Su Jinru was still alive. Doomsday is too dangerous. Especially for ordinary people who are used to living in a peaceful era, one careless move can lead to injury or even death. Today, their Salvation Society suffered heavy losses. For some unknown reason, a group of mutant rats suddenly emerged from the sewer pipe on the first floor. Although they were all killed in the end, 2 members and more than a dozen ordinary people died. 5 or 6 other members were injured and in urgent need of medical treatment. Not to mention that Su Jinru is still a little girl, staying in the dormitory building alone. It would not be surprising if something unexpected happened. President, I'm still alive. Liang laid down on the rocking chair with his right hand as a pillow, and used his left hand to operate his mobile phone to reply to a message. Very good. Ding dong, the message is replied immediately. After learning that Su Jinru was still alive, the other party seemed very excited. Student, I need your help. Do you know where the medical school pharmacy is? In fact, there is a medical university affiliated hospital not far from the medical university for students to do internships. But there was no one from the Savior Society in the hospital, and the hospital was in a complicated location. Of course, the most crucial thing was that compared to the medical university, the hospital was too crowded. If the Doomsday broke out suddenly, the hospital would probably be full of zombies. School pharmacy. After reading the news, Liang raised his eyebrows, thought for a moment, and guessed that someone in the Savior Society might have been injured. But he really didn't know where the school pharmacy was. Of course, even if they knew, they would not tell the people in the Salvation Society. He is not a fool. Isn't that aiding the enemy? After thinking about it, Liang sent the location of the dormitory building. He was ready to lure someone into a trap. This is an opportunity, maybe we can weaken the power of the Salvation Society. It all depends on when these people from the Salvation Society come and how many people come. It's best to mobilize everyone. By then, we can use the zombies to solve the problem once and for all. After the message was sent back, there was no movement from the other side. After a while, a message came. Classmate, your location is wrong, right? I saw on the map that this is the girls' dormitory building, right? Yo? Quite cautious. Liang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. But he was not in a hurry, as he had a plan in mind. You used Baidu Maps, right? That is inaccurate. The school has been renovated a long time ago. There are 5 pharmacies now. This is the closest one from the school gate. Oh, so that's how it is. The other party quickly believed it. After all, Su Jinru was a female college student, so there was no need for her to lie to them. Classmate, we plan to go there in 3 days. Are you close to the pharmacy? If so, we can take you back to the base. The base has enough food and water, and it is relatively safe. Liang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Come see me in 3 days. It seems that the injury is not too serious. Is it on the way? Take it back to the base. When he saw these words, Liang smiled. That sounds nice. I just want someone to guide me. Besides, Su Jinru is pretty. If she were really taken back to the base by these people, Liang would know what would happen just by thinking about it. But he is not Su Jinru. In order to lower the vigilance of these people from the Salvation Society, he quickly replied. The pharmacy is behind the dormitory building. I'll be in the dormitory building waiting for you to come over. I can lead the way. Okay, it's settled then. At the same time, in a billiard hall not far from the medical university, a yellow-haired guy put down his phone and said excitedly, Boss, I found out the location. The female student who can make water is near the school pharmacy. She can lead us there and bring her back for fun. Well, you did a good job. If Liu Yang and the others can't hold on, we will go there earlier. A middle-aged male voice sounded, Where are the others? How much information have you gotten? Boss, we have 5 superpowers nearby, all men. We should be able to bring them back before we set out, and let them lead the way. As for talent, these 5 are just ordinary workers who can only do hard labor. Okay, I get it. Go find a girl inside and have some fun. The middle-aged man nodded and put out the cigarette in his hand, looking quite satisfied. Yes, thank you, boss. When Wang Mao heard this, he hurriedly thanked him and ran into a room excitedly. Soon, a woman's terrified scream was heard. But gradually, the sound became lower and turned into low gasps of sobs. Medical University. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes, seeming oblivious to the noise happening in the room. He had the same idea as Liang. In the end times, medicine is like gold in prosperous times, even more precious. Medical University is a perfect base. Originally, he planned to wait until the situation stabilized and then gather more people before going. But the sudden appearance of mutant rats disrupted his plans. Many of his men were injured. In this case, we have no choice but to change our plans. It is a bit dangerous, but being able to move into the medical university early may not be a bad thing. With 40 people with special abilities, it shouldn't be a problem for them to take over the entire medical university, right? Chapter 32 Female Knight. Looks like we have to hurry up. On the dormitory rooftop, Liang put down his phone and muttered to himself. Time waits for no one. Everything has to be arranged in advance. As long as he gets rid of these people from the Salvation Society, he can safely gather people, build up his power, and slowly turn the medical university into his own territory. It is no exaggeration to say that this is a treasure land. The school not only has a large number of valuable life-saving drugs, but also has many highly educated medical talents, and even bigwigs at the academician level. Of course, whether or not one turns into a zombie is another matter. Not far away is the affiliated hospital of China's top medical university, which is equipped with various expensive medical equipment. There are so many teachers and students in the school, so there is no need to worry that no one will use it. Once it develops, he won't have to worry about logistics at all. The only thing he needs to worry about now is whether anything major has happened in the outside world that will affect his plans. Thinking of this, Liang quickly turned on his mobile phone and began to search the internet for some information from the outside world. A day passed, and indeed a lot of things happened. In addition to ordinary zombies, many mutant zombies have appeared in various places. This shows that the appearance of the daytime Rat King and the fat zombie is not accidental. Humans are getting stronger, and zombies are evolving. According to the survivors, these mutant zombies are not only stronger, but also have a little intelligence, roughly the same as a 2 or 3-year-old child. If they can't win, they will run away or even fake their death. Because they had no experience in this area, many survivors fell into the trap due to carelessness. Secondly, all cities with relatively high population density have been declared fallen. There was no chance of rescue. Everyone can only wish for the best. This has also made the situation worse for many survivors. Especially women. In a world without laws and order, women can basically only be reduced to playthings. Unless you are very strong yourself or rely on a strong person. Before that, some of the survivors might be more restrained. After all, the Doomsday has only been 3 days, and everything is uncertain. They are worried about being held accountable later. But once the announcement of the fall was made, these people no longer had any worries. No matter if you are goddess, a school belle, what your family does, or how much money you have, just do it. No one cares anyway. Some people with special abilities even specifically seek out powerful and famous women in peacetime to vent their desires. Those female celebrities who are usually high and mighty have become the targets of most people's pursuit of beauty after the apocalypse. When the superstar who was once out of reach and the focus of everyone's attention was pinned down by him and he did whatever he wanted to her, she gasped and begged for mercy. Almost no one can resist this kind of pleasure. Today's Doomsday seems more like heaven to many people who are unhappy with their lives in peacetime. Finally, there is the Salvation Society that Liang has always been concerned about. A few hours ago, the Savior Society released a special video announcing that the number of people with special abilities in the society has exceeded 20, and more people with special abilities are welcome to join. The speed of recruiting people is not slow. Liang touched his chin, thoughtfully. It seems that we need to attract more zombies to the vicinity of the dormitory building, and then surround them in despair. Otherwise, it would be unfair to the speed at which the Salvation Society recruits people. On the surface, there are 20 people with superpowers, but secretly there might be more. The billiard hall where the Salvation Society's base was located was such a large building that there were originally quite a few people there. It is not surprising to awaken 5 or 6 people with special abilities. Because there were a lot of stored supplies, it attracted a large number of people with special abilities to join. Therefore, Leon simply doubled the number of his psychics in his mind. You said 20 people, okay, I'll double it for you. Count you as 40. Considering the size of the zombies, we will arrange for 40 of them to be there for you. I'll go back tonight and brush up my attributes. Start killing more zombies tomorrow and collect as many zombie crystal cores as possible. I'll start attracting zombies to the area the day after tomorrow. Putting down his phone, Liang instantly had a plan in mind. He planned to upgrade the neural overclocking ability to level 3 as soon as possible after obtaining it. According to the data given by the system, to upgrade the first level ability to the second level, it is necessary to absorb about 40 first level crystal cores. To upgrade a level 2 ability to level 3, at least 200 pills are needed, which is 5 times the number. The good news is that he currently has a second level crystal core in his hand. The energy contained in a secondary crystal core is roughly equivalent to that of 50 primary crystal cores. So in total, about 150 first level crystal cores are needed. Master, the things have been packed. At this time, Suyang's voice sounded. Liang turned his head and saw that the 4 girls had already finished eating and had even put away the dishes and barbecue tools. The speed is quite fast. Back to the dormitory. Although there was a power outage, Liang had already prepared the lighting equipment. Once a few small desk lamps with USB ports were turned on, the entire dormitory immediately became bright. There are a lot of power banks in the space, which can be used for a week or so. Liang took a shower first, feeling refreshed and all his fatigue was swept away. It took some more effort to make 3 buckets of water for Suyang's daughters to take a bath. Although Su Jinru can also make water, her efficiency is relatively slow. After standing on the balcony and looking at the night sky for a while, Liang turned around and found that Suyang and the other 4 girls had finished their baths and came out. What surprised him was that the 4 girls had changed their clothes without him noticing. Suyang changed into an off-white silk nightgown. The soft fabric outlined her graceful curves and her slender waist. The hem of the skirt fluttered slightly above her knees, revealing a section of her fair and slender calves. Jiangli was wearing a loose mint green sweater and shorts of the same color. Her legs were straight and well proportioned, full of youthful vitality. Under the loose style of the sweater, you can vaguely see the curvy lines of her chest. Her slightly curly long hair is casually draped over her shoulders, with the wet hair ends sweeping across her collarbone. When she smiles, 2 shallow dimples are exposed, making her look sunny and playful. Lin Yuxian was wrapped in a black suspender nightgown. The texture of the nightgown was soft and the neckline was just right, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. Her cleavage was faintly visible under her delicate collarbone. The belt of her nightgown was tied loosely, outlining her plump hips. As she walked, her long legs were faintly visible in the gap of the hem of the robe, and her every move exuded the charm of a mature woman. Su Jinru was wearing light pink lace pajamas. The lace pattern on the clothes was delicate and exquisite, and the translucent material made her fair skin look even more delicate. The puff sleeves make her round shoulders look even cuter. Her chest is bulging, with a pair of huge breasts about to burst out. The tightened design at the waist highlights her slender waist. Under the fluffy hem of the skirt, a pair of slender ankles are as white as jade. The whole person exudes a sweet and hazy temptation. Watching and watching. Ding! Congratulations to their host, you have obtained Space Fragment 1. Ding! Congratulations to their host, you have obtained 200 rounds of FN 510 bullets. Ding! Congratulations to their host, you have obtained 1 stamina potion. Ding! Congratulations to their host, you have gained 1 speed attribute point. Chapter 33 Training. Name, Liang. Age, 23. Strength, 11. Agility, 6. Speed, 18. Strength, 12. Special ability, level 2 water ability 30%. Weapons, longsword 1, FN 510 tactical silenced pistol 200 rounds of bullets. Special item, stamina potion 1. Alternative space, 530 cubic meters. On the bed, Leon leaned against the pillow, looking at the attributes on his system panel with satisfaction. After hard work, the harvest is plentiful. The pistol bullets and the most critical stamina potion were dropped successfully at once. The speed attribute directly reached 18 points, far ahead. The speed attribute of an ordinary person is 5 points. His speed is more than 3 times that of an ordinary person, which is equivalent to the average speed of motorcycles in the world's top competitions. Of course, this speed is not sustainable and can only last for a short time. How long the burst can last depends on the level of physical strength attribute points. Currently, with a physical strength attribute of 12 points, the maximum speed can be maintained for about 10 seconds. Well, this is the answer given by the system. This matter involves life and death, so Liang made a special calculation. Otherwise, it would be funny if at the critical moment, you were not clear about your own strength and ended up getting injured or even dying. After expansion, the space has now reached 530 cubic meters, equivalent to the size of 2 ordinary 3-bedroom apartments. The next step is to kill the zombies, absorb the spirit crystal cores, improve hard power, and prepare to welcome the group of people from the Savior Society. Although the Salvation Society set the time for 3 days later, Liang habitually left himself only 2 days in case the situation changed. He didn't know how many wounded people there were in the Savior Society, but the medical system had completely collapsed. Even for those with special abilities, their current physical fitness was almost the same as that of ordinary people. If not treated in time, their condition would only get worse. In case he can't hold on, if he takes action in advance, he will at least have enough strength to deal with it. The next morning, June 16th. The 4th day of the apocalypse. Breakfast consisted of steamed dumplings made by Sujinru's for daughters early in the morning. After a quick breakfast, Liang took them to the first floor of the dormitory building. Not far from the dormitory building gate, a large group of zombies were wandering in the open space. Seeing this scene, the 4 girls' faces turned pale. Today is the 4th day of the apocalypse. Although you are my women, you must have basic self-protection capabilities. Liang spoke calmly, stating the facts. I am very strong, so strong that I am not afraid of anyone targeting me, but what about you? When the enemy can't find my floors, they will naturally turn their attention to you. So, I don't ask you to be very strong, but at least you have to have basic self-protection capabilities. I don't want you to put me in a passive position in the future, understand? After these words, the 4 girls looked at each other and fell into deep thought. After a while, Sujinru pursed her lips, mustered up the courage and nodded, Master, I understand, I will work hard to become stronger. Seeing this, Suyang and the other 2 girls nodded repeatedly. Now is the end of the world, and it is not a bad thing to have some self-protection ability for their own sake. Very good. Liang was quite satisfied with the performance of the 4 girls. He handed the long sword in his hand to Sujinru, come here and stand next to me. Good. Sujinru obediently took the long knife and stood at the door of the dormitory building. The ugly-looking zombie not far away made her heart beat uncontrollably. But he still mustered up his courage and gripped the knife handle tightly in his hand. The next moment, a blue light flashed in Liang's hand, and a large amount of water turned into a rope, trapping a lone zombie and rolling it over. This was their water prison bondage he had comprehended last night. Art skill that controls and moves. Because this zombie was at the edge of the zombie group, Leon pulled it over without disturbing other zombies. This scene, which was almost like a special effect from a movie, immediately made the 4 girls' eyes widen. Is this also a superpower? Compared to making water prison bondage is much cooler. Now, aim at the zombie's head and attack. Liang ignored the 4 girls' exclamations and spoke calmly. Good. Sujinru looked at the ferocious zombie that was almost in front of her, her face turned pale, and her hands tightly grasped the long knife. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth, aimed at the neck, and chopped it down with a knife. The long sword slashed down with a sound of breaking through the air, but due to nervousness, it deviated a little and the blade fiercely chopped into the zombie's right shoulder. The foul-smelling black blood gushed out, splashing onto Sujinru's pale cheek. Roar. The zombies let out inhuman roars and struggled desperately. Don't be afraid. Use the knife to stab its eyes. Liang's voice suddenly rang in my ears. Sujinru's whole body shuddered. She caught a glimpse of Liang raising his hand to control the water flow to wrap around the zombie's neck, and then he trembled and poked into the zombie's turbid eyeball. The sticky tissue slid down the blade. The zombie's struggle became more intense. The fishy breath sprayed on her face. She could even see the flesh hanging on its rotten gums. Push harder. Liang's water flow suddenly tightened, and the zombie's neck made a teeth-grinding sound of bone cracking. A whimper escaped Su Jinru's throat, and she used all her strength to spin the long sword fiercely, and the warm brain matter flowed down her arm. The zombie's body shook and fell to the ground. Dead. At this moment, Su Jinru stared at her blood-stained hands, her throat tightened and her stomach churned. The exquisite manicure and warm milk tea in my memory overlapped with the fingers covered with rotten flesh at this moment, and tears suddenly rolled down uncontrollably. I killed it. She looked up at Liang tremblingly, her voice filled with tears. Well, you did a great job. Liang's voice was very gentle. As a female college student who had never seen blood, it was already very good for Su Jinru to be able to do this. Now, dig open the zombie's head. There is a small white crystal inside. Take it out. Dig it up. Su Jinru's Adam's apple rolled with difficulty and the food in her stomach churned. The stench of decay mixed with the sweet smell of brain matter hit her in the face. She stared at the sunken crown of the zombie, her fingertips trembling uncontrollably. She instinctively wanted to refuse, but looking at Liang's unquestionable eyes, she could only lower her head. Just like cutting a watermelon. She silently prayed in her heart to encourage herself. Liang's water gently supported her wrist. Pry it open with the tip of a knife. The cold touch of metal brought Su Jinru back to her senses. The next moment, there was a crisp crack sound as the blade wedged into the gap in the skull, and broken bones splashed on the eyelashes. She narrowed her eyes and pried hard, and half of her skull fell off. White crystals covered in mucus glowed faintly in the gray-red tissue. It's open. It's like opening a can of fruit. At this moment, she felt an indescribable strangeness in her heart. Master, here you go. Su Jinru took out the crystal core with her tender little hands and handed it over. Very good. Liang took the crystal core and nodded with satisfaction, then turned his gaze to the remaining three people, Su Yang. Next, Su Yang, come here. Gurgle. At this moment, Su Yang instinctively took a step back, but with Su Jinru setting an example for her, she swallowed and walked over fearfully. The other side. In dormitory 100 and for not far from Liang and others, Li Chun covered his mouth, trying hard to hold back vomiting, and watched the scene in shock. She never thought that Liang would let Su Jinru and the other three girls come down to kill the zombies. He really has the heart to make for beautiful girls draw knives and see blood. But at the same time, I feel a little envious. Liang's teaching can be regarded as hands-on teaching, helping the four girls adapt to the Doomsday environment. How many people want it but cannot get it? The end of the world is coming. If you don't adapt, you will die. Before Su Jinru killed the zombies, she still had the temperament of a weak and timid little girl. But at this time, the temperament is completely different. After seeing blood, it even gives people a cold feeling for a short period of time. Finally, the action of taking out the crystal core from the zombie's skull also appeared to be very smooth. Even though the tender little hands were covered in smelly blood. This kind of change is the basis for survival in the Doomsday. Chapter 34. I have learned this since childhood. It's the right thing to do. At this time, Jiumenli's voice of approval came from behind, with admiration in her eyes. With him here, Su Yang and the others can quickly adapt to the cruel environment of the Doomsday. But, he wants us to wear that kind of clothes. Speaking of this, Li Chun became so angry that his teeth itched. It was just an equal exchange. I don't think he did anything wrong at the time, but we just found it unacceptable. Jiumenli shook her head and said earnestly. Li Chun, everyone has their own ideas. He didn't force us at the time. We can't let others feed us unconditionally, right? These words left Li Chun speechless. The two watched for a while and saw that although Su Yang and the other two girls were timid, they finally killed the zombies with the help of Liang. After successfully killing the zombies, the looks in Su Yang and the others' eyes were different. Facing the zombies, the fear in their eyes was much less. At this time, Jiumenli suddenly said, Li Chun, we'll go out and join them in a bit. What? Hearing this, Li Chun was shocked and looked at his teacher in disbelief. We can't hold out for long with just a few steamed buns. We can't leave this dormitory building in a short time, so we might as well take the initiative. Jiumenli spoke calmly, seeming very sober. Besides, I think it's a good choice to stay with him. At this point, she looked at Li Chun and smiled. Of course, the teacher won't force you. If you don't want to, I can discuss it with him later to see if I can give you some of my daily food. Teacher, you. Li Chun's eyes were suddenly covered with a layer of mist. Teacher Jiyu was always so nice to her. After thinking about it, she nodded vigorously. Teacher, I'll go with you. No. Isn't it just wearing that kind of clothes? Wear it. Very good. Under Liang's guidance, the three women led by Su Yang successfully killed the zombies and took out the crystal cores from the zombies' heads with their own hands. Although I couldn't help but vomit in the end. But at least I have the courage to take action. Many girls had never even killed a chicken before Doomsday. The four women were able to successfully kill the zombies, although it was with his help, but this had already far exceeded Leon's psychological expectations. The environment will force a person to grow. This would be almost impossible in peacetime. The thing you just took out of the zombie's head is called a crystal core. After the psychic absorbs it, it can strengthen their psychic powers and increase their psychic power level. Liang calmly explained the function of crystal core to the four girls. Among the four of you, only Su Jinru is a superpower. Give her the crystal cores in your hands to absorb. Yes, master. Hearing this, Su Yang and the other two placed the crystal core into Su Jinru's hands with some envy. Absorb it and see if you can comprehend new superpowers. Seeing Su Jinru looking at him helplessly, Liang nodded. Good. Upon hearing this, Su Jinru immediately closed her eyes and began to absorb the crystal core in her hand. After a while, several people felt that Su Jinru's temperament changed. The next moment, a blue light flashed in the busty Loli's hand, and the crystal-clear water-based energy quickly condensed and took shape in her palm. The faint blue light flowed and entangled like a living thing. Wisps of water vapor rose up and condensed into tiny water droplets in the air, reflecting a colorful halo. In the blink of an eye, a long sword with a shimmering glow took shape. The blade had wavy patterns on it, and the edge of the blade was glowing with a cold blue light. A circle of fine water blades was suspended on the edge of the blade, and as Su Jinru turned her wrist slightly, a slight sound of breaking through the air was emitted. Water knife. Looking at this scene, Liang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Good job. A big-breasted Loli holding a long sword. Could it be that he was influenced by the previous scene and thus understood the water knife? Su Jinru is about 1.6 meters tall, and the handle of the water knife in her hand almost reaches her waist. In terms of shape, it looks a bit like a modao. As for the sharpness, Su Jinru took 2 steps forward and gently scratched the chest of the zombie on the ground. The zombie's skin and bones were cut directly apart, as if there was no obstacle. 2 words, silky. Good. Liang was a little surprised. He had not expected that Su Jinru would actually awaken combat abilities. And this water knife is extraordinary at first glance. Come on, try again. Liang's heart moved, and he rolled another zombie over from the edge of the zombie group. But halfway through, he released his hold on the zombies. Raw. The zombies regained their freedom and rushed over with fangs and claws bared. But this time, Su Jinru was no longer hesitant, but decisive. She lightly tapped her toes and actually took the initiative to attack. The water knife in his hand broke through the air with a sharp mist and went straight for the zombie's head. The moment the blade touched, the zombie's head was easily split open like a watermelon, and the black and red brain matter splattered on the ground. Good. This scene made Liang unable to help but praise, his eyes full of surprise. I originally thought that Su Jinru was a delicate Loli, and even if she awakened her superpowers, they would mostly be auxiliary. I didn't expect that she would have such a fierce offensive superpower. Moreover, his knife-wielding movements were crisp and smooth, and he didn't look like a novice in knife handling at all. Su Yang and the other 2 girls widened their eyes, their faces filled with shock and envy. Before, they were resistant to Liang's training methods, but now looking at Su Jinru's powerful abilities, all they had left in their hearts was a desire for power. Looking at your movements, have you ever used a knife before? Liang took the crystal core handed over by Su Jinru and asked. Well, my father taught me when I was a child. In front of Liang, Su Jinru changed from the decisive Valkyrie to an obedient little Loli. I come from a military family. My grandfather fought in the war. My father trained me as a boy since I was young, teaching me to wield swords and guns. Unfortunately. Having said this, Su Jinru fell silent for a while. It seems that we will have another powerful general in our team from now on. Liang smiled, touched the little Loli's head, and didn't ask any more questions. Every family has its own problems. Anyway, Su Jinru is his now. In the apocalypse, it is hard to say whether her family is still alive. In this doomsday world full of dangers, one more powerful fighting force means one more hope for survival. The sudden pat on the head made Sujinru put down the water knife shyly. Her originally fair face was stained with a blush because of the battle. Master, am I still okay? It's more than just okay, it's beyond imagination. Liang smiled and patted her shoulder. With you here, we will be more confident in facing the zombie hordes. At this moment, with a creak, the door of dormitory 104 not far away suddenly opened. Ji Yuminli and the other person walked out somewhat awkwardly. Classmates, we have figured it out. It was Li Chun who shouldn't have been so reckless yesterday. The professor in a flesh-colored uniform looked apologetic and said humbly. We want to join you. Really? Liang was not surprised to see Ji Yuminli and the other person suddenly appear. He already knew where the two were hiding. Today, I brought Suyang and the other 4 girls here to kill zombies, also for them to see. I just didn't expect that the most beautiful lady would come to my door so soon. Chapter 35. Do it yourself, or do you want me to help you? You want to join and get my protection? No problem. Liang raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Ji Yuminli's plump body wantonly. But you all know the conditions, right? No. Ji Yuminli was silent for a while and nodded. What about the person next to you? Liang joked, it seems that he is not very happy about it. Hearing this, Li Chun, who was standing next to Ji Yuminli, pursed his lips, but finally spoke. I agree to your terms. TSK, it would have been nice if you had agreed earlier. Liang shook his head regretfully. But considering your previous verbal offense, I'll temporarily add a condition and apologize to Suyang and the others. Is that not too much? As soon as the words fell, the 4 girls beside Suyang were shocked. They obviously didn't expect Liang to say that, and they were deeply moved. The owner actually still remembered the casual words Li Chun said yesterday. At this moment, the 4 girls looked at Liang with eyes as gentle as water. If it wasn't inconvenient at this moment, I would have already undressed. Li Chun, who was standing opposite, frowned when he heard this, and said with some dissatisfaction. I just told the truth, why do you want me to? I can make sure you don't live past tomorrow in this apocalypse. Liang interrupted her calmly. Or, do you want to be kicked out of the dormitory and die among the zombies? Or. He glanced at Ji Yuminli's pale face. You want to bury your teacher with you? The corridor was dead silent. Li Chun stared at Liang's calm eyes, and suddenly realized that the other party was serious and was not joking. If she refused, she would really be thrown out to feed the zombies. Her throat tightened and her Adam's apple moved, but no sound came out. 10 seconds. Liang didn't say much and started counting down directly. 9, 8. I apologize. Li Chun clenched his fists. I shouldn't have said such mean words yesterday. I was wrong. She gritted her teeth and said, from now on I will listen to you. Liang nodded with satisfaction and threw 2 crystal cores over. Take it and absorb it, and see if you can comprehend new superpowers. At this moment, Li Chun was confused. He was shouting at me to kill me just a second ago, but now. The crystal core can improve the level of superpowers, and it seems that it can also comprehend new superpowers. Such a precious thing is just thrown to oneself. What are you standing there for? Seeing Li Chun standing there in a daze, Liang raised his eyebrows. Since you've already apologized, then let's write off what happened before. You're mine now, and I'm always generous to my own people. But this is too generous. Li Chun held the 2 crystal cores in his hands. He originally felt some resistance and unwillingness in his heart, but at this moment all of that disappeared along with the crystal cores in his hands. Thank you. Li Chun moved his mouth and whispered. Liang was delighted when he heard this. As expected of a college student. If you hit someone with a stick and give him a sweet date, not only will nothing happen to him, but he may even be thanked for it. Suyang and the other 3 girls vented their anger, and Li Chun and the other 2 also established their authority. Li Chun should be very grateful to him in his heart now. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Okay, let's go back upstairs and eat something. Liang looked warm. Teacher Jiyu and Li Chun have been hungry for a day. Let's replenish our energy first and then come down to kill the zombies later. No one had any objection to this. When everyone returned upstairs, the ingredients had already been prepared. The four girls divided the work and began to wash and cut the vegetables skillfully. This scene left Lee Chun stunned. Various ingredients, meat, vegetables. Now is the end of the world. Under normal circumstances, everyone should be hungry. Being able to have something to eat is a blessing from God. But Liang and his companions not only had food, but the quality of the food was simply outrageous. There are both meat and vegetables, and they look almost as fresh as if they were just bought from the supermarket. Ji Yumanli watched silently from the side, and was no less shocked than Li Chun. This scene even made her think she had returned to the days before the end of the world. After a while, bursts of tempting aroma wafted from the kitchen. The braised pork was bubbling in the casserole, bright red in color, fatty but not greasy. The spicy and sour potato shreds are sour and appetizing. The golden fried rice is distinct, and is dotted with green chopped green onions and bright red diced ham. Dinner is ready. Su Jinru and the other three girls quickly brought the food over. Because there were so many people, Liang simply moved a large table out from the dormitory next door. Ji Yumanli and the other girl had just joined, and now was the time to deepen their sense of belonging, so naturally he would not be stingy. Li Chun looked at the sumptuous dish in front of him and his throat couldn't help but roll. She carefully picked up a piece of braised pork and put it into her mouth. The soft, sweet taste instantly exploded on her taste buds. The familiar yet unfamiliar deliciousness made her eyes slightly warm. What a miserable life she had been living in the past 3 days. Sour steamed buns with water, noodles that have been stored for 2 days. At this moment, she was eating the delicious food and tears were about to flow. Look at Su Yang's four daughters again. They are eating heartily while chatting and laughing with Liang, with happy smiles on their faces. Li Chun suddenly felt that his previous life was like a struggle in hell. And now, just a meal made her feel warmth and satisfaction she had never felt before. Fortunately, I chose to compromise and joined Li Yang's team. At this moment, Li Chun couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It was a good thing that she was unwilling before, so she had to endure hunger for another day. Isn't it just a maid uniform? Wear. Must wear. After dinner, it was still early, and Su Yang understood instantly after Li Yang gave him a look. Student Li Chun, let's go downstairs to digest the food. The master plans to go to other cafeterias to find supplies in a few days. Let's slowly clean up the zombies downstairs first, so that it won't be difficult to get out when the time comes. Li Chun was originally rubbing his somewhat overstuffed belly, sighing at the happy life of being able to eat his fill. Hearing this, he came back to his senses and nodded without thinking. Okay, let's go. Now that I'm full and energetic, it's time to get to work and kill zombies. She was a girl from the countryside. She had been restless and very strong since she was young. Killing zombies is good. After killing them, you can also improve your strength and master combat skills. Soon, Li Chun, Su Yang and the other three girls left. Ji Yumanli and Li Yang were the only ones left in the dormitory. Teacher Ji Yu, you know what I mean, right? Li Yang raised the corner of his mouth and went straight to the point. The most stunning lady he had been craving for so many days was right in front of him, and he was too lazy to go around in circles. When Doomsday comes, strength is everything. It's time to go up. Ji Yumanli lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly. Of course she knew what Li Yang meant. I know very well in my heart that this is the best option at the moment. Because Leon is strong enough. In the end times, if beauty does not have corresponding strength, it will be the beginning of tragedy. Compared to the perverted men he might encounter in the future, Li Yang has a handsome face. From the expressions and mental outlook of Su Yang's four daughters, it can be seen that Li Yang should have a good personality. But when the time comes, it's inevitable to feel a little shy. In that case, do you want me to help you take it off, or do you want to take it off yourself? Li Yang stared at the delicate body in front of him and asked with a chuckle. Chapter 36 I'll do it myself. I can do it myself. Ji Yumanli blushed. The man's fiery gaze made her heart tremble. This is the first time in my life that I have done this in front of other people. Can. Li Yang nodded with interest. This show is not bad. Ji Yumanli lowered her head even more, and unbuttoned her coat as if trying to cover up her crime. As the silver buttons were unbuttoned one by one, the navy blue jacket opened to the sides like butterfly wings, revealing the moon-white silk shirt underneath. The shirt was made of a soft material that fit her skin perfectly, outlining her round shoulders and slender arms. The slightly loose neckline reveals the delicate collarbone. Below us are the round, snow-white peaks with bottomless ravines, which are fascinating. The waist is slender and there is not a trace of fat. The knee-length smoky grey skirt wraps around her perky buttocks. As Ji Yuminli moved, the hem of her skirt rose and fell slightly, revealing her charming curve between her waist and hips without reservation. She turned around somewhat embarrassedly, bent down slightly, held the heels of her black-pointed high-heeled shoes with both hands, and slowly took off her shoes. Her calves were straightened, and her muscle lines were faintly visible under the flesh-colored stockings, which had a delicate matte texture and made the curves of her legs look straighter and longer. Little did she know that this action only exposed the beauty of her figure. The moment she took off her high heels, Ji Yuminli tapped the ground with her jade feet, and the hem of her skirt naturally slid down half an inch, revealing a small piece of fair and delicate skin above her knees, which was as shiny as mutton-fat jade. When she turned around, the hem of her shirt fell naturally, just covering the fullest part of her buttocks, but as she walked, her slender waistline was vaguely revealed with her steps, swaying with every step. Cough. Such a great beauty, such a tempting show, Liang coughed lightly. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. No more waiting. If he doesn't take action, he will start to doubt whether he is a man. Ding. Congratulations to their host, you have obtained a special ability, neural overclocking. Ding. Congratulations to their host, you have obtained a large generator 1. Ding. Congratulations to their host, you have gained agility attribute 3. Ding. Congratulations to their host, you have obtained a prop treasure chest 1. Good. Among the 5 girls, the one he is most satisfied with is the royal sister Ji Yuminli. Sensible, quick-witted and clear-headed. It should be able to help him a lot in the future. Of course, the most important thing is that Ji Yuminli has a really good figure. No wonder the system gives such a high score. Coming back to his senses, Liang turned his attention to the system panel and started adding points. 3 points of agility attribute, added directly. This was the first time he had gained agility attribute points. According to the system's explanation, agility represents the human body's neural reaction and limb coordination ability. Ding dong 3 times, agility increased to 9 points. At this moment, Liang could clearly feel a slight tingling sensation in his brain nerves as the points were added, but it quickly disappeared. But when he looked up at the sky outside, his expression was stunned. In the originally ordinary blue sky, he could actually see the patterns made by the breeze passing through the clouds. The floating clouds seemed to be in slow motion, with even the curled edges that seemed to be melting clearly visible. Just at this moment a crow flew past the window. Liang concentrated his attention slightly and clearly saw the different shades of ink between the crow's feathers, the marks of wear on the forked tail feathers, and even the changing angles of the wings every time they flapped. What the hell? This huge change made Liang exclaim in his heart, "Oh my god! This is too perverted." Of course, this is definitely not just due to the 3 points of agility. Neural overclocking definitely played a role as well. But he didn't expect that the combination of the two would have such an outrageous effect. What about the rest? Thinking of this, Liang tried to recall the beautiful scene on the bed before. Hiss. After a while, he shook his head and said, "Damn it, I can't think about it." So clear. Ji Yuminli's every move, every frown and smile, every action, every detail, the degree to which her red lips parted, the intermittent breathing, were all clear. It's just like watching a high-definition movie. It's worthy of being called neural overclocking. At this moment, Liang was excited. It was worth the effort he put into this superpower, and he even went to the cafeteria to save people. Value. It's worth it. It took a while for Liang to calm down. Take your time. It is not convenient to lie in bed at the moment, so I will slowly study the potential of overclocking abilities in the future. He turned his gaze to the generator in the space. The overall shape is a cuboid, and the size is similar to a household double-door refrigerator. The shell is made of dark gray alloy with a matte surface. There is a small transparent panel on the front, through which you can see a faint light flickering where the crystal core is placed inside. There are several heat dissipation holes on the top and a circle of blue lines on the edge for decoration, adding a touch of beauty. Thick wires are connected to one side of the generator to output electricity. Nuclear eating energy generator level 1. Energy source: only the crystal cores of ordinary first-level zombies can be used. Each time a crystal core is placed, the conversion device needs to be manually turned on. Power supply capacity, maximum power 600 watts. Continuous power supply, it can meet the power needs of a bedroom, 2 LED lights, a small fan, and a mobile phone charger for about 6 hours. Upgrade conditions, Fragment 1, Level 2 Crystal Core 1. After upgrade, maximum power, 2000 watts. The power supply efficiency is okay. Level 1 crystal cores are everywhere now. One can be used for 6 hours. But the maximum power is a bit low, only 600 watts. Liang felt a little regretful. 600 watts was really not a high power. An ordinary hair dryer has about 600 watts of power. Now I can only say that it's better than nothing. It is fine to charge your mobile phone, boil water in a kettle, and cook rice in a rice cooker. Fortunately, after the upgrade, the maximum power can reach 2000 watts, which can basically maintain the basic electricity needs of a 2-bedroom apartment. It was this upgrade condition that made Liang feel a little painful. It's okay that you need generator fragments to upgrade, but you actually need a level 2 crystal core. Liang now only has one level 2 crystal core, which he obtained with great difficulty. Of course, the generator will definitely need to be upgraded later. But not now. At present, the main focus is definitely on improving his personal strength. Thinking of this, Liang took out the Rat King's secondary crystal core, controlled the nerve overclocking energy fluctuations to wrap it, and directly absorbed and devoured it. Soon, the devouring was completed. Neural overclocking successfully reached 5% of level 2. To upgrade to level 3, you will need about 150 level 1 crystal cores. Finally, Liang took out the prop treasure box dropped by Ji Yumanli. As soon as he got it in his hand, Liang let out a light exclamation. This prop treasure chest seems to be different from the ones dropped before. Chapter 37 Mutated Gene Fluid. Normal treasure chests are bronze in color. But at this moment, the treasure chest in Liang's hand was inlaid with gold edges and covered with dragon patterns all around, looking extremely gorgeous. A golden chest. Liang raised his eyebrows. Could it be that treasure chests also have different qualities? Similar to bronze, silver, and gold in games? Shaking his head, Liang was too lazy to think about it. Ji Yumanli beside him had fallen into a deep sleep because it was her first time feeling the rain, so he had no more worries. Who cares? Let us talk about it after we open it. As the switch is pressed, the treasure chest opens. For a moment, the whole room was shrouded in rich golden light. Ding! Congratulations to their host, you have obtained one water-based mutation gene fluid. Water mutation gene fluid rewrites the water-based supernatural gene fragment, causing a qualitative change in the ability to manipulate water molecules. It has the ability to freeze at absolute zero, and can instantly freeze liquid substances within a radius of 1 meter. The radius of the freezing range increases with the strength of the water-based supernatural power. Water-type mutation gene fluid. As the golden light slowly dissipated, an object shaped like a syringe appeared in Liang's hand. Overall, it is similar to the syringes used in ordinary hospitals. It is made of glass, and the syringe contains azure liquid and some special particles that glow slightly. Can this thing mutate my water-based abilities? Liang touched the glass syringe in his hand, and his heart moved slightly. Absolute zero? Can it freeze liquid instantly? After thinking about it for a while, Liang roughly understood the use of this thing. Simply put, with one injection, he will have an additional ability equivalent to ice power. It's just that this ability depends on water-related abilities. The water-based abilities become stronger, and the freezing abilities also become stronger. In the future, he will not only be able to control water, but also make the surrounding liquid freeze instantly. However, the range is limited and can only be controlled within 1 meter. Probably knowing the effect, Liang didn't think too much and gave himself an injection directly. There are no side effects and it can also improve your strength. There is no need to hesitate about such a good thing. The cold liquid was slowly injected into the vein. Liang felt a cool breath spreading along the blood vessels. A slightly itchy and numbing feeling spread from the injection point, bringing a slight coolness that penetrated into his bones. Soon, it was all over. It's time to check. Liang's heart moved, and a pool of water suddenly appeared on the palm of his hand. After roughly controlling it into the shape of a small dagger, he narrowed his eyes. The next moment, fine frost mist rose from the palm of his hand. In an instant, the suspended water droplets seemed to be grasped by an invisible giant hand. The water molecules rearranged themselves at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the cold air spread along the fingertips like a living thing. In the blink of an eye, a crystal-clear small dagger appeared. It feels cool to the touch and has a hard texture. Liang tried to scratch his palm lightly, and a tiny wound appeared instantly, with blood dripping out. At this moment, Liang felt a slight pain in the palm of his hand and was shocked. This is almost no different from a normal dagger. If he wanted, he could use this ability to create all kinds of cold weapons. Knives, guns, halberds, and spears are all no problem. The system's description was not exaggerated at all. Under extreme cold, the liquid froze and took shape almost instantly. Lying at the head of the bed, countless ways of using this ability suddenly appeared in Liang's mind. The simplest one, for example, his water armor, can be instantly transformed into a stronger ice armor in the future. Wait, blood is okay. Suddenly, an unreliable idea emerged in Liang's mind. Blood is also a liquid. But soon, the system gave a negative answer. The reason is that human cells generate weak bioelectric fields, and blood forms a dynamic electromagnetic field during circulation. The essence of the freezing ability is to achieve solidification by manipulating the hydrogen bond arrangement of water molecules. However, the bioelectric field will interfere with this arrangement, causing the superpowers to become disordered when they come into contact with blood and unable to form an ice crystal structure. Just as a compass will fail in a strong magnetic field, the bioelectric field of blood becomes a natural antifreeze barrier. All right. Liang felt a little regretful, but he was not too discouraged. He alone possesses the abilities of water and ice, and the enemy will be caught off guard. After opening the system panel and taking a quick look, Liang felt extremely satisfied. In just half a day, his strength increased significantly because of the inclusion of Ji Mingli. Unfortunately, although Li Chun has a good appearance and figure, she does not meet the system standards and the system did not give her any indication of inclusion. Otherwise, her strength could have been further improved. Name, Liang. Age, 23. Strength, 11. Agility, 9. Speed, 18. Strength, 12. Special abilities, Level 2 Water Ability Ice 30%, Level 2 Neural Overclocking Ability 6%. Weapons, Long Sword 1, FN 510 Tactical Silenced Pistol 200 rounds of bullets. Item, Level 1 Nuclear Energy Generator can be upgraded infinitely to increase power. Special item, Stamina Potion 1. Alternative space, 530 cubic meters. After closing the system panel, Ji Mingli was still sleeping. Liang did not disturb her. He got out of bed and went downstairs directly. He planned to seize the time to kill more zombies and improve his strength, and it would be best if he could upgrade both of his superpowers to level 3. This way, we will be more confident when facing the upcoming Salvation meeting. He will not underestimate any enemy just because of his own strength. In the Doomsday, only by being cautious enough can you survive better. But as soon as he reached the first floor, Liang was surprised to find that the group of zombies in front of the dormitory building had been killed to only about 10. All in all, he had only been upstairs for less than an hour. In the field of vision, Su Jinru was holding a water knife, moving swiftly among 3 zombies. With one cut of the knife, the zombies' heads and bodies were separated. Ever since seeing the blood in the morning, the big-breasted loli seemed to have awakened, and now she is killing zombies very ruthlessly. Su Yang's 3 daughters each held a bucket of water, with a pile of stones picked up from the green belt next to them. First, use stones to attract some of the zombies to leave, then use water to attract the attention of the lone zombies on the edge. When the zombies are about to rush to Su Jinru, 3 buckets of water are poured over in time. The next moment, Li Chun released his ice ability. The zombies, whose clothes were soaked, paused, and the frozen water flow greatly slowed down their speed. Occasionally, a zombie would be frozen in place because of a puddle of water under its feet. Next, Su Jinru took the knife and harvested. There is still strength in numbers. Seeing this scene, Liang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Li Chun only has ice-related abilities, which is far inferior to him. But with the cooperation of Su Yang and the other 2 girls, they were still able to easily control the zombies. Su Jinru was the output and reaped the rewards quickly. His sword techniques were very powerful and he admitted this morning that he had practiced them since he was a child, and that he had practiced them very hard. With control, output, and off-field support, how do you fight zombies? Can't fight. There wasn't even an option to surrender. They can only be defeated one by one and wait for death. It was not until they killed all the zombies that Leon clapped his hands and praised. Good cooperation. Master, you are here. Master, we are awesome. Hey, we killed a lot of zombies. Hey. These are the crystal cores we collected. Lee Chun raised his head proudly and handed over a large pile of crystal cores. There were at least 40 of them in a torn piece of clothing. As a result, there is still a shortage of about 250 crystal cores needed to upgrade the 2 powers to the 3rd level. Lian accepted them without hesitation and said nothing more, absorbing them quickly one by one. This is the advantage of having people under you, you don't have to do everything yourself. It can save him a lot of time in becoming stronger. Chapter 38 Kill. About 5 minutes later, Liang opened his eyes and saw the expectant looks of the others. He smiled. Well done. As a reward, we'll have a feast tonight. The fact that Su Yang and his companions took the initiative to kill zombies was a good start and worthy of encouragement. He would not be stingy with even a little bit of food. Great, another great meal to eat. Master, what are we having for dinner tonight? The girls' eyes lit up instantly and they almost drooled. How about spicy crayfish and grilled lamb chops tonight, right? Liang smiled slightly and gave an answer that surprised several people, but before they could cheer, he spoke again. But before that, you have to kill more zombies and collect some supplies. Good. Where are we going now? Having killed a lot of zombies before, Su Yang and his companions were full of confidence at this time. There's a lot of zombies in the school supermarket across the street. Follow me. 3 days ago, when Liang came to the dormitory building to repair the water pipe, he also bought a bottle of mineral water in the supermarket. The supermarket is quite large and is not far from the girls' dormitory building. Next to it is the staff family building, where a number of middle-aged men and women live, all of whom are family members of the school teachers. Following the route they remembered, it took about 5 minutes. After killing a few scattered zombies on the way, Liang and his companions arrived not far from the supermarket entrance. At this time, a small group of zombies were blocking the entrance of the supermarket. The supermarket door was closed and I had no idea what was going on inside. There were several large bundles of mineral water and cartons marked with snacks placed at the door. It seemed that someone was unloading the goods, but the truck was gone. It must have been driven away by the truck driver, who also attracted a large number of zombies. Take a rest first and recover your strength. Liang stopped Li Chun, who was eager to try. I didn't realize before that this girl is also a warmonger. The superpowers of a psychic cannot be released infinitely. Although the 4 girls cooperated before, the consumption of Li Chun and Su Jinru was not great. But in the end of the world, you must always be in your best condition. Because no one knows when danger will appear. After resting for half an hour. Jinru, let's go. Liang didn't even need to take any action to deal with the 20 or so zombies at the door. Li Chun waved his hand. Su Jinru is a water element and Li Chun is an ice element. With the cooperation of the two, they cut the zombies like slicing melons and vegetables, and the zombies were quickly eliminated. Another 20 crystal cores were obtained. Wait a minute, don't go into the supermarket, move these things at the door. At this time, Liang's ears moved, and he calmly stopped Li Chun and the other person who wanted to rush into the supermarket. With the help of the 2nd level neural overclocking, he vaguely heard shouting from the family building next to him. Come quickly, someone kill all the zombies in front of the supermarket. What? Great, the army is coming. What the hell, they are just a few students. Hurry up and call for help. They are moving the bottles of mineral water in front of the supermarket. What? Stop them quickly, we can't let them take the things away. If we go down, will they attack us? Don't worry, they are just a few students. They won't dare to attack us. That's fine, I'll be right down. The noisy sound of a bunch of middle-aged men and women made Liang frown. When the zombies broke out, it was their time for school to be dismissed at noon, and most of the teachers had not yet left the teaching building, so the staff quarters were mostly filled with uncles and aunts in their 50s and 60s. After the zombie outbreak, most of the zombies in the family building were trapped in their homes. The only zombies nearby are a small group at the supermarket door. But it was this small group of zombies that made these people afraid to even go downstairs for 3 days. I hide at home every day, eating and waiting to die. When I am hungry, I sleep. When I really can't bear it anymore, I eat a little. Now that the zombies have been killed by Liang and his men, they naturally have no more worries. Soon, a large group of uncles and aunts rushed down with brooms and mops, and some even held spatulas in their hands. If you can't handle the zombies, how can you handle these students? Hey, 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 what are you doing? Who told you to move things around? TSK, young people nowadays, I really don't know what to say to you. Taking something without asking is considered stealing. Didn't your elders teach you that? Uneducated thing. That's right, are you moving the things because they belong to you? I'm telling you now, these things are all ours. Yes, we bought it before. Ahhh. As the group of people were talking, they surrounded Liang and his companions, staring at them fiercely. Some of them were coughing non-stop and I don't know if they were sick, but they were still nimble enough to come out and grab things. It can only be said that if a person wants to die, even the god of death cannot stop him. 3 or 4 people were selected from the crowd, and those who were quick to move the boxes of mineral water and snacks on the ground. Li Chun and the other girls stood there at a loss. These uncles and aunts were quite old, and some had full of white hair, so they really couldn't bring themselves to do anything. Liang sneered in his heart, this is human nature in the Doomsday. They are timid in front of zombies, but they are more aggressive than the others when they see people. They won't thank you for killing the zombies, they will just show up and grab the spoils. But he didn't even look in the mirror to see if their old arms and legs were strong enough for him to kick them. Well, it's a good opportunity to teach the girls a lesson. In the end of the world, being kind to your enemies is being cruel to yourself. Get out of the way. At this moment, one of the old men saw that Su Yarn and the others did not dare to resist, so he became more aggressive and frowned. He knocked Su Jinru, who was standing next to him, and made her stagger and almost fall. What are you still standing there for? I've already taken your things, and you're still thinking about respecting the elderly and loving the young. Go ahead. Seeing this scene, Liang shouted coldly, his eyes were cold, and his body was covered with water armor. The next moment, an icy aura flashed across his body, and the originally flowing water armor instantly turned into a handsome ice armor. Under the direct sunlight, the air was filled with chill. Even when facing these uncles and aunts, Liang would not show any contempt. He lightly clenched his right hand in the air, and a long knife appeared out of thin air. After he clenched it tightly, he chopped down at the fat-faced old lady in front of him. Make a quick decision to prevent any changes. Puff. The long knife broke through the air, and the sharp blade instantly cut the aunt's neck, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The warm blood splashed on Leon's ice armor and instantly condensed into dark red ice crystals. The old lady fell backwards with her eyes wide open, fear still in her eyes. She never thought that Liang would actually attack them. How dare you? What happened to respecting the elderly and loving the young? Where is the promised society ruled by law? Murder. This scene instantly caused screams of terror to erupt from the crowd, and the originally arrogant uncles and aunts instantly scattered like birds and beasts. Liang did not stop, and flashed into the crowd like a ghost. His long sword emitted cold light, and anyone who tried to stop him was knocked down instantly. Seeing this, the women no longer hesitated. Su Jinru attacked with a water knife and followed up, killing them one by one. Li Chun was inspired by these uncles and aunts, and unexpectedly comprehended a new ice-related power. Icicle. Seeing the people fleeing in all directions, she did not hold back at all. Several ice cones broke through the air and accurately pierced into the bodies of the uncle and aunt who were trying to escape. Some of them awakened special powers, but faced with Leon, who was as fast as a ghost, they had no power to fight back. You beasts! An old man with a cane pointed at Liang tremblingly, his eyes full of fear and anger. We are the elders, how dare you? In the end times, there are no elders, only enemies. Liang interrupted him coldly, raised his foot and kicked the old man to the ground. To be kind to the enemy is to be cruel to yourself. Remember this, either become strong or die. In just a few minutes, most of the originally aggressive crowd had been killed or injured. The remaining people tried to escape back to the family building, but were blocked by Liang at the staircase door. Please, let us go. We know we were wrong, and we will never do it again. Grandpa, please let me call you Grandpa, please don't kill me. Snort. Liang snorted coldly and remained unmoved. Now that we have started, let us not leave anyone behind. At the end of the world, the most taboo thing is to cut the grass without removing the roots. Soon, the ground was filled with corpses. Liang put away his long knife, and his eyes swept across the corpses and scattered supplies on the ground. He looked at Li Chun and the other girls who were a little dazed because of killing people, and said in a deep voice, "Remember, if you encounter such a situation in the future, don't hesitate, and don't be soft-hearted. These people deserve to die." Hearing this, Su Yang and the others nodded silently, feeling a little better. In addition, since he had killed many zombies before, it didn't seem so difficult to accept killing people with his own hands at this time. Let's go into the supermarket. Waving his hand, Liang took the lead and walked towards the closed door of the supermarket. Since we are here, we might as well empty the entire supermarket. Chapter 39. Don't give the villain a chance to speak. Master, was that also your ability just now? Su Yang and the others came back to their senses, and thinking of the handsome ice armor they had just seen, they couldn't help but ask. Well, I have awakened my ice ability again. What? Another superpower awakened. Several people's eyes widened immediately. Can one person have two superpowers? That should be possible, right? Liang thought about it and was still unsure. It is because of the existence of the system that he is able to possess dual abilities. Master is so awesome. At this moment, Su Yang, Jiang Shi, and Lin Yuxian looked at each other and saw envy in each other's eyes. Liang is already a dual-powered person, but they haven't awakened any of their powers yet. Li Chun followed behind with an expressionless face. Looking as if nothing had happened, he was actually lamenting in his heart about his previous wise move. Awesome Li Chun, you are worthy of it. Join such a strong team. Needless to say, I feel very safe. They completely forgot that if Ji Mingli hadn't insisted, the two of them would still be in the dormitory, gnawing on stale steamed buns. In front of the supermarket entrance, two one-way glass doors were closed, and one could not see what was going on inside. Liang pushed it. It must be locked from the inside. Master, what should I do? Su Yang and the others also noticed it and frowned. Why not just use something to knock it open? Liang did not answer, but placed his right hand between the two windows of glass. The weather was hot and the glass door was scorching hot from the sun. The next moment, a layer of mist rose from Liang's palm, and transparent water droplets danced and gathered in his palm, as if being pulled by invisible threads, seeping towards the gap in the glass door. As the water mist continued to be injected, the cold air spread at a speed visible to the naked eye. The water droplets quickly condensed into ice edges in the door crack, and the ice crystals grew wildly along the glass lines, making dense crackling sounds. Master, you are. When Su Yang and the others saw this scene, they looked at each other in confusion. Water creation is to condense the free water molecules in the air, and ice-based abilities can instantly change the form of water molecules. Liang used his supernatural power while explaining. In just a moment, the ice layer had already covered the entire glass door. Low temperatures will cause the glass to expand and contract due to heat, causing it to break. This is junior high school physics knowledge. Before he could finish his words, the ice surface suddenly exploded, the glass door shattered to the ground, and the fine glass shards were wrapped in the ice and fell to the ground without splashing a bit. Liang withdrew his hand, with a hint of coldness still lingering in his palm. In the end times, mastering the characteristics of elements is more important than pure strength. After doing all this, he specifically pointed out one sentence. After all, Su Yang and his companions were the team that formed the initial stage of his power building. As for whether they can be awakened, it depends on their understanding. Before the end of the world, his only form of entertainment every day was to stay in his rental house and play games. As his gaming skills improved, Liang realized a truth. When playing games, you must have imagination and your thinking must not be rigid. Only in this way can you become stronger and stronger. That is how he became number one in the country in the game. This also applies to the end of the world. The power is dead. But the coordination between superpowers is dynamic. Just like in a game, several skills combined can produce unexpected effects. If it were someone else, they would probably have chosen to score rashly. But that would make too much noise and it would be easy to be hit by glass fragments and get injured. The loss outweighs the gain. Obviously, it can be easily accomplished by utilizing the coordination between superpowers and applying knowledge of physics. Why waste your time on something that won't please you? Before doing anything, use your brain. In the back, Suyang and the other girls were stunned by the shock of this scene. If it wasn't inconvenient to blurt out in front of the master, then they will blurt it out. Awesome. Li Chun didn't have this worry. At this moment, she looked at Liang as if she was looking at a god, and she was full of admiration. What's up with this brain? How can there be such a smart person in the world? It had only been a short while since both Liang and she had awakened their ice abilities, but she had never expected this. Sure enough, I am still too stupid. Li Chun thought sadly in his heart, but soon cheered up again. It's okay, Liang is her boss now. It doesn't matter if you are a little stupid, just follow orders from now on. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel fortunate again that she had joined Liang's team. Liang used his foot to sweep away the broken glass on the ground. He scanned the rows of shelves in the supermarket and heard the sound of someone. He immediately said in a deep voice, "Be prepared, there might be someone inside." Damn it. You are not allowed to speak. Zhao Wenjue stared fiercely at the group of girls in front of him and threatened in a low voice. A fireball appeared in his palm, instantly illuminating the surrounding environment. This is an empty warehouse at the back of the supermarket. The door is closed. The air was filled with the smell of sweat and a certain peculiar fishy odor. More than 20 girls huddled in a corner, some with torn clothes and dirt, some with purple bruises on their necks. The girl in the front row hugged her knees and trembled, her left eye was swollen to a slit, and the torn wound on her right earlobe was still oozing blood. Zhao Wenjue swung the fireball closer, and sparks splashed on the girl's exposed skin, leaving tiny burn marks. If you dare to scream again, I will burn you like fuel. He didn't expect that someone would break into the supermarket so quickly. I hope there aren't too many people around, otherwise if someone finds out what he has done, it would be hard to explain. The day after the Doomsday, Zhao Wenjue, as the school's student union president, awakened his fire-related abilities and became so arrogant that he wanted to take over the entire medical university. As a result, reality taught him a hard lesson. Several people with special abilities went together, and in the end only he and physical education teacher Liu Jianjun escaped from the zombie encirclement. The cost is using other people as bait. After the two men broke out of the zombie swarm, they ran for their lives in separate directions, and Liu Jianjun disappeared. He was rescued by a group of female students in the supermarket. Zhao Wenjue still vaguely remembers the admiration in the eyes of the girl who saved him. As for later, a closed environment, plenty of food, and a group of young and beautiful female college students. The end of the world is coming and order is collapsing. He believes that no man can resist such temptation. Although many of the girls had awakened special powers, they were no match for him in combat and were quickly subdued. After being hungry for 2 days, they soon lost the ability to resist. Just when Zhao Wenjue fell into deep thought. Tick, tick, tick. A series of low footsteps were heard, as if they knew he was in the warehouse, and they walked directly to the warehouse door. Soon, a voice sounded. "Excuse me, is there anyone inside?" The sound is clear and pleasant, as lively as an oriole. Zhao Wenjue's heart moved, and he instantly recognized the owner of the voice. Su Jinru. One of the school beauties, a busty loli with a distinguished family background. He has been coveting this busty loli for a long time, but Su Jinru usually ignores him. But today, Su Jinru came to the door on her own initiative. At this moment, Zhao Wenjue's heart moved slightly. According to the footsteps he heard before, there should not be many people coming, but he was still a little worried about opening the door like this. Just as he was struggling, another voice sounded. "It seems like there's no one. Jinru, let's move the things. There's so much food. Call more people over later. It'll be enough to last for a month." Suyang? Hearing this voice, Zhao Wenjue was startled, and then he couldn't help but become excited. Suyang is ranked above the busty loli in the school beauty ranking. An internet celebrity with millions of fans, she has a tall figure and impeccable looks. Especially those long, white, slender legs, which he often carried on his shoulders in his dreams. No, we can't wait any longer. Suyang actually wanted to ask people to move supplies from the supermarket. If there are too many people by then, it will be even more difficult to handle. Thinking of this, Zhao Wenjue decisively opened the iron gate. The next moment, his eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. What happened today? Such good luck. School beauties Jiang Xi and Lin Yuxian were there too. 4 of the 10 school beauties are here. And the four of them should have been having a good time these days. Her face was rosy and she looked energetic, and even her clothes were relatively clean. It would be so cool if I could get all of them. As for Liang, he was standing at the back with an unfamiliar appearance and was directly ignored by Zhao Wenjue. Chapter 40 Amazing Discovery. Vincent Zhao. Su Jinru and the others were immediately surprised. After all, Zhao Wenjue is the president of the student union. He looks good and has a good family background. He is well known in the school. Su Jinru, Jiang Shi, Lin Yuxian, and Su Yan, hello. Zhao Wenjue looked at the four girls greedily, with evil fire burning in his heart. He had played with the girls there for 3 days without taking a shower, and they smelled terrible. He had long been disgusted with them. Now seeing Su Jinru and the other 3 girls, they are like heaven and earth. They smell good and are clean, so tempting. Su Jinru was standing at the front and was about to say hello when she moved her nose and suddenly smelled a foul odor. Looking over Zhao Wenjue's shoulder, her pupils suddenly contracted. I saw more than 20 girls huddled in a corner in the warehouse, their clothes in disarray, their faces miserable, their eyes dull. Even if outsiders came, there was still no reaction. White paper balls can be seen everywhere on the ground, densely packed everywhere. What happened to them? Her face turned pale and she subconsciously rushed in, but Zhao Wenjue blocked her way with his arms outstretched. Don't go in. Zhao Wenjue looked at them maliciously. These people were scratched by zombies, I'm isolating them. Does quarantine require beating people up until they are covered in wounds? Su Yang and the others behind him also saw it and were very angry. Zhao Wenjue, do you think we are fools? You are the president of the student union, how can you do such a disgusting thing? Shut up. Zhao Wenjue suddenly shouted, a ball of fire appeared in his hand, and he said sinisterly. I say, instead of worrying about others, you might as well worry about yourself. I am an alien. Puff. Suddenly, silenced gunshots were heard. The bullet hit the center of his eyebrows accurately, and a bloody hole appeared. The second half of Zhao Wenjue's sentence got stuck in his throat. His eyes widened, he staggered a few steps, fell to the ground, and fell silent. Die with eyes open. He never expected that someone would play by his own rules. Normally, shouldn't people have a verbal fight and say some harsh words before taking action? Also, why did such an outrageous weapon as a pistol appear? Okay, save him. Liang, who was standing behind the women, shook his head and put away his pistol. Since he is a villain, kill him quickly to avoid any accidents. Li Chun, come out, the person is dead. To be on the safe side, he also arranged for Li Chun to hide in the dark, ready to use an ice cone to attack him, but he didn't expect that it would not be used at all. Here I come. Li Chun immediately came out from the corner. When he saw the tragic scene in the warehouse, he immediately guessed what had happened. He kicked the corpse on the ground twice, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Scum. After the kick, Li Chun quickly walked into the warehouse and went to comfort the girls in the warehouse with Su Jinru and others. Liang did not go in. He stood there, staring at Zhao Wenjue's body on the ground. After thinking for a while, he stretched out his hand and made a fist. The next moment, a long knife appeared in his hand. Puff. With one cut, Zhao Wenjue's head was split in half. A fiery red crystal appeared in Leon's field of vision. There really is. Liang took the crystal expressionlessly. It was cold to the touch, just like a zombie crystal core. Close your eyes and let the supernatural power envelope you. The next moment, Liang opened his eyes, feeling a little heavy. It can be absorbed, and it is twice the energy contained in the zombie crystal core. This means that killing people is more cost-effective than killing zombies. It is foreseeable that in the future, the killing among humans will become very serious. Anyone can become a stepping stone for others to become stronger. This is especially true for the strong. Killing one strong man is equivalent to killing 2 zombies of the same strength. Any normal person knows how to choose. In this case, it becomes even more urgent to establish one's own power. Liang doesn't want to become a popular figure in the eyes of others in the future. It is very obvious which one is more deterrent, a person acting alone or having a large group of subordinates to build up a strong force. After absorbing the energy from the crystal core, Liang began to search the supermarket. Food, daily necessities, cigarettes, alcohol, fruits, and even condoms were not spared. Anyway, the space is large enough after the expansion, so there is no need to worry about not having enough space. Of course, he didn't take them all away, he left some behind. So, when Sujinru and others came out, they looked at the almost empty supermarket and couldn't help but doubt their lives. If I remember correctly, there were a lot of things in the supermarket when I came in before, right? Because of the power outage, the light in the supermarket was dim, and there might have been someone else in the supermarket before, so they focused their attention elsewhere and were not sure. But since Liang didn't say anything, there shouldn't be a problem. Even if there is a problem, as long as Liang doesn't say anything, there will be no problem. In fact, after spending these few days together, Sujinru and the other 3 girls had probably guessed something. As for Li Chun, let us keep it a secret for now. Take whatever you can from the supermarket and follow me out. Liang led a group of people to the supermarket entrance, stood in front of more than 20 pairs of eyes, and said, I believe you all know about the coming of the Doomsday. Now, I will give you 2 choices. First, join my team and follow my orders. There is only one requirement, absolute obedience. Second, leave immediately. After saying this, Liang did not disturb them from thinking and waited quietly. The reason why he wanted to accept these girls was that after being tortured by Zhao Wenjue, these girls were able to come out alive. Compared with normal people, they would be more resilient, calmer and more decisive when facing things in the future. These are all crucial in the end times. As Liang finished speaking, the group of girls who were rescued looked at each other, with confusion in their eyes. But gradually, his eyes became firm. In fact, apart from following Liang, they had nowhere else to go. What's more, it was Leon who rescued them from hell. It didn't take long before the results came out. There were 21 people in total, and no one left. Very good. Liang was very satisfied with the result. No ungrateful person, good. Suyang, split up the food and share it out so that everyone can eat their fill first. Yes, master. Suyang and the others nodded and quickly got busy. Soon, piles of food were placed on the table at the entrance of the supermarket. Gurgle. At this moment, the sound of swallowing saliva could be heard one after another. Okay, eat until you're full. Liang spoke, waved his hand, and called Suyang and the others over. After they have eaten their fill, record the number of people with special abilities and the types of abilities they have. Also, record those who are seriously injured and what medicine they need. You are all medical students, so you should know all of this. If you really don't understand, go back and ask your teacher Gu later. Yes, master. Suyang and the others looked at each other and saw the admiration in each other's eyes. Although the owner is about the same age as them, he handles things in an orderly manner. Soon, the statistical results came out, and the number of people with special abilities surprised Liang. Chapter 41 The Sky is Falling. 9 Superpowers. After being controlled, everyone had nothing to eat, they were starving, their physical condition was very poor, and they had no strength to resist. Their superpowers awakened after being controlled. A total of 21 girls were rescued, and 9 of them had awakened special powers. The ratio is close to 2 to 1. This means that one of the 2 has awakened special powers. This is a very exaggerated number. Many of them awakened their superpowers out of despair after being humiliated. Suyang added in a low voice. Oh. Liang's heart moved when he heard this. So, the probability of awakening superpowers will increase in desperate situations. Well, write it down and verify it later. If this is true, by taking advantage of the information gap, he can mass-produce people with special abilities before the end of the world. In the Doomsday, danger is everywhere. As long as you go out frequently to collect supplies, you will always encounter desperate situations. In this way, the probability of awakening will naturally increase. After awakening, he uses the crystal cores of the zombies he killed to quickly become stronger, forming a perfect closed loop. At present, few people probably know the secret of the crystal core. Wait until the day when the secret of the crystal core is discovered by the public. The strength of Liang's men has long been far ahead, and it is not so easy to catch up. By then, the bosses of other forces might only be level 4 psychics. And Liang's men. Sorry, the gatekeepers are better than you. 9 psychics, 2 of them are fire type, 2 are earth type, 3 are physical enhancement, and there is 1 wind type and 1 lightning type. Suyang has a good memory and is a good candidate to be a deputy. He speaks clearly and explains the abilities of the 9 psychics. Lin Xiaoxiu and Cheng Yu from the fire element. Lin Xiexue can ignite a flame as long as her forearm, but it won't last long and the temperature is okay. Cheng Yu can swing out a 2-meter-long fire whip. Seeing Li Yang nodded, she paused and continued. Chen Ling and Lu Yao are from the earth element. Chen Ling can make sharp stone spikes protrude from the ground, about half a meter high, and Lu Yao can build a low earth wall as high as a person. Spikes, earth walls. Li Yang listened attentively, his right hand unconsciously stroking his chin. The two of them worked together perfectly. One besieges the zombies, and the other releases spikes. The physical enhancements of Chen Jing, Li Yang, and Lin Ling have enhanced their strength, endurance, and recovery abilities. If they hadn't just awakened this morning and hadn't been hungry for 3 days, the three of them should be able to defeat Zhao Wenxue. Li Yang nodded. In the early stages, the physical type psychics were indeed stronger, not to mention there were 3 of them. The last two, Wu Wan of the wind element, can briefly speed up the movement of herself or her teammates, lasting up to 10 seconds. Xin Wei of the lightning element can release electric currents that can temporarily paralyze a person's body. One assists, one controls. Li Yang instantly labeled the two of them in his mind. To sum up, among these girls who were rescued, using gaming terms, there are 3 physical front row tanks, 1 fire element for output, for earth elements, 1 wind element for assistance, and 1 lightning control element, which just make up a complete team. At this moment, he was somewhat grateful to the deceased Zhao Wenxue. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to find people with special abilities who can form a small team. The only pity is that I haven't encountered any psychics with healing abilities yet. I don't know if such a person with special abilities exists. Ordinary psychics can only rely on medication to treat physical injuries. The physical fitness of an ordinary first-level psychic is actually no different from that of an ordinary person. Well, except for those with physical abilities, their recovery abilities are much stronger than those of ordinary people. Okay, go eat something too. Shaking his head, Lian withdrew his thoughts and said to Su Yang beside him. The time has come to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Most of the girls who were rescued had finished their food, regained some energy, and were talking to each other in low voices. Occasionally he would glance at Liang, his eyes filled with gratitude. If they hadn't met Liang, they didn't know how long they would have been tortured by Zhao Wenxue. He is a handsome man, and he is their savior. He is also very powerful. Many girls are so fascinated by him that their eyes are almost tearing. Liang nodded at them, took out his phone and opened the map. After Su Yang finished eating, he planned to take a group of people to check out several other cafeterias in the school. The weather is hot and there is a power outage, so the fresh meat in the ice storage will soon rot and spoil, so we have to hurry. Train these new guys along the way. Okay, everyone, listen to me. After waiting for about 5 minutes, Su Yang finished eating. Lian clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. We now have more than 20 people, and the food we consume every day is not a small amount. Let's rest for another 10 minutes. Everyone, follow me to the second canteen. There are a lot of supplies there. Let's see if we can rescue some fresh meat while the power outage is still short. Good. No problem. The women nodded one after another, without any dissatisfaction. There are definitely dangers on the road. But compared with the torture they had endured for 3 days, this little danger was nothing. Well, as for the question of address, you can just call me president from now on. Liang looked at the beautiful girls in front of him, thought for a moment, and said, from today on, you are the first members of the Nightingale Society. The Nightingale Society. Nice. Wow. The president is so talented. The nightingale represents beauty and hope, and courage and perseverance. This means we can find new hope for survival from the darkness of the apocalypse. Wow. The president thinks so much. Listening to the girls' interpretations, Liang smiled. This was one of his little tricks. This is a good time to win people's hearts. An organization name is definitely needed, especially in today's Doomsday when people in despair need a belief. The nightingale, which dares to sing in the dark, fits this image very well. Of course, another reason is that there are indeed too many girls in the team. Cough cough. At the same time, the Salvation Society base not far from the medical university. Boss, something is wrong. Brother Yang and the others' wounds have healed. What? In the luxurious lounge, the middle-aged man known as the boss pushed the woman in his arms away and frowned. What's going on? I don't know. The yellow-haired man who claimed to be the president of the Salvation Society said in panic. The wounds are not healing at all and are getting worse. Moreover, many people have been coughing non-stop since last night. I don't know if it is some infectious disease. What did the doctor we admitted yesterday say? The wound is infected and needs medication. It's best to go to the medical university as soon as possible. There are special medical instruments and medicines there. What about the cough? It's hard to say at the moment. I can't tell anything. It's best to isolate as soon as possible. Wang Mao was almost crying as he spoke. It's like the sky is falling when something like this happens in the end of the world. He has been hanging out on the first floor these past few days, playing with women, flirting, and kissing from time to time. I don't know if he will be infected. Chapter 42 The Best Sisters. Chen Jing, Li Yang, Lin Ling, the three of you will form a triangle defense, hold your weapons, and go to the front. The fire type will stand in the second row, Wu Wan will be ready to speed up at any time, Chen Ling and Lu Yao will be ready to block the road on both sides, Shen Wei will pay attention to controlling the fish that slipped through the net, and the rest of you will stand in the back. All these years of playing strategic games have not been in vain, Liang has just adjusted the team. Suddenly, with a ding-dong sound, the cell phone rang. Open it and take a look. News from the Salvation Society. Wang Mao came to their door. Classmate, are you there? Liang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He had just agreed to come the day after tomorrow. What happened again? Are you there? Sorry, not at all. Set off. Liang waved his hand and did not reply immediately. Soon, a team of more than 20 people set out. The physical mutants are in the front, and the output and a group of ordinary girls who have not awakened are in the middle. Su Jinru is looking after the front, so there will be basically no problems unless we encounter a large number of zombies. Soon, everyone encountered the first wave of zombies. Liang was at the back of the team, not saying anything, just watching everyone's reactions. When the first zombie appeared in sight, the girls' breathing stopped almost at the same time. 3 days ago, they were listening to the class attentively in the classroom, but now they have to face such a horrible monster. To be honest, it would be a lie to say I wasn't afraid. The zombies' rotten faces, cloudy eyeballs, and crazy roars made everyone's stomachs churn and they just wanted to turn around and run away. But the next moment, they thought of Liang again. I recalled the pain that Zhao Wenjue had brought to me in the dark warehouse. Did Leon rescue them just to watch them escape? If you want to survive in the Doomsday, you will inevitably continue to encounter zombies in the future. If you escape today, what will you do in the future? Just when they were hesitating. When two people meet on a narrow road, the brave one wins. At this time, Su Jinru, who was at the front of the team, suddenly spoke. She looked at the girls and spoke calmly but directly to the essence of the matter. They are just a few zombies. If you don't kill them, how can you become stronger? If you don't become stronger, what will you do if you meet a scum like Zhao Wenjue in the future? Will you continue to be slaughtered by others? Or do you actually like the kind of life where your dignity is trampled on and ravaged by others? After hearing these words, the girls felt their hearts skip a beat and they couldn't help but clench their fists. Since you have joined the Nightingale Society and everyone was here just now, tell me, what is the spirit of the Nightingale Society? Su Jinru said coldly. Courage and perseverance. The future and hope. Several trembling voices were heard from the crowd. It seems you still remember. Su Jinru seemed to be a completely different person at this time. It can only be said that she was born in a military family. Her once weak character has completely changed after seeing blood. She said in a sonorous and powerful voice. The courage of the Nightingale Society is that it can sing battle songs even in the darkest night. The persistence of the Nightingale Society is that it can hold the blade tightly and chop away fear even in the most desperate tide of corpses. The future of the Nightingale Society is written by you. Therefore, you have no reason and no qualifications to retreat now. Pick up your weapons and don't let the president down. The deafening speech made the girls blush and their eyes finally became firm. Boom! A tongue of fire suddenly appeared in the crowd and swallowed up the zombie in the front. Cheng Yu gritted his teeth. This fire-type mutant who was most hurt finally mustered up the courage to take action. This tongue of fire was like a clarion call for an attack. All kinds of supernatural powers began to appear, such as earth walls, earth spikes, and ice cones. Even Chen Jing and the other two at the front flushed red in the face, gritted their teeth, and rushed towards the zombies with iron rods in their hands. Good. Looking at the scene in front of him, Liang nodded, feeling very satisfied. Everyone withstood the pressure and dared to face the zombies. This was a good start. Although the use of superpowers is a little crooked, it is not a big problem. As the proficiency increases, this situation will become less and less common. Several zombies were quickly killed. The crystal core was handed to Liang by Su Jinru. Pre-war mobilization was well done. Liang smiled and touched the little loli's head. Su Jinru's face suddenly turned red, and she felt a little embarrassed and shy. So many people are watching. After the first time, the whole team was obviously much more skilled when they encountered zombies later. They first released an earth wall to surround them, followed by earth spikes. The remaining zombies that escaped the net rushed over, but were caught by Chen Jing and the other two in front, and killed one by one. At this time, Liang took out his mobile phone and sent a message to the Salvation Society. The second canteen is not far away, and it takes about 7 or 8 minutes to walk there. While waiting for the other party to reply, Liang watched a few short videos, which were basically asking for help. After 4 days, everyone's food had been basically consumed. Liang scrolled down another video out of habit and was just about to put his phone back into his pocket when... Ding! Recordable objects detected. The system suddenly gave a prompt, as if afraid that he hadn't seen it. Huh. Liang couldn't help but let out a light exclamation. When I opened the phone screen again, I saw a video of a pair of twin sisters. The video was sent from a comprehensive building in the medical university. Yi Tinglan, Yi Zhenxue. Liang was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he could actually see them just by casually swiping. Aren't these the famous sisters from medical university? 2 of the top 10 campus beauties. But the situation doesn't seem to be good. In the video, 2 people are huddled in the fire escape, asking for help from the outside world. If it were any other time, a group of male classmates would have gone there with a big shout. But now is the end of the world, and my own life is obviously more important. The video has been posted for 2 or 3 hours, and there are quite a few comments, but they are all lamenting that such a pair of top-notch twin campus beauties wasted. If the 2 sisters were stacked together, with a hole on each side, that would feel so good. Liang read on with interest. There was a rumbling sound outside, as if there was some monster. In the fire escape, the 2 sisters huddled together. My younger sister Yi Zhenshue's pink knitted skirt was torn into large pieces, and the translucent fabric was tightly attached to her plump chest, revealing her seductive curves. Her curly hair was covered in dust and fell to her collarbone. Her almond-shaped eyes were filled with tears, her nose was red, her plump lips were slightly parted, and her cry for help sounded soft and sticky. Her body was trembling slightly due to fear, causing her full breasts to sway gently. Her snow-white thighs were faintly visible from the torn hem of her skirt, and her ankles were so slender that they could be held in one hand. Yi Tinglan protected his sister behind him, his black leather corset tightly wrapped around his plump chest, outlining his amazing curves. The waist-hugging design makes the waist look even more slender, and the ripped jeans wrap around the slender and straight thighs. The buttocks are raised high under the tight fabric, which reminds people of a certain posture. The younger sister was begging for help in a soft voice, but the older sister had a cold expression on her face and looked at the entrance of the fire escape vigilantly. This contrast. Liang, as a man, cough cough. A gentleman desires a beautiful lady. The ancients still understood the value of being a lecher. Of course, it wasn't entirely because of his lustful intentions. The main reason was that the 2 women possessed special powers that made it impossible for him to refuse. My sister's wood-related ability is the implantation technique. Planting acceleration, activate plant growth, allowing crops to mature quickly and dead trees to regain vitality. My sister's psychic ability, the scarlet patterns of good and evil. Good and evil scarlet mark, when released, it can distinguish the good and evil in people's hearts passive, continuously and slowly increase mental power. Chapter 43 The strong are respected. Implantation technique, good stuff. Liang's eyes lit up. Planting technology can promote the birth of plants and make them grow quickly. Now it seems to be a waste. After all, there is plenty of food out there, so who would bother to farm their own crops? But the problem is, the food before Doomsday will eventually be consumed. At that time, if you want to fill your stomach, you can only grow it yourself, or buy it from other people. If you are strong enough, you can choose to rob. Food is the most important thing for people who would be willing to hand over their lifeline to others. Buying is definitely impossible. If we rush to grab them, not to mention the distance issue, it is still a question of how easy it will be to produce. Maybe the little bit of food that was looted is not enough for 100 people to eat. So there is really only one choice. Self-sufficiency forms a cycle. This is when the implantation technique comes into play. In Liang's own idea, after taking over the medical university, he would mark out a large piece of land and start large-scale crop planting. Everything must be done ahead of others. This way, there will be enough time to respond when an accident occurs. Build high walls, store up food, and slowly become king. This is his doomsday survival policy. As for Sister Yi Tinglin's scarlet marks of good and evil, for him, it's even better. Being able to see through the good and evil in people's hearts and constantly improve their mental strength is simply a magical skill. This is very important for force. People with bad intentions and malicious intent can be excluded directly. So, for these two sisters, Liang had only one thought in his mind. Get it. Must get it. Thinking of this, Liang opened the map and checked the distance to their complex building. The next moment, I felt a little regretful. Well, the complex is a bit far away. The girls' dormitory building is located at the back of the school, while the comprehensive building is in the center of the school 1 kilometer away. If you go straight there, you will definitely encounter a large number of zombies on the way. If they accidentally encounter a large group of zombies, the 20 or so of them will not be enough to deal with them. We can only talk about it later. Fortunately, the two sisters should be safe in the short term. The iron door of the fire escape is very strong. As long as you don't starve to death, it's fine. Master, we have arrived at the second dining hall. Suddenly, Su Yan's voice came. Liang came to his senses and realized that he had arrived at his destination. The cafeteria door was closed and I didn't know if there was anyone inside. Master, crystal core. At this time, Su Jinru came over and handed over a large pile of crystal cores, which were packed in a full bag. Along the way, the entire team killed nearly 100 zombies. Wave after wave, basically never stopping. After killing so many zombies, the girls in the team are no longer as frightened when they see zombies as they were at the beginning. You'll get used to it slowly. The precision and coordination of abilities are also constantly growing. Good. Liang took it with satisfaction. It was nice to have someone working for him. If he were alone, it would take a lot of effort to kill so many zombies. Absorbed directly. After a while, Liang opened his eyes and took a deep breath. After absorbing all 100 crystal cores, the progress of neural overclocking has reached 95%. I'm probably only 10 crystal cores away from advancing to level 3. Seeing that all the women were looking at him, waiting for orders, Liang smiled and took out the drone remote control. Soon, with a slight, buzzing sound, a drone flew over from the dormitory building. Control the drone to fly high, and everything in the cafeteria will be visible. After watching for a while, Liang smiled jokingly and gestured. Go upstairs. At the same time, at the door of the ice storage on the top floor of the cafeteria, two groups of people were confronting each other with swords drawn. Lin Yu, if you guys want to eat, that's fine. Just let someone come out and have some fun with us. How about that? The person who spoke was a guy with a crew cut, holding a bloody fire axe in his hand, and there were about 10 people standing behind him. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you really starve for a few days, you won't even have a chance to resist. Li Wei, you are dreaming. Lin Yu held the steel rod tightly in his hand, his knuckles turning white from the force. Behind her, 7 or 8 girls spread out in a defensive formation, holding brooms and mops as weapons, and some were holding pepper spray with alert looks. TSK, if you don't want to, then there's nothing I can do. Li Wei clicked his tongue and shook his head, his face full of regret. Now is the end of the world, the strong are respected. To be honest, if you, Lin Yu, were not a superpower, I would have made you all stronger long ago. Scum. Lin Yu sneered, I have long felt that you are not a good person, but I didn't expect you to be such a beast in human form. I shouldn't have saved you in the first place. It's too late to say anything now. Li Wei laughed, who made you so naive that you dared to let a group of grown men in? They say that every failure makes you wiser. Unfortunately, you probably won't have a future. Seeing Lin Yu's ugly face, Li Wei's eyes turned and he suddenly said jokingly, "How about this, among you girls, whoever is willing to follow us will have something to eat, how about that?" When these words came out, the women paused for a moment. Since letting the wolf in a day ago, Li Wei and his gang have occupied the ice storage. In fact, the frozen food in the ice storage is enough to keep everyone present eating for a long time. In addition, there is a power outage and the weather is hot, so even if it is left alone it will rot and deteriorate. But Li Wei just refused to do so, taking advantage of Lin Yu's fear of taking action. On Lin Yu's side, she is the only one with superpowers. Fortunately, she has metal superpowers with good attack properties. She can manipulate small metals out of thin air, and her lethality is decent. Li Wei is a person with physical abilities. Although he has good recovery abilities, he is afraid that metal may injure his eyes, which are critical parts of his body. That is why the situation has remained at a stalemate. There's no way we can agree to that. Bar. Shameless. How disgusting. I'd rather not eat and starve to death. The girls behind Lin Yu quickly realized that Li Wei was trying to divide them, and they all spat at him. Okay, you guys are ambitious, awesome. Seeing that his plan was exposed, Li Wei didn't care and gave a thumbs up. Okay, then we'll just wait it out. It's not like my people have nothing to eat anyway. It doesn't matter. They have the ice storage behind them and can afford it. Just when Li Wei was feeling very proud. The next moment. Sudden. Bang. With a loud bang, the iron door of the cafeteria was forced open. Liang and a large group of people filed in. Women, many women. At this moment, both groups were stunned. But soon, the younger brothers behind Li Wei were drooling. Especially the four at the front. Su Yang, Su Jinru, Jiang Shi, Lin Yuxian, the four most beautiful girls on campus. Is this delivered to your door? And it also brought a big gift. To be honest, they didn't take the 20-odd girls seriously. Lin Yu was also stunned. She never expected that so many people would suddenly appear. And they are almost all girls. Especially Su Yang and the four school beauties. Why are they here? If I remember correctly, weren't there a lot of zombies wandering around the cafeteria entrance? Otherwise, they would have found another way out and looked for food elsewhere. Liang glanced at the stunned Li Wei and Lin Yu, ignored them, waved his hand calmly, and gestured to the Nightingale Club. Go, empty the ice storage for me. Yes, President. Hearing this, all the girls responded in unison, and under the leadership of Su Jinru, they walked towards the ice storage without any hesitation. Having killed so many zombies along the way, and with Su Jinru leading the way, he now sees the two groups on the verge of a fight. It's like playing house, and is not afraid at all. Not to mention Su Jinru's strength, which has been witnessed by everyone along the way. In just such a short distance, Su Jinru, who has outstanding swordsmanship, has become an idol in the hearts of many girls. As for Leon, the president who saved them from hell, that's not an idol. It's faith. Seeing that the girls, led by Su Jinru, ignored them and headed towards the ice storage, Li Wei finally reacted. His expression turned fierce, and he tightened his grip on the fire axe and slammed it down on the iron dining table, saying viciously, "Fuck. This is my territory. If you don't want to die, try taking another step forward." Chapter 44. If you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Your territory. Hearing this, Lian smiled. In the apocalypse, the strong are respected. Didn't you just say this? That's right. I said that. What? Do you have any objection? Li Wei looked arrogant and looked Liang up and down with extreme disdain. A pretty boy is not even worth a single blow from his axe. I'm lucky to have so many women around me. After a while, he would let this pretty boy know why the flowers were so red. As for these women, sorry, he took them all, put them into his harem, and favored them one by one. Especially Su Yan's for campus beauties. Now that they are right in front of him, there is no reason for him to let them go. He wants to try every trick on them. Opinion? I have no opinion. I even think you are right. In the apocalypse, the strong are respected. Liang nodded and stretched out his right hand calmly. It's just that now, I am the strong one. The next moment, everyone was shocked. Suddenly, blue ripples appeared in the air. As the blue light flashed, countless water molecules in the air condensed into streams, swirling and converging in the air. Li Wei's pupils suddenly shrank, and he instinctively wanted to step back, but he found that the water stains under his feet had spread to his ankles without him knowing when. Before he could react, the surging water suddenly surged like a living thing, sweeping in from all directions and forming a transparent water wall with a diameter of 2 meters. The water flow carried tremendous power, and the water in the center turned into a rope, instantly lifting him into the air. Li Wei swung the fire axe and chopped wildly, but the axe blade only stirred up splashes on the water curtain, which was completely useless. How is this possible? Li Wei's face was full of shock. Is this also a superpower? But why is it so strong? Lin Yu, who was in the water dungeon, also widened his eyes in disbelief. Li Wei is a person with physical superpowers. With such great strength, can't he break this seemingly thin wall of water? What shocked her even more was that when Liang released his supernatural powers, he seemed so relaxed and carefree, as if it was as natural as breathing. At this moment, Li Wei's followers all retreated, their faces as pale as paper. One of the yellow-haired boys pointed at the water prison with a trembling voice. What kind of power is this? No one answered him. The 4 Suyarn girls looked normal. They had seen such scenes many times before, except that they were dealing with zombies before. As for the members of the Nightingale Society, they stared at the scene with wide eyes, feeling excited. As expected of them as president. Powerful. So strong? In the water dungeon, Li Wei was tightly bound by the water flow, and even struggling became gradually difficult. He looked at Leon in horror and he raised his hand and flew to his side. Liang narrowed his eyes as he looked at Li Wei, who was tightly bound in the water dungeon. I didn't quite hear you just now. Whose territory did you say this is? Then he chuckled and said, how about? I give you a chance to say it again now. Brother. No, Dad. Dad. I'm sorry, this is your territory, I was wrong, Dad. Li Wei was so frightened that he burst into tears and begged for mercy in panic. The answer is correct. Unfortunately, I don't have a son like you. Liang smiled slightly, and the next moment, in front of Li Wei's horrified eyes, he snapped his fingers. Bang! With the crisp sound of snapping fingers, the water in the dungeon suddenly shook violently. Ice crystals began to spread from Li Wei's ankles at a speed visible to the naked eye. The originally transparent water curtain turned frosty white, and the condensed cold air pulled out thin white mist in the air. Li Wei's eyes widened in horror, the unspoken plea for mercy in his throat was blocked by the rapidly freezing ice crystals. The next second, his eyelashes and hair were covered with a thin layer of frost, and his whole body turned into an ice sculpture emitting a chill. Hiss! This shocking scene made Lin Yu gasp. Too perverted. This man is so strong. It's a complete crush. Li Wei, whom she was extremely afraid of, had no ability to resist at all. Then, in her horrified eyes, Liang raised his hand and pushed gently. Bang! The ice sculpture fell to the ground with a loud bang, and broken ice splashed everywhere. Liang looked at the broken ice on the ground and shook his head in his heart. Well. Everything is fine, why are you threatening me when you say you have nothing to do? It would be so nice if everyone could live in harmony. Once he strikes, there will be no chance of his men being left alive. If I let Li Wei go today, who knows if I will get into trouble in the future because of my kindness today. What he fears most is trouble. The only thing we can do is kill him and get it over with to prevent future troubles. After killing the people, Liang saw that everyone in the Nightingale Society was standing there in a daze, and he couldn't help feeling helpless. Well, this was the first time he had fully demonstrated his strength. It turns out that it is a bit perverted. After all, it's only the 4th day of the apocalypse. He possesses dual superpowers and is about to become a 3rd-level superpower user. Most of the others were still in a state of panic, and many of them had not even left the house. How would you know how to become stronger? To be honest, if it weren't for the system prompt, Lian would not have thought that there would be crystal cores hidden in the zombies' heads. Don't be in a daze, get into formation first. Liang shook his head helplessly and could only open his mouth to remind him. Yes. At this moment, all the members of the Nightingale Club came back to their senses from their shock. Looking at Li Wei broken into pieces on the ground, they couldn't help but shudder. This is such a tragic way to die. Although they didn't know Liang's intention, the Nightingale Club quickly formed their battle formation. Yes, it's very fast. Seeing that the Nightingale Club had already formed its lineup, Leon turned his attention to the remaining two groups present. Brother! I please spare my life. Please, don't kill us. We were wrong. Faced with the look in Lian's eyes, Li Wei's younger brothers were so scared that they immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Oh, it would be great if you could do this earlier. Lian sighed. Before he took action, these people were so arrogant, but now they were so scared that they were peeing their pants. The contrast is so great. Since he had already killed one, he would naturally not show mercy to the rest. If you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. There are more than 10 people, which is not a small number. It is just right for the girls of Nightingale Club to practice. Killing people and killing zombies are two different things. I'll leave these people to you. Kill them all. Lian waved his hand. We. The girls in the Nightingale Club were stunned for a moment, but they quickly came to their senses and looked at the dozen or so boys standing not far away, with hesitant expressions on their faces, seeming to be unable to make a move. After all, they are living people, different from zombies. They are the same type as Jiawenjue. Any girl who falls into their hands will not have a better fate. Even though they are frightened and begging for mercy now, when they commit evil deeds, they are actually no different from Jiawenjue. At this time, Su Jinru's calm voice sounded in the ears of the girls. If we let them live, they will definitely harm other girls in the future. There are many scumbags like this in the apocalypse. Now, the president has given everyone a chance to take revenge, and it is also to reduce the number of evil people in the world. After these words, the girls' eyes slowly changed, and a light of hatred gradually appeared in their eyes. At this moment, everything that Jiawenjue had done for them came to mind again. That painful past made the girls' eyes gradually become firm, and the next moment. Boom! Spewing flames, earth spikes, ice cones, and all kinds of supernatural lights filled the cafeteria hall. Not long after, everything returned to calm. Vomit. After killing people, many members of the Nightingale Society ran to a corner of the cafeteria and vomited uncontrollably. Lian watched this scene quietly. This is what the women of the Nightingale Society will have to face sooner or later. Compared to the not-so-intelligent zombies, in fact, the more dangerous ones in the Doomsday are the other survivors. While the girls were vomiting, Lian walked leisurely into the ice storage. The moment he opened the door, his eyes lit up. So many things. Chapter 45 Great Harvest. There was a chill in the ice storage. About 10 hours had passed since the power outage. The ice has begun to melt. Water dripped from the ceiling from time to time, forming a large amount of water on the ground. Fortunately, Lian arrived in time. The temperature was probably a few degrees above zero at this time, and the food had not yet spoiled. At first glance, the area of the ice storage here is almost 10 times larger than that of the first canteen. No wonder people say that the second cafeteria of Medical University is the largest cafeteria in the whole of Yanqing. Directly opposite, a large number of lobsters sealed in plastic film were neatly arranged. There's a label on it. Large lobsters entered the warehouse on June 12, net weight 3.2 tons. June 12. Liang raised his eyebrows. Today is June 16. In other words, the canteen received its supplies 4 days ago, the day before Doomsday. No wonder the ice storage here is filled with food compared to the first canteen. With a wave of his hand, in the blink of an eye, everything was taken into the space. Lobster is good. Lobsters are really delicious. After collecting the lobsters, Liang turned his head. On the nearest right-hand side, there are 6 rows of tall dark blue cargo boxes. Open it and take a look. Wow, it's full of frozen deep-sea silver cod. There are labels on the sides of the boxes, 18 kilograms box, 96 boxes in total. In total, that's 1.7 tons of silver cod. Good. Silver cod is also good. The meat is delicious and nutritious, and can be fried or steamed. Before the end of the world, the price of a pound of silver cod was about 200-300 yuan, and most people could not afford it. Got it. Going further in, Liang saw a large number of whole pigs that had been cut and hung. There was a label next to it, pork, a full 10 tons. I blanch. Liang was deeply shocked. Wow, that's a lot of pork. A normal person consumes about 250 grams of pork per day. There are 27 people in the Nightingale Club, so there is no problem eating 10 tons of pork for 3 years. Of course, as the Nightingale Society continues to grow, the pork will be consumed quickly, and we cannot eat only pork every day, staple food is still needed. For example, in the medical university, there are about 20,000 teachers and students in total. 10 tons of pork may seem like a lot, but it is actually only enough to eat for 3 or 4 days. But anyway, we really got some goods today. With a wave of the hand, everything is put into the space. The ice storage was very large, and Liang collected things as he walked, from the beginning to the end, until there was no more space. It's packed. Really packed. Nearly 300 tons of food were crammed into the space. For a short period of time, you don't have to worry about food at all. Even if he recaptured the entire medical university in the future, the total number of survivors would be estimated to be only about 3,000, no more. In the medical university with more than 20,000 people, 80% of them turned into zombies, and there must be quite a few who were infected or died. 3,000 people, Liang is overestimating the number. The food in the space is enough to last for nearly 2 months. By the time Leon came out of the ice storage, everyone in the Nightingale Club had almost finished vomiting, and their faces were pale. Go move the stuff. Liang waved his hand, indicating that everyone could go in. After everyone from the Nightingale Club entered the ice storage, Lin Yu, who had been watching from the sidelines, whispered something to the girls next to her. Amidst the worried looks of the crowd, he walked over with some fear and greeted them cautiously. Hello, classmate. Hello. Liang glanced at her and nodded calmly. He had a good impression of Lin Yu. It is commendable that she had the courage to confront more than a dozen boys with a few ordinary girls. The most important thing is that there is no choice but to sacrifice the weak in exchange for food. This is rare in the end times. After Liang finished speaking, he took out his cell phone. I was busy fighting and had no time to read the message sent by the Salvation Society. Classmate, can we join you? Seeing that Liang was not as scary as imagined and looked quite friendly, Lin Yu boldly asked. Of course, their voice still trembles a little. Liang's decisive killing behavior before gave her a great shock. Although it is the end of the world, Liang killed more than a dozen lives with just a wave of his hand. How can he not be afraid? Oh. Liang turned his gaze away from his phone and looked at the girl in front of him. You want to join us, why? I noticed that there are many girls in your team, and they all respect you very much. They are in good spirits, so they should be living a good life, so. As he spoke, Lin Yu slowly lowered his head. She suddenly realized that what she had been talking about were the benefits of joining Leon's team. But what about yourself? What can you bring to the boy in front of you? Fortunately, the next moment, Liang's voice sounded, giving her a glimmer of hope. Since you want to join us, no problem. Did you see that body? Liang was talking about Li Wei's body, which had been torn into pieces. Lin Yu raised her head and followed Liang's gaze. After just one look, her face turned pale and she felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. The corpse, no, it should be said that it was body parts. The weather was hot, and without the supernatural power to maintain it, the frost on the corpse had melted, and blood was flowing all over the ground. The internal organs were exposed, and the large and small intestines had all fallen out, mixed with yellow feces and urine, which was both disgusting and bloody. My request is very simple. You must first put the body pieces together, and then take out the crystal from the head and give it to me. Yes, there is a crystal in the head, no doubt about it. After Liang finished speaking, he kicked the bloody fire axe at his feet and said with a warm expression. Just use this thing to split the head open. It's convenient. At this moment, just by listening, Lin Yu's face turned extremely pale. Although she is a medical student, she is only a freshman and is still learning theoretical knowledge. She has rarely seen blood, let alone dealt with cadaver teachers. At this moment, facing Liang's request, just imagining the scene made him feel very repulsive. But, she looked at her companions behind her who were full of hope, thought for a while, and still forced herself to pick up the fire axe and walk to the corpses. Vomit. As soon as she retched, Lin Yu immediately covered her mouth with her hands, fearing that Liang would be dissatisfied. Then, he suppressed his inner resistance and began to piece together the bodies with his white and tender hands that once held a pen. His hands were stained with blood. After finally finishing the fight, she picked up the fire axe and faced Li Wei's head, which was still open with his eyes wide open, but she just didn't have the courage to chop it down. Just thinking about the bloody scene that might occur after the head is split open makes my hands tremble. Although, she can also use her metal powers. At such a close distance, it is still possible to control the fire axe. But Liang said that she needed to split it open with her own hands. Behind him, after Liang finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Lin Yu. He has already stated the conditions. If it works, accept it. If it doesn't, forget it. Liang is not the type of person who will accept just any Tom, Dick or Harry into his team. Focus back on your phone. This is the message just sent from the Salvation Society. He said he would be coming to the medical university around 4 o'clock, and asked him if there were many zombies near the dormitory building and the pharmacy. It seems that they might be planning to pick him up as a guide first. After all, he was using Su Jinru's pseudonym. With his personal image and ability to create water, he is indeed popular. That won't work. Liang couldn't help but frowned. He hasn't made any preparations yet. The zombie group is not in place and the superpowers have not yet been upgraded to level 3. Furthermore, the Salvation Society is in such a hurry, it is likely that someone in the society has been injured and his condition has worsened. Urgently needs treatment. Otherwise, there was no need to rush to come to the medical university to look for medicine when we clearly agreed to deliver it in 3 days. Liang narrowed his eyes. We have to find a way to delay it, at least make the people from the Salvation Society wait for another day. After a day, the patient might just die. At the very least, if his condition gets worse, it would be good news for him. Thinking of this, Liang instantly had an idea in his mind.